What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Friday, December 13th, 2024, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, the Longhorns cleaned up at the College Football Awards show last night, plus the latest and greatest from the transfer portal. Texas hosting a couple of players at positions of need this weekend. We'll give you the updates there, plus some wild Quinn Ewers rumors. Could QB1 be returning for another season? We've got to talk about that. We've got some Texas basketball to get into. We've got some Texas volleyball to get into. We've got some Thursday night football to talk about, some Steve Sarkisian sound. Juan Soto looks fat. And, oh, man, we're going to have some fun on a Friday the 13th edition of Bucky and BK. Happy Friday, my man. How are you?
Same to you. We don't need to talk about fat Juan Soto. Round-shouldered he is. He's just, that guy's been on the tour. I mean, he's been to places. He's had to eat. It's the off season. He can gain a few lbs. He needed a couple pounds anyway. He was thinning out towards the end of the season. You know what I mean? But his shoulders and his head, they've grown. His head has grown.
Did you see the pictures of Juan Soto at Citi Field for the first time wearing a Mets jersey?
How did he get that hat on his head?
I don't know, but look, he's got a little gut to him already.
There you go.
I mean, I get we're, a couple of months into the off season, but man, that's
a little push out with his arms up. That guy hasn't been in the gym. He hadn't been in the batting cage. It's winter time. He's putting on some winter weight right now. It's okay.
You know what else he is?
In another week or so, that guy will be off somewhere, to the Caribbean and getting right back in shape. He's got all the money in the world. Somebody will knock the fat off for nothing, or they're going to pay for it. They're going to pay for it, but he can get skinny in a hurry with his checkbook.
Oh, you know how it usually works, right? You get the contract and then you get fat and happy because you don't have to work for that contract anymore.
That guy's a natural.
We're talking about baseball where the money is fully guaranteed.
Yeah, but that dude is a natural. That guy right there can look like that, get into the batting cage and still probably bat 310, 320,
Yeah, but he's still fat.
Yeah, no matter what, he's still fat. No matter what you bat, you're still a fatso. You know what I mean? You're right.
I saw those pictures blowing up on social media yesterday, and I'm like, damn, like that's he's just on that contract. And he's already put on 15 pounds and signing that contract 2 days ago. What are we doing here?
That dude is eating nachos and living in his suite at the stadium. He's not even going to his apartment. He lives at the suite now where they give him nachos and hot dogs all day long and Coca-Colas. That is absolutely great. And as for that stupid game last night in the filthy rain in San Francisco, what a waste that was of a good night of football. I went to bed at halftime. I couldn't stand anymore of them showing pictures of the stadium with the water. You know what I mean? With the raindrops. That was enough for me.
So
you could tell it just wasn't going to get any better. The weather wasn't going to get any better. It could have just stopped raining, but that field was so soaked. The minute they start showing you pictures of shoes in the cases on the sideline, it's over with.
Yeah, we collectively watched that whole game. I missed the first half. I watched the second half. You watched the first half, but missed the second half. And we're here to tell you, if you missed the entire game, you didn't miss anything.
No, I was waiting for the Rams to get cranking and get going. That was San Fran's. That was a good chance for them because on a dry field, the Rams would have just crushed them, I believe, if the field would have been better. But, I mean, the quarterback.
I don't know. You missed this, Buck, because you went to bed in the third quarter last night. Dre Greenlaw got hurt, one of the 49ers linebackers.
I heard he didn't hurt his Achilles again, did he?
I don't think so, but they called on a different linebacker, Devondre Campbell, who was in uniform, Like Kyle Shanahan's like, hey, get in there and play. And Devondre Campbell didn't play. He walked off the field. He didn't want to go into the game. A couple minutes later, he literally walked off the field back into the locker room. And then after the game, you had Kyle Shanahan and George Kittle and a few other 49ers players basically just dunking on this guy, saying he's about to get cut.
Well, yeah, he'll be gone by the end of the day.
Yeah.
Even if you don't have anybody, you'll find somebody that will at least get on the field and run around and take a guy's spot. I mean, what is it that – I mean, I think I was hearing these guys talk about it this morning. You know, I hear Bart Scott talk about, well, you know, you sat around for 2 hours, then you call on me. I don't give a shit when they call on you. I don't care if it's 1 minute left in the game. If the coach says, hey, get in there, I need to bring out a guy who just has had an Achilles tear. And I saw him play in the beginning of the game, and he was playing ferociously. I mean, if he was tired or it was time for him to go, then he should get out of the game. And your substitute, are you the backup linebacker? Yes. Okay, it's backup time. Get in the game. We pay you for something, or we just don't pay you anymore.
Wouldn't quite like this remember Antonio Brown in the middle of the game took his shirt off and ran off the field when he was with Tom Brady in Tampa Bay.
That dude walked off. That guy can't play for me or play any place else for me. And guys are talking about, no, if he's good, he'll play somewhere else. No, he's not that good. He's a backup.
Yeah, that's a bizarre situation right there where a guy just doesn't want to play. It's his turn to play, and he's like, no, I'm good. And then he just packs up his things and goes home.
But that's your job, is to be the backup. Your job is to, when they call on you, to come out anytime, anywhere, right? I mean, what is it that you have to do? Do you have to start the game or something? You're not the starter.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. I mean, the guy just lost his job. Like, he had to know that was going to happen when he decided to not enter the game when his boss, his coach, asked him to enter the game. So, yeah, we're not talking about Christian McCaffrey or Brock Purdy or, Debo or Bosa or Fred Warner or Dre Greenlaw, like one of the great players on the 49ers. We're talking about their way to be like, oh, we'll listen to his reasoning. It's like, no, dude, we asked you to do your job. You didn't do it, so now you don't have a job anymore.
Yeah, you're making backup money. And now you're not going to make backup money because they're going to get rid of you, and that word is going to be out on you, and you're not going to get even backup money anywhere else. Nobody wants you. They'll take a less player that will go out on the field than to be dealing with you that'll quit on them on the sideline. That's weird. That's a bad move on that guy's part, unless he's done with football.
Well, whether he wants to be or not, he might be done with football.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. He may be done with football, is absolutely right. Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you so very much for what you do. It is appreciated. To you and your families during these holidays, please be safe out there.
Yes, sir. Well said, as always. And congrats to you, by the way, on 50,000 units, because you had the Rams last night. They were getting 3 points. Not only did they cover, but they, of course, won the game outright, 12-6. So a good start to a pretty light football weekend for you. You are now down 130,000 units on.
And I will be putting 150,000 units on Go Army.
150,000 units?
Yes, we're going up this weekend on one play. I needed to have one play. The one play is now military versus military. Sorry about that, Navy. Sorry, we're going to sink your battleships.
Is that even legal? 150K?
I'll just put an easy 50K on it. We'll get that back for some of these playoff games the following week.
You got some NFL games coming up on Sunday.
Oh yeah, I'm going to get you well because the Vikings winning. That's right.
We'll get the rest of your picks later, but we'll write down the Army pick right now. 50,000 units on Go Army beat Navy. I believe they are 6.5-point favorites.
How does that thing keep going up? Is that 5.5? It's already gone up a point.
It actually opened at 2.5, and now it's at 6.5. So money coming in.
That means it sounds like the Navy quarterback's not playing. And if he's not playing, that's not enough.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm going to bet on the under because I think 16 of the last 17 Army-Navy games have gone under the total. So I'm going to play
with the under last night. Wow.
Yeah, that's a nice bet right there. If you had the over
Somebody,
last night,
somebody
sorry,
in
thoughts and
somebody
prayers.
in Vegas had that unders going. This weather here sucks. Somebody out in California said this weather is going to be brutal.
Yeah, it's the Niners are a disaster. I think now they have a 0.1% chance to make the playoffs, and that almost feels too high. Like that's assuming they win out and they get a bunch of help. That's the only chance that they have. That team ain't winning out. That team is bad.
Yeah, they are.
They played first. Like I know people have been kind of crapping on the Chiefs because they played a lot of close games and they're just escaping week in and week out.
Yeah, but they're winning.
They're
Yes,
winning. The other team that played in the Super Bowl last year is going to miss the playoffs, and they've been one of the most disappointing teams, if not the most disappointing team in the league this season.
they're down to their fourth running back, and then they're using Deebo Samuels as another running back. How bad is that? How about when you're at your fourth guy now?
That guy ain't catching jack, you know what, either. So
No.
it's bad for Shanahan and everybody out there by the bay. What a mess. What a mess last night was. What a mess the season has been for a team that I think a lot of people thought was going to go back to the Super Bowl again and maybe win it this season.
And they're getting their defense back, obviously. I mean, 12 points by the Rams, even in the rain. The defense is playing well enough. That offense looks so lost.
Yeah, it does. It does. And they've been ransacked with injuries, which doesn't help, but it's all bad. It's all bad.
They're all pro tackles not playing. The big guy, is he? He's not playing, is he?
I don't think so.
Man.
No. He's been in and out of the lineup this year, and Purdy hasn't been great, and McCaffrey's only played in like 3 games, and not good. Not good.
No.
So there you go. There's your Thursday night football. We'll preview some NFL. We've got a great NFL Sunday coming up in a couple of days, but plenty of Texas Longhorn conversation to be had this morning. And we'll start by congratulating a couple of Texas Longhorns for taking home some awards at the College Football Awards Show last night. Congrats first to Jahdae Barron, who won the Jim Thorpe Award for the nation's best defensive back, beating out Caleb Downs at Ohio State and Malachi Starks at Georgia. Jahdae Barron, the third Longhorn ever to win the award, the first since Aaron Ross back in 2006. So Texas actually went back-to-back in 05 and 06 with Michael Huff and then Aaron Ross winning those 2 years.
Yep.
And Jahdae Barron, the first since those two guys to win it for the University of Texas. Pretty cool for a lot of reasons. But Jahdae Barron, he switched his number. Remember, he used to wear 23 at Texas. He switched it to 7 to pay homage to Michael Huff, who, of course, is a part of the coaching staff. And Jahdae Barron was like, nah, I want to win the Thorpe Award like you did, Huff Daddy. And sure enough, Jahdae Barron goes out there and wins the Thorpe Award. Really cool.
Yeah, I mean, that to me, that his whole transition from where he was playing to playing cornerback in a lockdown corner, I getting a chance to see him live and in person and his body type, I was like, this guy doesn't have the corner body. He's not lean, long, he's kind of stout. He looks like a strong safety. Hell, he looked like a damn linebacker. And that guy's cover ability and his change of direction and his speed, and his ability to break up passes, slant routes, he's exceptional. And that's tough for a little squatty body that I thought making, having to be able to come over the top of guys. He does. He's got that. I mean, his legs, his calves, and his thighs. We saw him sit down. I'm like, damn, his one thigh is taking up the whole seat. He's squished. No, he's not fat. I didn't say that.
You just called Jahdae Barron a squatty body?
I thought he's built.
That's the term you usually reserve that term for like D2 offensive linemen who are 6'2", 320.
For his position, he's squatty to me. He's not that lean, 6'1", 6-footer, 185. That dude's like almost 200 pounds. He's like a linebacker playing corner. His transition with the way he's done, I just thought it exceptional.
He's built. He's strong. He ain't squatty.
Well, there's nothing wrong with being squatty if you can do all those other things.
There's nothing wrong with being squatty at all, but he's just not squatty.
He ain't 6'2".
No. Oh, that's it. If you're under 6 feet, so you're squatty?
No, but I'm not. I'm 54 pounds. I am not squatty by any means. I'm skinny.
Not so fast, midget. Not so fast.
Oh, those people are not 155 pounds. No, I've tried to pick up one of those people before, and they were squatty, but they were not 155. They were more like 210.
Those people.
The little people.
You think the little
They
people
may be short in stature, but they're squatty and they're thick and they're heavy.
You think little people weigh more than 200 pounds?
Some of them they're in the 180s and 190s. For as big as they are, they're not even 5 feet tall. And, you know, it's okay if they're going to be a doorstop, but but no. You know, I'm not trying to make fun. I'm just saying his body type is not that of a cornerback.
You're calling little people doorstops now?
Oh,
forget the M word, forget small fry. You're on the doorstop?
Oh, yes, yes. Kyler Murray is a doorstop. If you stopped his motion and just put him in a spot, he's a doorstop, yes.
Okay, so for my own curiosity, I just searched the average weight of someone with dwarfism, which I think is the technical term we're supposed to use.
Don't give me the 60 pounds.
Average weight often ranges between 80 to 120.
Okay, a 120 person that's 4 feet tall, that's stout now.
Okay, that's stout. 200 felt ridiculous. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't that off on my estimate.
Johnny Barron is I'm thinking he's close to 200 pounds.
Yeah, he is, but he's also not a little guy. He's not a doorstop.
He's also not 6 foot tall.
He's 5'11".
No, that's stretch. That's putting the stretcher on him.
That guy could eat a 3-course meal off the top of your head.
No, I've walked by that guy when he was all dressed up he was dressed smooth. That guy's a 5'10" at the most, dude.
Only on this show do we turn Thorpe Award conversation to whatever that was. It was really cool, by the way, because Jahdae Barron accepted the award from home, and he did a little on-camera interview with ESPN when he accepted the award, and he wasn't alone. He was standing in front of Andrew Makuba and Michael Taff, the rest of the 5-1-2, and here's a little bit of Jahdae Barron talking about sharing the Thorpe Award with his teammates.
I'm sitting here with Michael Taff and Andrew Makuba. These guys, they help me, and they allow myself to play fast. I trust them. They've been pushing me for 9-10 years. So these are my guys. I love these guys to death. And I know this award, it has one name on it, but I wouldn't be here without these two guys standing next to me. And Taff, he's a leader on the defense. He allows everybody on the back end just to play fast. And we all trust PK's playing, and we go out there and just to dominate.
There you go. That's how you accept the award. Give the thanks to all the rest of the people that are around you for how good you are.
Yeah.
But once again, that transition he made, that's a tough move to be a corner. And not just to be a corner, but be the best, a lockdown corner.
Yeah. I mean, we were all pretty excited when Jahdae Barron announced that he was going to come back for one more season. Yes. Remember, that's a guy who would have been drafted if he went pro. Probably a day 3 draft pick, but he could have gone. He could have made some money at the next level. Instead, he bets on himself, decides to come back, and basically switches positions. Like, he played some outside corner at Texas in his first few seasons, but he was mainly the slot guy. And look, once again, excited that he decided to come back, but I didn't think he was going to have the season. I don't think anybody thought he was going to have the season that he's had to this.
Well, I thought if he still was a safety, he could have had that kind of year as a safety, but he wouldn't have won that award. This is an exceptional move by him, and the way he played was phenomenal. I never thought he could be a cornerback and be that type of cornerback.
No, I didn't either. And shout out to Jalen Gilbo as well, because Jalen Gilbo's emergence as the star on this defense, that nickel corner, has allowed Jahdae Barron to play outside, right? If Gilbo wasn't good or if Gilbo got hurt, then Jahdae Barron would have had to go in the slot where he's very good, but he's not your Thorpe Award winner if he's playing there. So, yeah, 5 interceptions, 9 PBUs, a sack, a fumble recovery, 47 tackles for Jahdae Barron. All of that while not allowing a single touchdown in pass coverage all season.
Yeah, and for Taff and Makuba, somebody's going to get some pretty good DBs right there.
Yeah, I mean, all 3 of those guys are Sunday players, and it'd be awesome if they could somehow all end up on the same team. 0% chance that happens. But those guys, I mean, they've trained together for years. Obviously, Andrew Makuba went to Clemson for the first 3 years of his college career, but all of those guys are local. They've all trained with the same trainer for like 10 years, or maybe not that long, but dating back to their high school days. Yeah. And the chemistry is undeniable with those 3 guys. There are so many big differences between last year's secondary and this year's secondary. but we don't see a lot of finger pointing this year.
No,
Like,
not at
guys
all.
not knowing where they're supposed to be and being like, why weren't you there? Why weren't you there? This year, the chemistry, the communication,
Well, they
obviously
talk
the
about the
talent.
scheme. They talk about the defensive coordinator, how the scheme is. It's made simple enough for them. That's just experience. That's what happens when you're an experienced player and you've been in the system for a while and you understand. Yeah, that is my guy. I don't have to let you know that that's my guy. I know that's my guy. You make sure you got yours. I got mine. And and Michael Taft leads those guys in the back there. You don't see linebackers pointing to them like you did the last year, where the guy had to help them out. They understand where they're supposed to be, and that should just be the way it is from this point on. Because there's a lot of young guys that have had a lot of opportunities now to be, not just to be coached by PK, but now to be around those type of players, so they understand what it takes.
Yeah, it's pretty cool that Drew Makuba, look, obviously an experienced collegiate player, like 3-year starter at Clemson, but the fact that he was just able to come in here and look like he's been here for the last 3 years.
He looks like he was when he came out of high school. It was like, damn, why wasn't he from the get-go? Whether that other group recruited him or not, that guy, that's one of those local guys you don't lose. That's the first guy you take care of in your area. That's how good he was as a football player. So it's good that he came back, and that worked out. That worked out in a hurry.
It did. It absolutely did. The 5-1-2 connection on the defensive backfield for Texas. Those guys have been awesome. All three of them have been awesome. And we talked about it when the all SEC teams came out. We felt like Michael Taft got robbed of a spot on those teams. But every Texas fan who's watched Texas play this year, they know how good all three of those guys are.
Yeah, Michael Taft will find his way onto an NFL team.
Yeah, he'll get drafted. Like
the Eagles will get him.
Oh, don't say that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm already mad that the other white DBs.
The Cowboys do take Texas players now.
They do. I'll take them on the Cowboys. I'd love any of those three guys on the Cowboys.
Oh, for sure. Are you kidding me?
Be instantly better than most of what Dallas has on its defense right now.
There is no doubt.
So, yeah, we'll see. But all those guys are going to get drafted, and big night for Jahdae Barron. And what a kid, right? Just having Makuba and Taft behind him accepting that award. Like, that's what it's all about right there, man. That guy was raised well. Like you said, we got the chance to chop it up with him at SEC Media Days. Great kid, raised right, and obviously a tremendous, tremendous football player. So he wasn't the only one, though, Buck, that won an award last night for Texas. How about Kelvin Banks? What a week for him.
No kidding.
First team All-SEC, named co-SEC Offensive Lineman of the Year. And last night he won the Lombardi Trophy a couple of nights ago. And then last night he wins the Outland Trophy. It's best lineman in college football.
It's back-to-back years, huh?
Back-to-back years, yep.
Sorry about that, SEC. That's back-to-backers.
Back-to-backers, yeah. T'Vondre Sweat, I guess, won it as a member of the Big 12.
But that's right. Oh, he was just on the team. But we're in that other league.
You're in that other Your Mark league.
Yes.
Thank God we're not in that anymore. But, T-Sweat won it last year. Kelvin Banks wins it this year. Texas only the third program in college football history to have back-to-back Outland Trophy winners, and the first in more than 40 years, Buck.
Wow.
So, look, I think we touched on this yesterday. You and I have talked about this a lot since the dawn of Texas Sports Unfiltered last year. Like, the turnaround of the Texas football program has a lot to do with the fact that they've been able to turn around the lines of scrimmage. And it ain't no coincidence that Texas's best 2 seasons in a long time have come because they've had the Outland Trophy winner on the offensive and defensive.
Yeah, thus our conversation yesterday about what they have to do on this defensive line. Well, on both lines of scrimmages still. But I'm pretty confident that the kid that came in for Banks is going to be a stud too. I mean, he's just going to get better and better. He's such a young guy, and he's got all kinds of ability. I know everybody would have loved Kelvin Banks had been playing last week, but that kid was still good. Again, he was good. He was as good as most playing out there in that kind of, and against that type of team, that kind of competition. He's going to be a special player too. I think there's nothing but great things to come from him.
Yeah,
but they got to get more of them. Hey, but by the way, they need more of them.
Yeah, well, they've been recruiting well on the offensive and defensive lines, and Texas might lose 4 or 5 starters on the offensive line when this year comes to an end. So It's going to be a new look up front in 2025, but I'm confident that Sark and Kyle Flood and company are going to do what needs to be done to make sure that O-line is still one of the best in the country.
Yeah, I think they're going to be good at guard. They're going to be fine. They'll be good at the one tackle spot. The position at center is going to be huge. Who slides in there? Who is your next center? Because you've had a 6-year center. I mean, you had a guy who's there for, I guess, 6, but seems like 8. I mean, it seems like he's been here forever. So, I mean, and he's done a great job, and they've always been trying to replace him. We need a bigger body, but they've never found anybody that could replace that dude. So you get a guy who's in there as a 6-year senior, that's incredible.
It is. Yeah, it is.
Wasn't the biggest, wasn't the
year
strongest.
For Jake Majors.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Here's some sound from Kelvin Banks, too, last night. He was interviewed after taking home the Outland Trophy. He talked about that and also gave a little bit of an injury update towards the end.
It just represents what, like you said, what I've been through since I've been in college, and just all the hard work me and my teammates have put in on the field. And Coach Sark says it best all the time: team success brings individual success. So I really only could just thank the people who supported me and my teammates for always pushing me to be better for myself. Oh yeah, I'm feeling good. I'm healing up, so I'll be ready to go.
Okay, when? If he says he's ready to go, then I expect by next week he's ready to go.
Yeah, that's what he was talking about. He was talking about the Clemson game 8 days from now.
Good.
Yeah. Look, Trevor Goosby's good, and like you said, excited about his future. But
absolutely, but his future is the future.
Yeah, Kelvin Banks is a first-team All-SEC. He's a first-team All-American. He's the Lombardi Award winner, the Outland Trophy winner.
First top 10 pick in the draft.
Yeah, top 10 pick in the draft in April. Like, that's it. He's the best player on the team. Like, he is the best overall player on the Texas football team. So you would like to have your best player when you are playing in the playoff.
No doubt.
That's why they pay us the big bucks for takes like that one, Coach.
Yeah, that's not a tough one. But you know what? There are a lot of good players on this football team. You know, whether the SEC knows it or not, there's a lot.
Yeah, that was another weird thing that made the SEC coaches look bad. Georgia's Jalen Walker took home the Butkus Award for the best linebacker in the country. That guy was also not on the first team All-SEC defense.
Which tells me, once again, that these guys don't even watch. They don't see the games. They may see one highlight of a guy and say, oh, he's not as good as that other guy over there. They don't. If they're not playing them, that means nobody's showing them film. They're not. You know, like Makovic used to set me up to do the Monday show with Ed Clemens. He goes, I want you. He goes, I don't want to do this damn thing. Will you talk to Ed for 5 minutes? Because that's he's only give you 5 minutes, maybe 3. But will you do this? And all that. It wasn't like that. The player last night who said, no, coach, I'm not doing that. It was like, hell yeah, I'll do it. You know, they don't watch. They're not watching other players.
Well, that's the thing. Like, that's, you know, the SEC, there's so many teams now. It's an 8-game conference slate. There are 16 teams in the conference. So that means what? There are 7 teams every year that you're not going to play. Yeah. And like, I don't, you don't watch film on those teams, right?
No,
like,
you're not spending your time watching individual players so you can vote for them.
No, like Kalen DeBoer is not watching Texas film this year. Hugh Freeze at Auburn's not watching Texas film this year. Like,
but if you're if you're a slappy on that dude's staff, he can get you to watch it though and say, I need you to pick these guys for the team. I'm going to come to you when it comes to this guy. Now he'll know, the head coach will know some of the names and understand how good they are, but he can pick a slappy coach on his staff to do that stuff for him. So it makes it look like he knows something at least.
Well, it's all anonymous. So I just don't think the coaches care. Like they've got a million other things to deal with every day. Sure. Like they probably they get emailed the All-SEC poll, or some assistant walks it into their office and says, you got to fill this out. And they're probably just like, I've heard of this guy. I've heard of this guy. This guy's on my team. I've heard of that guy.
Right. This is my guy. I know he's good. Let me check this. And then what he should be doing is handing it over to you as the assistant coach and saying, you put these guys in. I'm not going to take this chance. Don't make me look like an idiot. Yeah, because most of them look like idiots when these guys aren't making it. When Michael Taft's not on any of your 3 teams, and he's one of the best in the nation or best in your conference, and you don't put him on anything, you look kind of silly as a coach getting a vote for that.
Agreed. Agreed. So congrats to everybody who won awards. The Player of the Year awards were split. So the Walter Camp Player of the Year award went to Travis Hunter. The Maxwell Award went to Ashton Genty. The Heisman Trophy, of course, is announced tomorrow. I think we all expect that to go to Travis Hunter to kind of break the tie there. Davey O'Brien Award, we won't do the whole list, but Cam Ward from Miami won the Davey O'Brien Award for the best QB in the country. And then the Coach of the Year award went to Kurt Cignetti at Indiana.
Kirk Ferentz.
No, Kirk. That guy's not winning any Coach of the Year awards anytime soon. If it's defensive coaching, then he might win that shit every year.
Wow.
But if it has anything to do with offense, which I think the head coach has something to do with the offense as well, that guy's not going to sniff that.
No, they don't score any points.
No, they don't. So there you go. There's the awards recap from last night. Congrats to Jahdae Barron. Congrats to Kelvin Banks. Well-deserved accolades for those two young men for the tremendous seasons that they have put together. All right, Coach, before we got some transfer portal news, some great news for Texas yesterday, a player who announced he's coming back. Also, a few guys who have visited Austin over the last couple of days that we need to tell the people about. But before any of that, how about some sponsor shout-outs?
Say hello to our friends over at Sue Patrick. You know, they got the incredible selection of Texas Longhorn apparel, collectibles, accessories. They've got a lot of Texas-themed items for the holiday. There you go. There's your cap right there. But they've got all those Texas-themed items. So get on over to 5222 Burnett Road and get all of that for the holiday season. $49, anything over that, online, free deliveries, free curbside pickup, of course. But do drop by the store. Go by and see it for yourself because it's unbelievable. You go in, if you walk in that store, you're not walking out with nothing. You're not going in there and say, oh, I'll see you next time. Believe me, you're going to go in and you're going to bring out some Texas-themed items. And whether it's luggage, books, all the accessories. I mean, if you're still, obviously the tailgating is still going to go on in December. Tailgating in December here. How about that? All your tailgating needs, they've got it all. All the long sleeve apparel is out there right now, hoodies, jackets. How about the leather sweater that they had over there, BK? I saw that yesterday when I was over yesterday. You know, Jay showed me the old leather sweater. We were talking about Ricky's the leather jacket, but they got the old-fashioned leather sweater that he said the ladies love that. The old sweater, they've got that in all shapes and sizes just for you. Go to SuePatrick.com for more information. As I said, plenty of parking over at 5222 Burnett Road also.
Yeah, got this hat there yesterday. Love this hat. New look from Sue Patrick.
Get your volleyball. Get ready for your volleyball gear. Ready for your volleyball hats.
Big match today for the Texas volleyball team. We'll talk about that a little bit later, but best of luck to them. Shout out to Sue Patrick. Also, shout out to CentexTickets.com. Hey, we're 8 days away from the first ever college football playoff game here in Austin, Texas, USA, America. If you want to be at DKR when the Longhorns play host to Clemson, only one place you need to go to get your tickets. That is CentexTickets.com. Make sure you use the promo code CENTEX10. That's exclusive to TSU listeners. Type in CENTEX10 at checkout. You're going to get 10% off your purchase of any tickets, not just Texas Clemson tickets, any event that you want to go to around town or around the country. They've got seats for you online right now at CENTEXTickets.com.
Absolutely.
And a shout out to our great friends out at Covert Bee Cave as well. You know what? Don't just take our word for Covert Bee Cave. We'll let you hear from Covert Bee Cave right now.
It's really a family experience. You know, I walked in the showroom today and everybody greeted me by name. How are you doing? What's going on? How's everything going?
From a price standpoint, from a customer service perspective, just conversation when you come in, it feels no pressure. I want to buy cars here.
The family buying car experience, one of the best that you will ever have.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Thank you to the Covert family. And tomorrow we'll be at, Blue Santa tomorrow. We're back. Blue Santa's here for the 100th year or whatever. I mean, it's crazy, this deal that's gone on. I've been a part of Blue Santa ever since I came to Austin, Texas. And thank goodness I get a chance to still be a part of it. Lucky enough to be around and lucky enough to be around the people. Going to be there with you tomorrow morning. It's delivery day, folks, tomorrow for Blue Santa.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, hope to see all of you people out at Operation Blue Santa Delivery Day. They've got 4 pickup locations, so we'll be at the main warehouse 4101 South Industrial Drive. If you've done Blue Santa before, this is the same spot where it's at every year. But in an effort to make this as convenient as possible for folks all around Central Texas, they've got a few different locations this year. One at the Domain, one on Springdale out east, one on Ralph Alblanado Drive. They are all over the place. Just go to their website, bluesanta.org, to find the location near you. But, it's a really cool thing that the Austin Police Department does and has done for a long time. And tomorrow is delivery day. So if you just drive up with your car, they'll load up your car or truck with a bunch of toys, and you get to deliver them around the city, and you get to make a kid's holiday dreams come true.
It does. It's something really, really special. And for all the volunteers and folks, they still can use you come by there, bring your truck, bring your car, and bring your kids, because there's nothing better than kids giving kids gifts during the holiday season. And they do such a good job. I'm used to seeing, now I see the kids that now bring their families. That's how long I've been doing it. Seeing them, the kids that were kids in the backseat with mom and dad, now are grown-ups and have their own kids that are coming and doing the same exact thing. It's just a tradition for a lot of folks. So I'm so excited about being there. We'll do our show there for an hour tomorrow, but we'll be a part of shaking hands and kissing babies and saying hello to folks, So please show up if you can. Even if you just come through the line and say hello to us, that's fine. But it's a great thing that Central Texas has done for so many years in the police department. Now they have hopefully we'll get to see the new chief. I know you had a good opportunity to the interim chief last year to shake her hand and for her to put that big paw in and almost break your fingers. I wouldn't be looking forward. Hopefully she's around, because I would like to get a hug from her. You know what I mean? What's a hug like from her if that handshake is like it was last year?
I was going to say, my right hand still hurts from that handshake 364 days ago.
Wow.
If you get a hug, dude, she might break you in half. She's so strong.
Wow.
I ain't messing with former interim chief Robin Henderson, who's still on staff with Austin PD.
So, maybe we'll see her tomorrow. That's awesome.
Yeah, I bet we will. I ain't shaking her hand again.
I'm going to make sure she comes over and gives you a high five and breaks your shoulder, takes your shoulder out of the socket.
I'm going to be like, we already know each other. We don't need to shake hands.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, I remember what that's like. I don't need to go through that pain again. Man, but we're excited to be a small part of what they've got going on tomorrow. And we encourage all of you people out there, if you're looking for something to do tomorrow and you're looking to make a difference in the community, Operation Blue Santa Delivery Day, a great tradition that we've got here in Austin. And Buck's been doing it for a long time. I've been honored to get to do it for a few years now. And we're lucky that Texas Sports Unfiltered is the group that gets to broadcast live out there. So it should be fun conversations.
I was at the White Mall yesterday. Barton Creek. I was at the White Mall, yes. I went into J.C. Penney's. I was trying to get some I do the sneaky thing. I find these optometrists, if my sunglasses are a little off, they'll go in. And I say, I've been coming for years, and they'll take it and they'll fix up your glasses and get the arms all right on them and everything. So I came out of the mall, and I gave away a pair of my socks to a dude that was on the corner there. And I was driving down through the mall, out of the mall, and I said, hey, listen, he goes, oh, man, I need those socks. I said, hey, inside is a $5 bill. And he goes, are you effing shitting me? And that's what he screams it out so loud. I'm like, people are, that guy, he was so happy about the pair of socks, just a pair of socks. He goes, oh, I need these socks so bad. I said, there's a $5 bill in there too. And he goes, you got to be effing kidding me. And I was thinking, dude, see, that's what I want. I don't want to be hugging you. I'd rather just give you the socks and the $5. And now if it's life or death and I have to hug during the holiday season, I'll give out a hug. I'm not giving out hugs to the homeless just for the hell of it. No. Not just out of the kindness of my heart. If there's a serious problem, say you're about to pass out or faint, or stroke or a heart attack, I'll do that. It's got to be life or death situations for me to hug the homeless right now.
That's not true. You once shared a story on this show where a homeless lady is like, I'm about to die. The only way I can live is if you give me a hug. And you told her to F off.
I didn't tell that dirty little homeless girl to F off. I just said, hey, I don't do hugs. I just told her that. I said, I'll buy you lunch. And she goes, do I look like I need money? And I looked at her dirty face and I'm like, yes. How about this? Real quick. Yes, you do.
Now you're dunking on the dead, and this woman died because you didn't
She
hug
was
her, and now you're dunking on her in the
She was
afterlife?
probably 21 years old, 18. Hell, told me she was 16. But yeah, I mean, she was very young. And then she goes, "Do you look like?" Yeah. I said, "No, show me the Cadillac that you're going to go jump into and ride off into the sunset, filthy little girl." I should have said, "Hey, wash your face before." I'm still not hugging. No, I'm not doing hugs.
Congratulations,
Hey,
murderer.
let's knuckle up. You want a little knuckle there? Here you go.
Well, dap.
But hey, if it's life or death, I may even go through. No, I'm not doing mouth to mouth. There's other ways. To save someone now. You don't have to put your mouth on another mouth. You know, I did that.
What is
My
this?
story.
Are you
I did
putting her
that.
mouth? Hold on. What is this? You're putting her mouth on something else? What are you doing?
I'm not. No, it's the pumping. You know.
Oh, you're pumping her.
Yes. I'm doing that. I'm making sure that I'm pumping that heart, keeping that rhythm going. But no, I'm not doing. I did a mouth to hand deal when I was in Boston as a football player, getting off a trolley stop. A guy got off the stop and right by Boston College, Cleveland Circle, got off, was swaying around and went down. And he went down, BK, and I went over. He went down and peed all over himself. And so when I went over, I think he was having a heart attack, and he was going, and I'm like, and his stuff was coming out of the side of his mouth. And I'm like, that's coming off of being a lifeguard at the Puerto Rican pool. So I know I needed to put my mouth, and I'm like, I'm not doing that. I'm not putting my mouth on this dude's mouth. So I did the cup with my finger where my breath was going into his mouth, but I couldn't do the mouth to mouth.
Oh,
I'm sorry. I couldn't. Dude, stuff was coming out of his mouth.
did he live?
Yeah, he got it. By the way, that his wife eventually got in touch with me as a player at Boston College, got in touch with me and thanked me for saving her husband's life.
Yeah, you did your job then. Like,
yeah, but
good
that's not the proper way to do that.
No, but
you're not going to get enough. You're not going to get. You can't funnel and keep that seal tight enough to do that. But I just got enough air into him that he got up. He sat up. The ambulance came. His wife ended up getting him at the hospital. They got my name. And that dude, he peed. He hit the ground and just started peeing on himself. And I was like, oh. And then the stuff oozed out of the side. And I was like, you know what you're supposed to do, right? You're supposed to wipe that away and put your mouth on his mouth. That was when you did it that way. And I was like, oh, that's gross.
What were you worried about? Like someone was going to take a picture and accuse you of being gay for Frenching another dude? Like,
dude, no, it's just the thought of that stuff that comes out of Louis's mouth. Just me putting that on my dog. That was gross.
About this comment from our guy Tanner, Puerto Rican pool, white mall. This is getting problematic.
No, it just is what it was. So I'm telling you that. That's the little kid that I left at the bottom of the pool, but I'm on my way out of the Puerto Rican pool. And I'm like, why is that kid at the bottom of the pool? He shouldn't be down at the deep end.
Yeah, you didn't jump in because you were wearing nice jeans, so you let the kid die in there.
The kid never died. Got down there, took my shoes off, my nice Converse, took my brand new jeans off, and sitting there in my underwear, jumped in, pulled the kid out, did all the right things, yelled at his mom and said, what is his little ass doing down here anyway? Are you watching your kid? I'm not a babysitter. As a matter of fact, I'm off duty now. I'm trying to get out of here.
And then did you French the kid, or did you go, a texter says hands only CPR?
I did hands only CPR with that kid then. And he just started puking up, I don't know, his last meal, tacos or whatever the hell he had that morning. But I yelled at his mom. I ripped his mom. I'm like, I got to take my clothes off. I said, I'm off duty now. I'm not supposed to be saving people when you're off duty. Yeah, God help you if you're around me and I'm off duty. You got no chance.
Yeah, I got different things to do. I'm off the clock.
I'm off the clock for saving people. But yes, that deal down at trolley stop, and it was hot too that day. And that slobber was, and I knew that, you know what? I'm not going to get a good seal with my hand cupped over this guy's mouth. It should be my lips on his lips.
Good for you.
Calling me a racist? What's wrong with you people? I say people of all color. What is? I don't understand that.
That's great. No, that's awesome, man. You stepping up to the plate in a situation where a lot of people would shy away. That is another testament to the character you've always had. So
Well, I'll just say
good
this:
stuff.
people have come to my rescue. You, my son, when I got Russian amnesia or whatever that stuff, you guys were here for me, and that's what you're supposed to do, man. If somebody's in need, you got to go help them. You have to. But the mouth to mouth thing, I think that's over with, right? It's all about the pump, right?
Yeah, I ain't giving you mouth to mouth, and I ain't pumping you either. Sorry, I don't swing that way, dude. At times I wonder why people listen to us, and then at times I wonder why people don't listen to us. And I'm not sure which one is today. But
we'll see you at Blue Santa, where I'm excited about being at Blue Santa.
Yeah, that all started by saying we're volunteering at Blue Santa tomorrow, and hope to see all of you people volunteering.
Now we're hoping people die. They're going to die because we're not going to help them. If their kid falls in the pool, I'm not going in. I'm just going to take a long pole and stick it down there and say, grab a hole. Oh, man.
Amazing.
Love those days.
God bless. All right. See y'all tomorrow. But hey, back to some Texas football, some transfer portal news, Buck. So we'll start with some very good news for Texas football. Yesterday, we talked about defensive tackle Sydir Mitchell planning on entering the transfer portal, right? There were a couple of reports out there that said he was planning on entering, and we did mention that he hadn't officially entered it yet. But there were 3 or 4 sources saying that was, once again, the plan was for Sydir Mitchell to put his name in the portal. And Steve Sarkisian pretty much from day one has said, once you enter the portal, there's no space for you here. Like, you make that decision. You can consider it all you want, and we'll take you back. But once you actually put your name in there, then, hey, thanks, but we'll see you later.
Yes.
Well, apparently, Sydir Mitchell never put his name in the portal. And yesterday it came out that he is actually staying at Texas.
Awesome. That's great news.
Yeah. When we thought Mitchell was leaving, Texas only had 2 scholarship defensive linemen set to return for 2025. Now the number's 3, so they still obviously need more, but that's one less guy that they have to replace on the D line.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably a guy who said, you know what, this D line, these guys are going places, and we're being coached up pretty well here. Why am I going somewhere else and having to make a name for myself? I'll be just fine right here.
That's well said, right? I mean, Kenny Baker did a great job this season, and Texas as its staff has done a really good job developing defensive line talent over the last couple of seasons. So why not? I mean, you've seen what T. Sweat and Byron Murphy and Alfred Collins and Vernon Broughton and all those guys have done over the last 2 seasons here at Texas. Why not be next in line?
Yeah, the next guy who's going to get some love is whoever's coaching those outside backers, those defensive ends. That's going to be next because, I mean, Barron Sorrell had a great year. Ethan Burke, I mean, Ethan's going to get bigger, stronger next year, and he'll be a force. Once he gets going with that change of directions where he goes upfield and then cuts back underneath, he's going to be something else. And I expect that those guys who are just starting to develop will continue to develop, going into the, winter workouts, spring ball, and into next year. So the development for whoever's coaching that position is going to be pretty good too. And look at what the freshman did. I mean, Simmons, look at how, I mean, I know he's a natural, but I mean, part of that is coaching too. So, I mean, those guys are doing a fantastic job too. And I don't, who is the coach for that? That's not, now the defensive coordinator that's not his position, is it? I know he coordinates everything. I got that, folks. I've always known that part of it, but is that his specific position?
Well, I think it's in part Kenny Baker, but it's also in part Johnny Nansen, who's the linebackers coach. I think those 2 guys and Pete Kwiatkowski all sort of work with the edge players.
That's awesome.
I think they all deserve credit. And, 2 of those guys are obviously in year 1 with Johnny Nansen coming over as the former defensive coordinator at Arizona. He actually took kind of a downgrade in title. He's the co-DC here, but he was the DC and the play caller at Arizona. He left that gig to come to Texas and be the co-DC for PK.
Yes.
And he's also the linebackers coach as well. He's doing a tremendous job. And Kenny Baker, obviously, in his first season on the 40 acres, doing a great job as well.
Yeah.
So,
And BK, the kid that came from UTSA, it took him a while to get to this level of play. He wasn't playing the teams that Texas has been playing. And you could see that, where guys would lock up on him and he wasn't going anywhere. And that guy's a full-out monster right now. He is. I mean, he's pretty good against the run, but he's been getting some individual play against tackles. You know, he's not as big as some of these guys, but he really has played well at the latter part of the season. About the last 4 or 5 games, he's very noticeable on the field.
You're right. And then there were a lot of Texas fans who were wondering why Trey Moore was getting the amount of snaps he was, because just the production.
I was wondering. I was one of those guys. I was wondering why that guy's on the field.
Yeah, the production just wasn't lining up with the snap count. But Steve Sarkisian got asked about it a bunch. And every time Sark was asked about it, he's like, you guys just don't see it. Like, even though he's not showing up in the box score, he's still doing things to make our defense better.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, that's coach speak. Sark's the ultimate players coach. He's always going to have his guys back. But there were people wondering, like, is this just NIL? Like, they paid Trey Moore a bunch of money to come here, so they feel like they have to play him, or they promised him all of this playing time. But you're right. Over the last, 5-6 games, he has looked like one of the top transfer portal players in the country, the guy Texas thought they were going to get.
Yeah, getting tipping balls, beating guys, playing good against the run, not letting guys get outside. You know, I mean, he's making some things. He's making some good individual moves that early in the season, like I said, he would lock on to a tackle, and they wouldn't be great tackles. I mean, teams like Mississippi State, but he would lock on. He couldn't get off. And I think that's the level of play. But those guys have really coached him well, that he got to be really good at the end of the season. I expect him to continue to play well too.
And I think he's going to come back too. Like, he could go pro after this year. Yeah, he could go pro after this year. But from what I've heard kind of behind the scenes is like Trey Moore is leaning to returning to Austin for one more year.
That would be good for him.
Oh, this is naive, right? This is a naive comment by me because I don't know what the other 133 FBS rosters look like going into next season. But I think Texas is going to have the best edge room in the country next year.
That's awesome, because they need to continue to do that.
Yeah, they lose one person. Now, it's Barron Sorrell, who's been great. Like, we're going to miss him. But
he made a great decision on coming back, too.
Yeah, he did. He's a guy who made himself some money by coming back for this season. But everybody else is returning. And, Colin Simmons is going into his second year. And you've got a couple of other stud freshmen coming in this season. And, of course, Ethan Burke and Colton Vasek and Trey Moore. And who am I missing? One or two guys, I'm sure. Like, you've got a lot of guys who have made impacts this year who you would think are only going to get better next year. So those guys are going to be really important because we're not sure what the interior of the D-line is going to look like. Obviously, that's an important position of need for Sark and company to address in the transfer portal. The Sadir Mitchell news helps, but even with him coming back, like, we're talking about a redshirt freshman who appeared in 6 games this year and didn't play a whole lot when he did appear in those games.
Right.
So,
yeah,
like, we wouldn't be that excited about Sadir Mitchell returning if there were a bunch of other D linemen returning.
And obviously, he's a big body too. He's got if he's in the interior where those guys play, he's a 280, almost a 300-pounder, or maybe even more. Those are the guys they need. They need the run stuffers inside again.
Brother, let me confirm this on the Texas website because what I'm seeing, yep, this is confirmed. Sadir Mitchell is 6'6", 350.
Three what? Did you say 350? Okay, then he's 387.
You're giving him the T-Sweat treatment?
Yeah, they have a way of underselling size, I've noticed there. And that's okay, as long as they can play.
I was going to say, if this guy is half as good as T-Sweat was, then he could be 480. I don't give a shit.
I saw T-Sweat play 2 weeks ago. Oh, my God. That guy is just – I mean, that level of football, you're thinking it's going to take him some time to get going. He's too big not to get going. He can't go anywhere. He is where he is. You can't move him still.
No, he's awesome. And I got to see him when the Titans played in Houston a few weeks ago, and he had a sack in that game.
Has he lost any weight?
Of course, he did the big belly celebration, and I stood up with like a bunch of Texans fans, and I started doing the big belly celebration, and everyone's like, "Who are you rooting for? What is going on here?"
Wow.
But yeah.
Have the pros, have they slimmed him down any in the pros?
Sure doesn't look like it. He's still a big boy, but that's why they drafted him. Like they knew Texas was lying about his weight. I mean, we all found out at the combine. You can't fudge those numbers.
No.
So we all knew how big T-Sweat was, and Tennessee with a top 40 draft pick is like, yeah, we want that big boy.
Give me 3 more just like that.
Yeah, hell yeah. So he's been having a very good rookie year for the Titans.
So good stuff for the portal. What about our guy Quinn Ewers, and is he on his way out? Is he on his way in? What is the story here?
That's an hour 2 story because we have more portal news to get to.
Wow.
Because Texas has hosted. So none of these guys have committed to Texas or anything, but Texas has hosted a couple of players over the last couple of days that I think are worth talking about. There are a couple of Purdue Boilermakers who have been on campus the last few days. Yeah, not Hudson Card. We're not trying to scare anybody today.
Okay.
Although Hudson Card might be coming back to Austin because his college career, I think, is done. But a tight end by the name of Max Collier was on campus yesterday.
We're not getting any from Alabama this year?
Well, this guy's the number 1 ranked transfer tight end in the country. He's 6'4", 240. How about these? Think about how bad Purdue was. They just fired their coach after 2 years. I think they won 1 game this year. And they lost, it felt like the other 11 games by like 40 to 50 points each. They were non-competitive this year. They had a tight end, put up 51 catches, 685 yards, and 4 touchdowns as a sophomore.
Wow.
That's the guy who was here yesterday. And, of course, Gunnar Helm is off to the pros following this year. So, yeah, Max Collier, we'd love to have you here, bud.
No kidding.
And Texas has Amari Nyblack coming back. They've got, Jordan Washington and Spencer Shannon. And there are other tight ends here, but none who have put up the production in college that Max Collier has put up.
50-some catches as a sophomore?
Yeah, for that team. They were
terrible. He had all the catches on the team.
That was the worst team in Power 4 this year. Like, by far, the worst team in Power 4 college football. I think Florida State would have beaten those guys by 2 touchdowns.
Man.
That's saying something. So he was here yesterday. A Purdue defensive tackle by the name of Cole Brevard was also here. Honorable mention All Big Ten, the highest grade Purdue defensive lineman this season. Spent 3 years there. Not great numbers. He's just a big body space eater, D tackle. He'd be one of those depth guys, I think, more than anything. He visited SMU yesterday, and I think he's here in Austin today.
Yeah, you know me. I'm looking to see who's leaving, who's decided to leave Roll Tide or some of those groups. Anybody leaving South Carolina that's had enough of that place? That's what I'm looking at.
Yeah.
Those teams that were not in the 12-game playoff but got close in the SEC, they all should have got in according to the SEC. But there are some that just didn't quite make the 12-team lineup,
Right. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's like if you can get guys like Isaiah Bond from Alabama, you take them. But Texas has passed the days of Jaleel Billingsley and guys like that. Towards like, Texas at the start of the Sark era was just like, we need bodies and we'll take chances on guys who they might be good. They started at a place like Alabama, so we know there's potential there. So let's see if we can figure it out. Now it's like, Texas might turn down Micah Hudson this year, the 5-star receiver from Tech, who was like a top 20 player in the nation last year. Texas might be like, we just don't have a spot for you, dude. Sorry.
Yeah, those some of those dudes at Oklahoma that are bailing out, they may not even make the cut for Texas, except for that one guy. Let him make the cut if he wants to come.
Which guy, Farouk or Anderson?
Farouk, the guy who makes everybody miss.
Yeah, he did in that Cotton Bowl game 2 years ago. That's for sure. I don't know if I could
guys
ever
like that.
Those
Those kind of possession guys that can make you miss. Those are hard to come by. But they're a bunch. Whatever it is at wide receivers, Texas is going to have the best of the best want to come here anyway.
I don't want Jaleel Farouk. I don't want that guy.
Because you don't want to see him out there no matter what. It'll be hard for you to root for him.
I can't root for that guy after what he did to Texas last year. Can't do it. Sorry, Jaleel. Not a shot at your talent. You're a talented player, but you ripped my heart out and a lot of our hearts out last October.
Oh, man.
Thanks, but no thanks. And I said this before, like I can't respect anybody who transfers to a rival. Even Texas has had guys from A&M and OU transfer here in the past, and it's like, hey, cool, happy you're on our team, but like I'll never truly respect you if you do something like that.
Well, I think there's a difference if you're recruited by that school, if you go to another school, a rival, but you really were recruited hard by the other school and you decided after a year or so, no, that doesn't work for you. That would work for me. You do have some, there's still something for that other school that you went to visit, if that was a part of your visit plan. Now, if you take someone a rival just out of the blue because they're a rival, I don't like that part of it.
Hey, look, I won't. I'm not gonna boo Jaleel Farouk if he comes to Texas, but it's like I won't respect him.
You're gonna throw a water ball at him?
No, I'll root for him because I root for Texas. But like, I'll never respect the man Jaleel Farouk if he comes to Texas,
and he doesn't give a shit whether you do or not.
Nor should he.
That's right.
That's just my stance. Like you could trans. You know how many other schools you could transfer to that's not your biggest rival? Like Brendan Thompson transferred from Texas to Oklahoma. Oh, he's another OU receiver who's in the portal, by the way. He entered yesterday.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we know we won't see him back.
It's like that. All right, go over there, man. Congrats, OU's. Well, they were at one point a great team, but hey, good for you. But screw you. I don't respect you because you transferred from Texas to Oklahoma. Like that's just how I operate. He shouldn't care. None of these guys should care what I think, but that's the way I do think.
There you go. That's the way you do business.
Yeah. One more. This one I think you'll like, Buck, and we have a couple of YouTube commenters already mentioning this. Excuse me. Texas also hosted a punter yesterday. Guy by the name of Jack Bowmeister. He's been at Utah the last couple of seasons. He's been an all-conference punter the last 2 seasons. Averaged 44.7 yards per boot in 2024. The Texas punter, Michael Kern, 39.9 yards per punt. You look at some of the other stats, the inside 20-yard line percentage for Bowmeister was 38%. For Kern, it was 22%. And then the hang time is about a half second better on Bowmeister's boots than on Kern's boots. So you talked about it earlier this week. You were thinking Texas should be in the market for a transfer portal punter. Remember they had one last year? He was very good. They went with the recruit route this year with the true freshman Michael Kern. It has not been very good.
Yeah. I'm not giving. I mean, if a dude wants to come here, transfer portal comes, that's fine. Let him compete with him. But I'm also going to give my true freshman, an opportunity to get a little bit stronger a year later. What is he going to be like by the springtime? And another year in the strength and conditioning program. I expect for 39 to be 42 should be okay. I mean, so I'm not as worried about that position as I really thought, because I got it. That's a true freshman, just like every other position. BK, 1 year into the system, 1 year into strength and conditioning, nutrition, and everything. That should change. Where I'd really be worried about him if he was a sophomore or junior punter, and that's all you could get out of him.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm with you on that.
But you're going to have somebody, if you can get somebody to come here and compete with him, and he doesn't get to be that, all those things that you wish he would be in his sophomore year, then see ya. I'm ready. I'd be ready to move on. And so would the coaches. They'll move on. If this guy comes here and he's banging 43, 44s, and the other guy has gone from 39 to 40, it's going to be, okay, we're going to play the best. Sorry, you're just a punter, okay?
Yeah, Casey Studdard taught me how I'm supposed to feel towards punters and kickers.
Oh, you're about no feelings.
Yeah, they're not real people. I don't care about them. So, yeah, look, I want Texas to upgrade at punter. Like, I'd like to think Michael Kern could take a big step in year 2, but he hasn't really gotten better over the course of the season. And I am far from a punting expert, but I don't know how much like one off season can really help you improve as a punter. So to have like a known guy when you're going to be competing for a championship, like we all expect Texas to a year from now, that's ideal. That's ideal because Texas is not getting enough of an advantage with special teams this year, and the punt game is a big part of that. So,
well, if you feel that way about the punter, what do you feel about the kicker? I mean, are you a constant lookout for a transfer kicker that was maybe very similar to what you have in this guy, but maybe a stronger leg that you would almost start all over if there was a competition and it was that close?
You have to have I'd be having a competition right now before the Clemson game. Like Will Stone, who's the kickoff specialist, he actually posted on his Instagram like him just practicing kicking field goals. And he looked good. Now it's practice. Talking about practice, man.
We're talking about practice here.
But it's like I would consider a change right now. So if you're asking me in the offseason, yeah, if you can upgrade from shit show Bert, yeah. Sorry, Bert, I don't trust you anymore. Nobody trusts you anymore. You were great for 2 years. Now it's come apart this year.
Yeah, I mean, Yeah, he's got to be back to consistent. Can you give me 42 to 45, and after that we'll make a decision? But as you said, anything over 40 is not good. So yeah, I mean, but you don't go out. You scholarship a guy for that position. I mean, you scholarship a guy. He has to be really good. I mean, he's had to miss 3 for the entire year if you're going to give a guy a scholarship, and you already got a guy on scholarship as a kicker.
Well, Texas has kind of become KU, not Kansas, but kicker U over the.
It has.
Phil Dawson and Justin Tucker and Cameron Dicker, and I mean, it's just kicker has not been a problem here. Even the guys who didn't go on to have long NFL careers have been pretty damn good. Anthony Farrow was here for a couple of years. Like that hasn't been a problem much for Texas. And Bert Auburn the last 2 years wasn't a problem, but you can't.
Now he's become a problem.
Yeah, it's like I think Texas had too many 4th and longs against Georgia, so we don't know what Sark's plan would have been if Texas had 4th and shorts on those field goals that Auburn missed in the SEC title game. But like I said it, if you've got a 4th and 5 or shorter on a field goal that would be beyond 40 yards, I'm leaving the offense on the field because you can't say take the points because your kicker ain't giving you the points.
Yeah, I yes, definitely transfer portal. Guy wants to make some NIL money for the last year. I'll just tell him, I'll put you in competition with this dude. You can't make promises because you don't know what that other guy's like except for what he's done before. But once you get him there, yeah, he's in competition. Yeah, Bert Auburn right now would be in competition with somebody, I would say.
Yeah, I think so. Like, look, if you bring in a transfer kicker, it's not like Bert Auburn has to go. It's like you got to earn your job. And if Bert Auburn earns the job, then okay. Like he'll start next season as the kicker. But yeah, I mean, there is no Longhorn fan in the world who is confident when Carrot Top rolls out there to kick a field goal right now. And that just
we're so confident last year.
Yeah, the guy set a Big 12 record for most consecutive field goals made. Like, how could you not be? The guy was.
And again, 15 years ago, I was so excited about my 6-7 foot putts, automatic, and now that could be a 3-jack now.
Yeah, I'm not betting on your. If I could have someone celeb shot your putts, I would do that. And same with my putts. So there you go. There's your transfer portal news. 3 guys who have visited or are visiting Texas today. You got a tight end, you've got a defensive tackle, and you've got a punter. Of course, more to come, but that's where Texas is right now.
Yeah, more to come as the playoffs go, and guys are not satisfied with where they are. Even if they're in the playoffs, they lose, they're going to be going, you know what, my chances of playing, I want to go to a better offense or whatever. I think that's where you start picking up some of these wide receivers like they've done before.
Yeah, well, think of these 3 players, right? You've got 2 Purdue Boilermakers, they didn't make a bowl game. And then you've got a guy from Utah, they didn't make a bowl game. So their seasons are all done. So, like, yeah, once some guys who are playing in bowl games are obviously hitting the portal and taking visits. But like you said, the guys from the best teams in the country are probably waiting until.
And there will be some of those.
Yeah, and good players, right? I mean, Texas has obviously had some guys hit the portal, but like the really good players that the Isaiah Bond likes, the A.D. Mitchell likes, those type of guys that you would really want if you're Texas. Those guys, if they're on playoff teams, are not going to leave until the playoffs are done. So there you go. All right. We'll take your thoughts. The Dakota text line is rocking and rolling this morning. 512-222-9328. Of course, the YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter and Twitch live chats are rocking and rolling as well. We appreciate the interaction. We are the most interactive sports talk in all of Central Texas. By the way, there is a listener survey. We've been promoting this for a little bit, but today is the last day you could fill out our TSU listener survey. It's in the YouTube description if you're watching there. If you're listening on the app, you can click on the Explore Our Socials tab on the home screen and click the link, fill out a survey. It's completely anonymous. We just want to make TSU better for all of you. So we'd appreciate the help if you could do that. Thank you very much. All right, Buck, before we get to some other, you asked about Quinn Ewers. We'll talk about the Quinn Ewers rumors, but before that, how about a few sponsor shout-outs?
So our friends at Texas Orthopedics. Focus. You're seeking specialized patient-focused orthopedic care, ankles, elbows, knees, back, the whole works. Contact the experts at Texas Orthopedics. Their physicians offer comprehensive surgical and non-surgical orthopedic care for children and adults, spinal care, sports medicine, trauma care, joint replacement, rheumatology. Dr. Christopher Danny, Dr. Christopher Stockton, who could kick. Now, he could kick it. Dr. Christopher Stockton, for sure. They are dedicated orthopedic surgeons there, and their goal is to get you right back into good health and the great quality of life that you definitely deserve, folks. Texas Orthopedics is the largest independent orthopedic practice in the state of Texas. For more information, go to txortho.com.
Absolutely. Shout out to Texas Orthopedics and Dr. Danny, and also shout out to our friends at McCall Custom Homes. I got to see Mike and his beautiful bride last night. Great people, and they can do great things for your home. If you're ready to renovate or upgrade a bathroom, a bedroom, add a second story to your house, whatever, our friends at McCall Custom Homes can do it for you because they've been doing it for more than 40 years here in Central Texas. Don't believe me? Well, just go to their Facebook page or check out their Instagram. Search McCall Custom Homes, and you can see some of the great works that they've done over the last 4 decades plus. Their attention to detail is immaculate. The quality, the craftsmanship, it's all top notch. And of course, they're great people and they're local as well. Reach out to Mike. He will take care of you. 512-633-9580. It's 512-633-9580. Or you can send him an email, mike@mccallcustomhomes.com. It is McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home.
So to our friends at 34 Wine and Spirits on the Southwest Parkway, having that big party, getting ready for a big party this weekend for Army-Navy game. No better party than that. Party for the military. Call on 34 Wine and Spirits for all of your alcohol needs. And if you're having a big company party, do go by 34 Wine and Spirits. They are a wholesale distributor, and they can deliver everything that you need for your big office party or your big neighborhood party, as a matter of fact. Those guys will deliver out to your home in Travis County. They've been doing a fantastic job. But if you want to go stop by the store, it's right there at the end of the Southwest Parkway, the highway to nowhere, right there on the right-hand side before you hit Mopac. Say hello to the guys over there when you do go by. And it's 34 Wine and Spirits. You'll see those vans out there with number 34 on and the pictures of Ricky Williams.
Yes, indeed. You can get all your Altstat beer there.
Yes, you can.
As well, the best beer that you could find all throughout the great state of Texas. Whatever you have going on this weekend, if you're going to be on the couch watching football these next couple of days, if you're going to holiday parties, if you're going out on the town, it's supposed to be nice and warm this weekend.
Yes.
Like unseasonably warm. So if you're enjoying some of the unseasonable weather that we have here, not sure if that's a word.
It's unseasonable. It's just the weather that we deserve. That's what we want.
It's Austin. No one knows what the hell the weather's going to do here, but we do know that Altstat beer is the best beer that you could find here in Austin and anywhere in the Lone Star State. They have a number of different brews, something for every beer drinker out there. Looking for like a white elephant gift or a little secret Santa gift, a couple of 6-packs of Altstat beer. That'll get the job done right there. Pick it up at 34 Wine and Spirits or wherever you buy your beer. And of course, whatever you're doing, please remember to drink Altstat responsibly. It is the official beer of BK. It should be the official beer of you as well. It's Altstat beer. No impurities, no regrets.
And don't forget to get to HEB and pick up that Olipop, because I just was at HEB at BK's, and boy, they had a display center there, BK, and people were coming by that thing so quick and taking off all the different flavors. This Olipop deal is catching on. People are staying away from the sodas and all the great ingredients in Olipop. I'll have a couple of those today while I play golf. I'm going to play golf on a Friday. That's unusual for me, but it sounds like it's going to be 70 degrees. I'm going to get out there and play today, and I got to have some Olipop because I can't drink soda. I've sworn off of soda for quite a while now. The ice cold Cokes that I like, well, they have a Coke flavored Olipop that's absolutely delicious and the grape. But man, they were coming off the shelves as quick as they put them up. People were coming by with their little carts and packing them inside their carts. And now they're at my favorite Starbucks, so I can pick up. I'll go by there and pick it up before I head out to play golf today. Love the Olipop.
Yep, the game changer of all game changers. If you haven't tried Olipop yet, you are missing out. Stop drinking old soda. This is the soda you need to be drinking. All right, Buck. So we're in silly season. We're not supposed to be in silly season yet, but apparently silly season has come early because we've got all sorts of rumors about the future of the quarterback position at the University of Texas.
Yes.
And you were telling me before the show, you saw an article that said Arch Manning is going to leave Texas and transfer to Ole Miss to be
He'll
the
be playing
Rebel.
in 2025, yes.
Yep. So, like, as soon as this season comes to an end, Arch will put his name in the portal, and he's going to go to where Eli went and be a Rebel next season. So we've already got that. And then we got a tweet last night from NFL Rookie Watch, which classifies itself as Twitter's premier source for NFL rookies. Got 160,000 followers, so they built something up there. And they've got a blue check, but anybody can pay for one of those these days. But they tweeted this out last night, and of course this made the rounds. They said, quote, Quinn Ewers reportedly has a deal on the table from a team in the Big Ten for $4 million to transfer there next season and forego the NFL draft. Ewers is reportedly debating on transferring and staying in college for another season or entering the draft. The Longhorns quarterback is going to get a bag with whatever decision he makes. Ohio State, Penn State, Oregon, USC, and many possibilities could possibly be on the table for the Longhorns quarterback, end quote. So, NFL Rookie Watch saying that Quinn Ewers might not enter the NFL draft. He could be staying in college for another season, and there is a Big Ten school, an anonymous Big Ten school, that has offered $4 million for Quinn to go there.
Yeah, that conference is stupid. They pay a lot for players, so that wouldn't surprise me if they would offer him that much. That doesn't seem like an awful lot of money, the way the money's being spent now in college football and NIL deals. But he doesn't have to leave college, but he's got to leave here, I believe. So that's just the way it is. It's not that they would poo-poo him and say get out, but they would guide him on his way out here. This thing is coming to an end here at the University of Texas. That won't fly here in Austin for another year. Now, if do I think that he could use another year of making some good money before he goes to the NFL and gets his head pounded in because he gets hurt a lot and he's not that great in the pocket and that kind of rush that'll be around him? Yeah, I think he could use another year if he's willing to do that. It's just not here, and I don't think the head coach here, who loves him to death, would do that to his football program, and I don't think Sark would do that to the fans of Texas football. That ship has sailed, I believe.
Yeah,
and it's not a bad thing for either party, I believe.
And that's what the conversation quickly shifted to, right? People saw that tweet and are like, "Oh my God, does that mean he might come back to Texas next season?" Like, the tweet obviously mentioned him transferring, but is there a chance that, if he stays in college, that he wants to stay here in Austin?
Yeah, and he may want to.
There was a minor freak out going on amongst Longhorn Nation because, like, even the big Quinn fans out there, those who are still left, salute to you. I think are ready to see what Arch Manning has, and are ready for kind of a new era and the dawn of a new day for Longhorn football. So I was told this morning, and I also saw a tweet this morning that confirmed what I was told, that report is not true, and Quinn Ewers still has every intention to enter the NFL draft. Now, of course, he hasn't announced it yet, but for people who actually cover Texas and not random Twitter accounts that most people hadn't probably heard of before yesterday, it sounds like Quinn is planning on foregoing his final season of college eligibility and putting his name into the draft.
Yeah, I mean, he's made enough money in NIL over the last couple of years that he's fine for a few years in the NFL. Even if he's a backup quarterback, he's just fine. He's going to be making money. He wasn't poor before he even got into this thing. It's not like he needed the money, but the money's there. And if the money's there, don't be a fool. Don't say forget about it. Don't be like Ricky Williams when he first got out of college and said, I'm going to earn my money, when they're going to give you money. You're going to earn it anyway, but if they're going to give you more than what your value is to start, take it. I mean, but for him, the time has run out here. It's just, you have to move on, and your fan base wants to move on. They want to see what the next – by the way, the guy that's going to be the next up may only be here for a year. What if he has a fabulous year? He's eligible for the draft. It's not all that for Texas fans thinking the next quarterback here is going to be here for 2 or 3 years. That dude could be here for a year and say, you know what? I'm ready for the NFL. I'm one of the top 2 quarterbacks in the nation, and I've only started for a year. I mean, like I said, they used to do it at the University of Miami when the guys come out of junior college, go play at Miami when Miami was Miami, then they'd be gone.
Yeah, look, I've been told on multiple instances that, like, Arch Manning plans on being here for 4 years. So if that's the case, then that means he'd at least give 2 years to Texas as the starting quarterback. But who knows? If he goes out there and balls out and he's going to obviously be like the number one pick in the 2026 NFL draft, then
no matter what your record is, no matter what the record is, what if that guy just balls out? I mean, he's got the ability to say, you know what, it's time for me to go.
Sure.
And so you better be prepared. And for Quinn Ewers, another year to me would be okay. But is he willing to do that and go through all this in a different system and go through that, for $4 million? I would.
It
but
doesn't.
I don't get $4 million. I've never seen it. I've never played to that kind of money. And if I could go somewhere, but I'm not going to go somewhere and jump into a new system if they want me in the pros either. But I like Quinn Ewers. I think he's more than a suitable quarterback. I think he does some things really nicely. But I think there's some deals where he gets hurt. I don't think he's great in the pocket. And the pockets change after this year. As good as Texas offensive line was protecting him at times, he's a guy that I don't think a lot of times can protect himself. So another year, BK, would be fine if you could make that money. I wouldn't blame that kid if he went somewhere and made $4 million. Who's to say? You can't blame a guy for not going to make money. And the pros, NFL's not going anywhere.
No,
it's still going to be there the following year.
You run the risk.
It can't be here.
No, it's not going to be here. If you're Quinn and you stay in college, but you go somewhere else, you run the risk of getting hurt, and you run the risk of just putting out bad film. Like, what's been the knock on Quinn Ewers during his entire Texas career? He's inconsistent. So if he has another inconsistent season and doesn't get any better, doesn't take the step that whoever pays him is hoping he's going to take, then he's going to hurt his draft stock even more than he already has. And like, who are you going to go? Where are you going to go that's better than Steve Sarkisian? Like what offensive system are you going to be playing in that has better talent than Texas and a better offensive mind?
For him to do something like that, it would be about the money.
He ain't going. He's going to get money in the league.
Yeah, but that money that they talk about, $4 million. If they're talking about $4 million, they're talking about more than that in the Big Ten. Somebody's going to get. If it's any of the teams that you think, and not the Boilermakers, the Boilermakers aren't giving up $4 million to that dude.
How much college money does Quinn Ewers need? I mean, we're talking about a guy who made $1 million at Ohio State to play 2 snaps. He's made more at Texas the last couple of years. Hell, that guy's the deputy of Fansville, for Christ's sake. Like, the guy's made plenty of college money. Now the next step is for him to go pro. That's why I was like, I thought these reports. It doesn't surprise me that a college would try to, hey, Quinn, we'll give you a bunch of money if you're willing to.
Right.
Hey, maybe this year hasn't gone the way you thought. You're not in New York for the Heisman ceremony. You might not be you're probably not going to be a top 10 pick in the draft. We'll pay you if you want to try to make all those things happen next year. That doesn't surprise me that a team is trying to woo Quinn to go there, but I'd be stunned if Quinn Ewers is playing college football. I think that'd be a horrible decision for him to make.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's just that could he use another year? He's got to get to the place where he's trying to get to, and that's get into the building with the pros, get to having that professional coaching, get to knowing what it's like to be around a bunch of pros at the line position where you know how to move around in the pocket. You're no better place to get it than to go there and see it every day and feel it every day. You've reached your limit probably when it comes to college, unless you just like to hang around, like to be like BK, just hang around college girls and hang around campus for as long as you possibly can. You and Cam Rising.
I wish, man. I was 4 and done. Don't put Cam Rising on me. Like, I would have loved to have had the 8-9 year run that guy's having, but
in the mind of a coach like Sark, if he knew that he could have Arch Manning sit around and learn another year, he'd probably be like, okay, that's cool. But the time is just now, that rope is getting tighter. You know what I'm saying? It's starting to thin out now where it's going to pop. So that guy has got to play, and you've got to have the other guy just move on, on. Even if he just came into your banging on your door and he said to Sark, I really want to come here and dedicate myself for another year here. The head coach would have to say, I think it's time to move along, Quinn. I mean, that's hard to do when a guy's done what he's done for you for the last couple of years. I mean, it's hard to tell that guy to move on. I mean, you don't want to, but in a way, for your program and for your livelihood, you have to.
That's the thing. You have to. Like, I think most Texas fans love Steve Sarkisian and the job that he's done here in Austin. Right. You talk about, what's the political term? The confidence polls that they send out there,
Sure.
or the success polls or likability polls. I'm not a politics guy, y'all know this, but like if Quinn Ewers is starting quarterback at Texas next year, there's gonna be a lot of Texas fans who are like, I don't trust Sark anymore. Like,
of course they would, yes.
The 2 playoff runs are great. The Big 12 title and getting to the SEC title is great. But like, if this guy keeps hitching his wagon to Quinn Ewers and won't let us see that like arch freaking Manning play quarterback at Texas,
there'll be people that'll say, "Hey, be careful what you wish for." But sometimes it's just time to move on. Forget to be careful what you wish for. You brought that kid here for a reason. We've watched him play. We watched him develop. It's just his time now, you know?
Here's Gabe saying, we saw how that move worked for OU. Tread carefully. Gabe, you tell me, you want Quinn Ewers back as the starting quarterback at Texas next year? Like, look, there's obviously a risk. Because you kind of know what Quinn Ewers is. And we've seen Arch Manning start a couple of games and play in a couple of games, but we don't know what he's going to look like over the course of a 12-game season. But like,
his upside is too good.
We're not talking about Vince Young or Colt McCoy here with Quinn Ewers. Like, he's been great for Texas, and he's got a chance to really cement his legacy with a great next month.
Right.
But we're not talking about like a guy that can't be replaced.
I would agree. Yeah, and the upside of the player who's been waiting and learning the offense and learning from the head coach and watching what it goes on at the University of Texas. It's just his time. And whether he has great success or great failure, it's just that time.
Yeah.
But you know what? There'll be another one that you have to recruit that's right behind him anyway. That doesn't stop.
Oh, they got Trey Owens as a freshman this year. They got KJ Lacey coming in next year's class. So they're going to keep recruiting. They're going to keep recruiting. There's no doubt. And I'm an Arch Manning guy. Like, I'm not one of those guys who's like, I'm a Quinn Ewers guy. I'm an Arch Manning guy too. But I'm not one of those guys who's like, Steve Sarkisian should be implementing a game plan where Arch Manning's a starting quarterback against Clemson next weekend. There are Texas fans who legitimately want that to happen. They want Arch Manning to start against Clemson 1 week from tomorrow. I think that's ridiculous. So I still support Quinn.
I think there should be more plays with him. I thought after they did the first play with him, in the A&M game, I think there should be more plays. But then again, I don't call the plays. I don't do the practices. I don't watch the film and see what they see. That's in my mind, and I think that's in a lot of people's mind. But implementing him as a starter, no, not yet. You can help the team by implementing him in more plays. Sark knows that now. He understands that. That guy's got things that he's going to do. I hope that we see some of those types of things. But I'm not going to give up him as not being the starter next year to have Quinn Ewers come back again. The time has just come,
Yeah. Yeah. That's it. That's I think all
like
that.
Mac Brown in Carolina. Hey, the time has come. It's gone. It's over with.
Well, Texas isn't bringing in like a 70-year-old to play quarterback next year. It's not like we're like, hey, Peyton, come play quarterback next year. That's not what Texas is doing. A little different with UNC bringing in. I guess Bill Belichick is 1 year younger than Mac Brown, so they did go younger. They wanted to go younger, and they succeeded in that quest. But, oh, man. Well,
I'm still wondering how that deal's working out.
We all are. All right. So we'll take your thoughts, but there's the latest rumors with Quinn Ewers and Arch Manning. And once again, silly season isn't supposed to start this early, but we need football back, man. These 2 weeks between a game and another game, it gives people time to come up with crazy shit. And we've got crazy shit.
And I worry about more things with this offensive line because, as you talked this year about the guys that have to go or the guys that could come back, I'm just hoping some of these knuckleheads don't say that, you know what, I had a good year, I need to go instead of coming back for another year on this offensive line. There's a few of those guys that we talked about that have been around a while that may have think that their stuff doesn't smell after seeing what their left tackle did. Maybe I'm good enough to go too. Oh, no, you need another year. That guy doesn't need another year. But there's a couple of you that may need another year that think maybe not so fast, my friend. So those are the things I worry about. I don't worry about the Quinn Ewers coming or going. I think that's all going to take care of itself. I want to make sure that Matthew Golden understands that he could use another year. That's the guy that I need to talk to.
I thought you were talking about the O-line. Like
the O-line,
Cam Williams.
I had to throw him in there.
Yeah. I mean, Cam Williams and DJ Campbell, I think, could greatly benefit from coming back for one more season.
Do you think
Cam
there's
Williams,
any possibility they think the other way?
yeah. I mean, we've seen mock drafts with Cam Williams going in the first round. Of course. We've talked about those. Cam Williams, even though he leads college football in penalties with 15, he's done enough right, and he's got enough size and measurables that somebody out there in NFL circles thinks he could be a first-round pick.
A first-round pick? Wow.
No, I think that's crazy. I have not seen enough good from Cam Williams this year. I think he comes back next year and has a great season. He could be a first-round pick.
Sure.
But if I'm an NFL team, I'm not spending a first-round pick on Cam Williams right now.
Okay.
So same with DJ Campbell.
Those are the guys I worry about. Those are the ones that I'm like, guys, you got to come back for another year.
Yeah, I'd like them to. It's not a shot at them because I want them back. But we'll see. I mean, your center's gone. Your left tackle's gone. Hayden Connor, I think, is a senior, so he's gone as well. So you're losing at least 3 up front.
Yes.
I guess you could lose 5. Technically,
Maybe.
all those guys are draft eligible on the starting offensive line. So, I mean, DJ Campbell's been in and out of the starting lineup this year. I think it would make a lot of sense for him to return for one more season. And once again, I feel that way about Big Cam as well.
Wow.
All right, we'll take your thoughts. Plenty of Texas football this morning. We've got some Steve Sarkisian sound. He was actually on the Rich Eisen show yesterday. So even though, no Thursday presser for Sark because there's no game this weekend, we've got some Sark sound. We also have a little Texas basketball to get into. And, of course, we got to get the Bucks 50,000 unit plays of the upcoming football weekend. But before any of that, how about a few more sponsor shout-outs?
Shout out our friends at Leaf Landscape and Supply Services, Monterey Oaks, and, of course, down near you. And, of course, Lake Pond Springs Road up north, guys. If you're, as I said, this is kind of the good time of the year if you're thinking about doing some stuff with your landscape. We've had some rain. It's a little moist out today, too. But if you're thinking about digging up some stuff that you put in long ago and it's not looking good on your landscape, or you just want to make a change, talk to the folks at Leaf Landscape and Supply Services. Tell them what part of the city you live in, what part of the area you live in, what's the soil like. They'll let you know what types of fertilizer to use and what plants will really, really work in that area. I've done it for over 25 years. I've done a bunch of this stuff myself. I've had some success. I've also had a lot of failures, but I always go to Leaf Landscape and Supply Services and ask the guys there on what to do. They can help you out, whether it's shrubs, trees, roses. They will be there for you. And if they can't do it, folks, they'll call on some contractors to come and do it for you. They'll give you all the right, point you in the right direction on who to have it done with. Leaf Landscape and Supply Services. If you mention Texas Sports Unfiltered, they'll take 10% off of all of your purchases.
Yeah, absolutely. Love Leaf Landscape Supply. Also,
tell me about what's going on with the plant. Is the plant still on your patio, or is it finally gone? Did you just have to
still
take it
there?
off? Is there any
Still
coloration on it? Does it look the same as it did when it was first out there?
Well, it's not blooming right now.
No, it's not the blooming season for that. It's a cactus. It's part cactus.
I'm not doing a great job of watering it regularly. I don't know how often I'm supposed to water it because it's a cactus.
Is the little belly on it? Is it soft, or is it still firm, like a firm teat?
I'm not feeling up the plant that I have.
Just touch it and see if it's still firm, or is it starting to get mushy. Be careful when it gets cold. That thing will get real soft like a cactus.
What do I want it to feel like?
Like your high school sweetheart.
I want it to be like firm.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Like it's cold, but it is cold outside, so that usually makes it firm, right?
Yeah, sometimes. But as it gets colder, if they're cactus type of things, you'll see that they'll start to get mushy and not quite as firm.
There's going to be milk coming out when I.
No, we're not trying to pump the cactus. We're not. No, we're just feeling it.
Okay.
Like if you're going in the store, feeling, when you go in there and start feeling cantaloupe and stuff, which I've never done. I've never thumped a watermelon. I've never felt up anything. Now, I do take some of the grapes out when I have the grapes in my cart and eat them as I'm walking around without them being washed, which I'm wondering why I'm catching all kinds of, if I get something that happens to me, I'm wondering if it's from the grapes, because that's one of the absolutely, fruit is one of the things, BK, that if you don't wash properly, you can get sick from. Sure. And we probably get a lot of sicknesses because you wash grapes, like you probably just put them under the sink. Okay, that's good enough. But you're actually supposed to really wash these fruits and vegetables. I
Am I
don't.
supposed
I'm
to
awful.
Put soap on them? Well, like, what do you mean? I
No,
rinse
you're
them
supposed
off.
to, like, scrub them a little bit, your lettuce and things like that. I'm a nature man. If it came from God's green earth, I'm going to eat it that way. Although we've been spraying it and everything else, people all around using fertilizers. I'm just giving folks a little tip on, yes, you wash your fruit and vegetables.
Okay, you're giving them a tip, but you're not following the advice.
No, I'm not following my own advice.
Okay.
No, I don't. I
Okay.
walk around the store eating the grapes right out of the bag that somebody probably put their hand in.
Exactly. Someone else's hand was in that bag 2 minutes prior. Bold move.
Oh, my goodness.
Hey, shout out to our friends at realtruck.com. Hey, you don't want to leave the house. You don't want to be doing a bunch of shopping at the stores, but you do want to upgrade your truck, your Jeep, or your Bronco with the best selection of accessories in the US of A. You can find it all online at realtruck.com. Once again, the #1 truck accessory brand in the country. They've got some great holiday specials going on site right now. Realtruck.com. You go to their homepage, you see a big shop deals button right there in the middle. You're going to get some crazy holiday savings on bed covers, on steps, on floor mats and liners, on seat covers, on bumpers, on really anything you need to take your truck game to the next level. Once again, realtruck.com. If you use the promo code TSU, they're going to throw in a free hat with your purchase at realtruck.com.
Very nice.
All right, Buck, before we let you hear from Steve Sarkisian, I don't want to miss your Gold Star locks. I want to make sure we give the people the opportunity to hashtag fade the buck this weekend. So,
as I'm making my comeback, you just go right ahead. That doesn't make any sense.
I will give you some love because you got Thursday Night Football right last night. You were on the LA Rams +3 against the 49ers, and they won that game outright, 12-6. Hopefully you had something better to do last night with your time. You've already said on today's program that you were putting 50,000 units on Army to beat Navy. That line is 6.5. Are you sticking with that?
Sticking with that as a 50,000 unit play, and also sticking with the Minnesota Vikings as a 50,000 unit play.
Okay, let me pull up the NFL lines here. Okay, Minnesota, your Vikings are playing
the Bears.
That's a Monday night game. That's why I couldn't find it.
Yes,
okay,
yes.
50,000 on the Vikings, -7 against the Bears. Okay, what else?
Another 50,000 unit play on the Lions.
You're back on Detroit, huh?
Back on Detroit after leaving them for a week.
Oh, that's a great game. Lions hosting Buffalo. Detroit -2.5 in that one.
I'm going to give you a 25,000 unit play on the Cardinals.
Hosting New England.
Yes. I mean, the Cardinals got to eventually win again. They were on a little bit of – they were going okay, and then all of a sudden they became the Cardinals again. Kyler Murray turned into Kyler Murray, the little guy again.
That's because the new Call of Duty came out, so –
Oh, is that what it is? He's busy now?
That's how it always works with Arizona. They just fall apart late in the year because their quarterback stops caring because he's playing too much COD.
Yeah, and as everybody thinks the Chiefs are just escaping, well, they'll escape the Browns by more than 4 points, so I'll take the Chiefs for 25,000 units.
Betting on the Chiefs to cover is bold move.
Hey, they do win.
Yeah, you're not taking a money line, though. You're taking a -4.
Yeah, that's a money line game for me with the cousin there.
Okay. All right, is that everything?
Well, I'll also make a 10,000 unit play on the Broncos.
Sound depressed with that pick.
Why? Because you're wanting the Colts to really lose?
I don't care. You sound depressed. You didn't sound very confident with that selection there.
I'll take the Colts.
Okay. You also have 2 bowl games tomorrow. There are 3 football games. It's not just Army-Navy. You've got the Celebration Bowl with the HBCUs.
Who's playing in that? Jackson State?
Jackson State against South Carolina State.
Don't know enough about either one. Not going to mess with my money or your money.
Only one of those is a real state. And then tomorrow night, you've got a bowl game between USA, South Alabama, and Western Michigan. That is the IS4S. It looks too much like ISIS for my liking. Salute to Veterans Bowl.
No, only Veterans Bowl we play is Army, Navy, Military Bowl, and the one up in Fort Worth. Those are the only 2 I mess around with.
Oh, Oklahoma's playing in the Armed Forces Bowl this year.
Is that where they're going? Hey, Alabama, why don't you go play in that bowl? Maybe get a second chance at Oklahoma.
Oh, man. Yes. OU and Navy in Fort Worth for the
Wow.
Armed Forces Bowl here in a couple of weeks.
That is awful. So I'm not messing with my money in those games. The other ones.
All right.
NFL is
So
enough.
there
Who
you
the
go.
Cowboys losing to this week? Oh, Carolina's favorite.
Yep.
You know what? I'll give you a 10,000 unit play on Carolina.
Really?
Yes.
You said earlier this week when I told you the Panthers are favored for the first time in 33 games that this is the time to bet on the Cowboys.
Did you see Rico run last week?
Yeah,
Rico.
no, I watch the Cowboys for comedy at this point. I don't watch them from a fan standpoint. I just want to see how they're going to crap the bed next.
Well, why is Rico acting like he's trying to do something to prevent them from getting a good draft pick? Why is he running like mad now?
That's the sad part is they're all trying to win. They just keep inventing ways to lose. They're not trying to tank. The Giants are trying to tank.
Oh, yeah,
Cowboys are trying to win. I mean, you saw Micah Parsons and some of his teammates react after the punt debacle on Monday night. Like, that's not a team that wanted to lose to the Bengals a few nights ago.
The Ravens and Giants, that's in New York. That's a lot of points.
So you're going Panthers -3?
Yes. Okay. 10,000 unit play. I don't want to mess with that Ravens, even though they're probably going to crush the Giants. They aren't the Lions. The only ones that get to have those kind of spreads are the Lions.
16 points is a lot of points.
It is.
That's too many. I'm staying away from that one. My cousin is too.
I'll tell you where the ugliest game of the week is. The Jets going to the Jaguars. How's that?
I'm out.
3-10 teams.
I won't be watching that game. Too many good games this weekend.
Oh, yeah.
Especially in the late afternoon and Sunday night windows. 325. Here are your 4 games at 325. Well, only 3 of them are worth mentioning, but there are 5 games at 325. 4 of them are worth mentioning. You've got Indy at Denver, playoff implications. Yeah. You've got the game of the weekend, one of the games of the year with Buffalo, Detroit. You've got Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, huge game. You've got Tampa Bay, LA Chargers, huge game with playoff implications. And then the New England, Arizona game that you can go ahead and skip out on.
Tell me this about Pittsburgh, Philadelphia. What's the line on that? How many is Pittsburgh getting?
5.5.
Philadelphia's too busy arguing with each other. Russell's trying to throw the ball down the field. Mike Tomlin's trying to get another winning season and win a game in the playoffs. Everybody seems to have pressure there in that Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and Pittsburgh area right now. Now they're after Tomlin about not just winning, having a winning season, but you need to win a playoff game. They're not firing him if he doesn't. If he gets to the playoffs, they're not firing that dude again.
No, I mean, they've already clinched a winning season, right? They've gotten to 10 wins. So they've been one of the stories of the NFL season so far. They've got a brutal 4-game stretch to close out the year. Like, they've got a 2-game lead over Baltimore right now in the division.
Mm-hmm.
So 2 games with 4 to play. You think they'd be sitting pretty? How about these last 4 games for Pittsburgh? At Philly, at Baltimore, home Kansas City, home Cincinnati.
Ooh.
Yeah, and Baltimore's got a much easier schedule. They do have to play Pittsburgh. They do have to play Houston, but they get the Giants this week and some other trash teams. So that's –
you say the Pittsburgh game is in Philly? Is it in Philly?
In Philly, yeah. Eagles -5.5 at the link.
Hell, the damn fans hate Philly right now more than they hate each other on the team. So I don't know about that game. Pittsburgh's defense is – Philadelphia's playing good defense too, but those guys –
You have a play or not here, guy. Give me something.
All right, and it's just 3?
5.5.
5.5. Why am I trying to get 3 out of you? No, I don't have a play on that game.
Oh, my God.
If I were to take anybody, I think I'd take the 5 with Pittsburgh.
Your Sunday night game, Green Bay at Seattle, 2 good teams in the NFC. Like, it's the noon slate you can miss. Obviously, if you're a Cowboys or Texans fan, your teams play at noon, so maybe you won't miss, but make sure you are in front of your television, your AV Consultations TV, before 325, because it's the best 2-window slate of NFL action we've had all season long. So,
what do you think of Green Bay and Seattle? Green Bay going there. I mean, weather's not a factor to them. They could care less. It's probably going to be much nicer in Seattle than it would be in Green Bay.
And maybe the rain. You just always assume it's raining in Seattle at this time of the year. I don't know. I'm not a big believer in Seattle. I'm one of those guys who wrote Geno Smith off, and he didn't write me back. I'm aware of that. But I'd pick Green Bay in that game. Not with a lot of confidence. I mean, it's a 2.5-point line, so I'm kind of right there with Vegas, not really knowing what's going to happen. But I think Green Bay's the better team, if that's what you're asking.
But you do like my 50,000 unit pick with the Vikings over Dub Bears at home.
I did until you put 50,000 units on it. Now I feel like my cousin's got to put some quiche on the Bears come Monday.
You did like the Rams last night. You didn't really like them, even though San Fran is struggling at home.
Yeah, like San Francisco, Vegas has not figured out the Niners yet. Like they're still putting too much stock into the Niners being what they've been the last 5 years. They suck. They suck. The Rams are better. I don't care that game was in San Francisco. The Rams should have been favored last night. Like, San Francisco is not good.
I was totally surprised, BK, that the Rams were not the favorite in that game on the road.
Yeah, it's because San Francisco is like, it's who they've been in the past. They're not the same team. They are not the same team.
They got their fourth string running back.
It takes Vegas time. It took Vegas a while to figure out the Cowboys. The Cowboys kept being favored at home, even though they got blown out like every time they played a home game. And finally, it's like, no, the Cowboys suck. They can't be favored. We can't keep losing money on these guys. They're terrible. Yeah. So that's San Francisco. Like, maybe Vegas figures it out for the last 3 weeks, but that team's got no business being favored against really anybody good.
Are you to the point of there's not going to be an Aaron Rodgers with the Jets next year? Although, where the hell else is he going to go?
Politics.
I thought this would be it. I thought this would be it anyway.
Well, you thought he wouldn't play this year. You thought he was done after last year. But
yeah, that's right. He's already lasted the whole year almost.
I don't know. I don't know what the Jets do because he's owed a lot of money. I don't know all the details of that contract and whether or not they can get out of that contract, but I know he's got another year on it.
Would you be interested in listening to that guy on TV?
No. No. I already hear too much out of that guy.
And he's not even on TV.
Right. I mean, he does the interview with McAfee on TV, I guess. But, we hear too much out of that guy with him not being on television. I don't need to hear more of him.
Yeah.
So, no, I'm out on all things Aaron Rodgers, and screw the Jets. I hope he stays there next year and sucks again.
That would be great.
That would be glorious. So there you go. There's the Bucks Gold Star locks of the weekend. Let me confirm that we got everything right. You've got 50,000 on Army. You've got 50,000 on the Vikings. You've got 50,000 on the Lions. And then your two 25,000 unit plays, the Arizona Cardinals and the Kansas City Chiefs. And then your two 10,000 unit plays, the Denver Broncos and the Carolina Panthers.
Oh, my goodness. People are going to be so happy going into the Christmas holidays now. We're going down the home stretch. They're going to need that cash. I'm about to bring it home.
You've got 220,000 units at stake. You are currently down 130,000. So,
yes,
you get everything right, you'll be back in the money. Odds are you won't.
And I need to make a play on those Longhorns next week.
Don't do that.
Oh, baby.
Don't do that. Unless you're putting money on Clemson. Oh,
Clemson?
No. Come on.
In Dabo we trust.
Trying to have a happy holidays here. You can't tell people happy holidays and then just give Texas a loss in the playoff.
Do I have to bless Dabo with a little dollar bill with his picture on it?
Dabo doesn't like my kind, I don't think.
Dabo is too much. But like you said, that guy he's got some skins on the walls from being in playoffs.
Shoot, he's a two-time national champion. I mean, he's a Hall of Fame coach. Everyone else is lucky that Clemson's not playing the NIL or transfer portal game, because if they were, they'd still be what they were when Massage Boy and Trevor Lawrence were quarterbacking the teams.
Oh my God, that's probably when they were doing it. They were paying those guys.
I don't know if they were. I mean, maybe something, but not. They clearly they aren't playing the game like everybody else is. So, yeah,
Belichick's staff is going to be playing that game hard.
Oh my God, yeah, it's
already confirmed. An open checkbook for at least a year.
Yeah.
So they find out that old man can't coach ball at this level. He can coach him in the pros, but once he gets to this level, where the kids are worse than the pro players, he's going to be like, I'm out of this. And they're going to find out, Coach, we can't give that kid $6 million. We can't?
Coda Texter says Dabo Sweeney's in the Hall of Fame with his mom.
Back in the day. He was just protecting her. I understood that. I was okay.
He was just cuddling up against his mom, spooning his mom at night.
No, he wanted to make sure. His mom had gone through some hard times with the old man, and Dabo wanted to make it safe for his mother. I can understand that. I'm not going to get between a man and his mom. Oh, sorry about that. I mean, I'm not. Yes, you know what I mean.
There was no space to get between. They were up against each other.
No, he was protecting his mom. He was very protective, and that's why he did that. It's just for the length of time that he did it, or not the length of time. You go sleep on the couch, son.
Look, if my mom needed a place to stay, I'd give her everything. But she has the bed. I'm on the floor or on the couch
or on the table or something.
Yeah, like no. I think my mom would agree with that. Like, we're not sharing a bed. I'm like, yes, please. We're out on that. So
come on, Dabo.
We'll hear from Dabo Sweeney a lot next week, of course, as we really dive into Texas Clemson preview. 1 week from tomorrow, the college football playoff will actually 1 week from today, the playoff begins because we've got a Friday night game. I believe that Notre Dame Indiana game is your Friday game next week. And then Texas, of course, will play one of 3 games next Saturday. So you'll get the first round in next weekend. And, man, we cannot wait to get to the first ever 12-team CFP.
Yeah, I can't wait because I got to see what the weather's like at that Penn State game for those kids from SMU. What that temperature is going to be like next week in Pennsylvania and in that part of Pennsylvania. Ugh.
Bless them. All right. We'll save.
They're going to have a really nice week this week when it gets into the high 70s this weekend and 80s. And then they're going to roll into that place. They need to go there 2 days earlier.
I'm telling you, they need to go there this weekend.
Seriously, just take off and go?
Just spend a week. Finals going on. Screw the finals. Push those back. We're trying to win a playoff game here.
No. They play school at SMU now.
Okay, Buck. Sure they do. They all do.
They play school there.
Take your final. All right, take your finals early then.
Okay.
And then get your ass up to Pennsylvania and learn how to deal with that weather. That's your only chance. I think SMU has a chance if they're not just it's cold. But if they're too cold, then they got no shot.
And there's nothing like watching a bunch of players that you know are cold, where they're trying their best and they're running around, but you see them standing around on the sideline, and they got 2 or 3 guys, and big coats over the top of them. Yeah. And every time a guy drops the ball, he's blowing on his hands, or I need gloves. I got to have gloves. Oh, there's nothing worse. You know you're done. I've been in that deal before. And playing football in Boston, bringing some kid that wasn't from that area, it was like, I'm like, hey, those gloves aren't going to help you. That cold that you're going through right now, you don't need gloves. You need mittens on, and you can't catch with mittens, my friend.
No, they don't. I don't think they let you wear mittens on the field. I don't know if anyone's tried though, so maybe they actually do. All right, quick. I'll
say this, BK. I'm still that dude that walked off the field yesterday. I hear guys talk this morning on TV about, oh no, if he can play, some other team will pick him up. I'm going, they're not. He was a backup. They're not bringing him in to back up anybody. They can bring anybody off the streets and pay them money to not have a quitter on their team.
I mean, you had George Kittle after the game say, I've never seen anything like that, and I hope to never see it again. Or he said, I've never been around anybody that's ever done that, and I hope I'm never around anyone that does that again.
Wow.
And then I can't remember, there was one other 49ers player, it's Charvarius Ward, who said, like, that's some sucker-ish. He's probably going to get cut soon. I mean, when your own locker room is like, screw you, we don't want you here. Like, that's as bad as it gets, you know?
Yeah.
Because sometimes you'll see players, like, defend their teammates. But when you've got George Kittle, who's obviously a leader on that team, and Charvarius Ward's been a good player there for a number of years, like, when those guys are like, I don't ever want to be around that again, and he's probably going to get cut soon, that's it, dude.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard guys this morning try to semi-defend that, and I'm like, dude, I know you're now on TV and you've got to have a different take than the guy beside you, but there's not much to that take at all. There's just you can't do that.
No.
You are who you are. You're the backup. And when they call on you, I don't care if they called you in the last 10 seconds. Hey, I need you to go out there. This guy needs to come off. I need you to go in there. You can't give it. You know, you haven't brought me out there for 2 hours and 40 minutes. Now you're going to ask me to go out there. Yes, I'm going to do that because that's what you get paid to do.
Yeah, there's no gray area here. This is as black and white as it could possibly be. It's just insane. And it's
I saw that dude walking off the field. He's lucky that one of his boys didn't jump him on the way out. That's what I was waiting to see. I was waiting to see one of his own teammates go and jump on him and beat his ass before he even got to the locker room. I wouldn't even trust that guy alone in my locker room.
Wonder if his teammates were thinking like, oh, he must be hurt or something. Like he's just going back to the locker room or he's got to take a shit. Who knows?
That would have been something. That would have been a better excuse.
Yeah, it's like it happens. It happens. We saw Lamar Jackson do it on Monday Night Football a few years ago. Like, you got to go, but you can't do that.
You can't say I'm not ready. I can't do it, Coach.
I don't feel like it. That's what he said. I just don't feel like playing today, Coach. But appreciate you asking. All right, shout out to Woods Comfort Systems 512-842-5066. The AC might click back on this weekend. Who the hell knows with this weather? But the good news is the experts at Woods Comfort Systems can make sure your air conditioning and your heating are all working properly. And, of course, they do plumbing as well, and they've been doing those things for 70 years, Buck.
Yes, indeed.
The experts, 512-842-5066. I know our man Wags asked for a plumber the other day.
Of course he did.
Like, don't forget, Woods Comfort Systems. Those are our guys. They'll hook you up. So we trust them, and you should too. WoodsComfortSystems.com is their website. And also, we talked about AV Consultations a little bit earlier, but one more shout out to our buddy Tom McKay, AV Consultations. I was at an event last night, and AV Consultations actually hooked up all the TVs and the surround sounds.
Very nice.
At the event I was at. They did a tremendous job because, of course, they did a tremendous job because that's what they always do. If you want to upgrade your home TV setup with a badass, maybe a home theater room, maybe a multi-screen setup, maybe just a giant TV like the Buck has with the surround sound, AV Consultations can do it all for you, and they've been doing it since 1988 here in Central Texas. Just give them a call, 512-255-8678. That's 255-8678. Find them online at avconsultations.com.
I do take a trip to Relax the Back, folks, with their two locations in the Hill Country Galleria and, of course, up there right across the street from the Container Store up north. Find something that somebody can use. If somebody's got a back problem, let them have an opportunity to go through there, and then you get them something special for Christmas for their lumbar area, their thoracic back, or just a comfortable recliner like BK has at his mom and dad's place.
Oh.
So head on over to Relax the Back. They can get it done for you for sure.
Yes, sir. And one quick shout out to Waterloo Printing and Graphics. If you've got a business that needs hats, shirts, signs, whatever, Waterloo Printing and Graphics can get it done for you. Find them on Instagram at Waterloo Printing. You can shoot them a DM there or call or text our friend Adam, 512-300-9641. All right, but quick shout out.
Hope to see everybody tomorrow at Blue Santa too.
Yes.
What time we start the show? Around 8:00, right?
Yeah, I think so. There's no it's very casual. We'll see who's ready to be interviewed, and we'll figure out what makes the most sense. But I think delivery day itself starts at 8. You and I will probably be there a little closer to 7 to set everything up and to shake some babies and kiss some hands. You know the deal.
Yep.
But yeah, we will be at the main distribution center, 4101 South Industrial Drive. We'll tweet it. We'll post it. So you know exactly where we are going to be, but there are 4 pickup locations for the Austin Police Department's Operation Blue Santa Delivery Day tomorrow. And it's so easy. It's so much fun. It's so rewarding and fulfilling. Absolutely. Great for the whole fam. And once again, we're very grateful to be a small part of it. Excited to see some of you people out there. But yeah, if you want to feel good about yourself and if you want to make a difference to some folks who really need it this holiday season, just take a couple of hours out of your day tomorrow. There's hardly any football. Weather, it should be warm. The rain's not supposed to come till the afternoon. Like, go out there in the morning. And
you got a couple caps of some folks coming by tomorrow?
Yeah, we'll have some koozies. We'll have some caps. Nice. We've got some stuff. We might have a couple gift cards, too, to give out to some people. Go. We'll take care of y'all for taking care of our brethren and sisterin here in Central Texas.
Thank you.
Quick shout out to Texas volleyball and a best of luck to Texas volleyball. They play in the Sweet 16 today at 12 o'clock, high noon. They take on Creighton in a Sweet 16 matchup. The Longhorns have made it to the Sweet 16 19 years in a row, which is like, I don't even know how to fathom that.
That's
so
incredible. Congratulations and good luck. You just told me they're at Happy Valley, huh?
They're playing in-state college. Yep. If they win, so there's 4 teams in this sort of state college regional. Texas is a 3 seed. They play the 2 seed Creighton today. And then your other matchup today is number 1 Penn State against Marquette. So the winners of those 2 games will meet in the Elite 8 this, I think, Sunday. And obviously, if Texas wins those 2, they'll be back in the Final Four. And, of course, the Longhorns are your back-to-back national champions.
Sweet.
Trying to make it a 3-peat. So best of luck to Jared Elliott and the Longhorns today at 12 o'clock. And we didn't talk much Texas basketball, but a nice win at home for Texas. The biggest takeaway, the coaches were wearing different shirts.
The word got out, huh?
They listened to TSU.
They didn't go hold that tiger last night?
They went white pullovers with just a simple burnt orange Longhorn, a classy look.
There you go.
That's all you need. That's all you need. And, they played really well, and they covered and beat New Mexico State 91-67.
Very nice.
So congrats to Texas men's basketball on the win, but really on the coaching wardrobe change. Now I can take them seriously again. That's good.
Oh, really? Now they're back now?
No.
They'll be back. They'll be back with Tony the Tiger outfits again.
Yeah, once it warms up, right? It was cold last night, so maybe that's why they were wearing the pullovers. But, I don't know if they're back. They don't look as stupid, but I don't know how good they are. We won't know that until January when they enter SEC play. Speaking of entering, Rodney and Wags are ready to enter the studio.
I just blew your hole up.
Thought you were going to say speaking. I thought you were going to say speaking of stupid.
Hey, look, let's give the Longhorn basketball team a little credit. They did beat. That's a tournament team that they're going to play. The Aggies get in every year somehow. They win their.
They're 4-6. They're 4-6. Wags. They're not making the tournament this year. I mean, look, if they win their conference tournament,
that's
then
what I'm saying.
The
Aggies will win their conference. They usually do. So.
You're a nicer man than I, giving them all that credit. They did cover, so I'll give them credit for that. Always.
No, I mean they almost shot 60% from the field. They played very well last night. They shot well. They relied on other players besides Trey Johnson. It looked like a team. But again, consider the opposition, right?
Yeah. And these were well dressed, Wags. That's the key.
Yeah, you know what? BK asked for it too. He asked for it yesterday, and it happened. They changed the shirts.
See, they need to watch you and I, Wags, because hell,
they probably wouldn't listen to a damn thing we said. But you listen to the opening up with BK and the Buck, and you'll get your damn information though.
BK doesn't like the Tony the Tiger outfit. He didn't like those.
It's not a good look, Buck. It's not.
How you like that look?
No.
No, it's not. Especially when it's always buttoned up to, but it's almost gagging.
Yeah, it's too tight. You got to get loose with it, man. It's not great. I'll say that.
All right, boys. Listen, you guys have a safe weekend. I'm off to the links.
Later, buddy. Hit him straight.
Good day for it. Good day for it.
There he goes. What you got cooking, man? Anything? You got Blue Santa tomorrow, right?
Blue Santa tomorrow morning. Yep. Starting at 8 o'clock, 4101 South Industrial Drive. Hope to see everybody out there in the morning. Bucky and I will be doing a little live show, just shooting the shit. We'll talk a little sports, but we'll be, interviewing some of the APD and some of the fine folks.
Oh, yeah? You going to talk a little Army Navy tomorrow?
I'd have to talk a little Army Navy tomorrow. Buck's got 50,000 units on Army. I've got 1 billion units on the under. So
take the under. It's been 20 years in a row, but the under's hit. So take the under.
I think it's like you're only slightly exaggerating because I think it's 17 of the last 18
it's close to it.
Yeah.
I got burned 2 years ago was the one where it went to freaking triple overtime. And I'm just sitting there at a bar in Houston. Like you would have thought I was a communist the way I was rooting against the military that day. And I was booing the Army and Navy. I kept scoring. I'm booing them. I'm like yelling at the TV, and everyone's like, "What in the shit is wrong with this guy?"
I might jump on a flyer here and take Navy.
Ooh,
just because just because you never know. Now Army's clearly the better ball club, right? But you just never. It's like Michigan, Ohio State. You didn't think that Ohio State was going to lose to Michigan, right?
I didn't.
No. No.
And that was a 21-point line. This one's, a 6.5-point line. So the difference in talent between Army and Navy is closer than at least what we thought the difference in talent was between Ohio State and
a
Michigan.
flyer could work here, man. $100 flyer and the under.
Okay. All right. You're talking.
You're probably safer just taking the under, honestly.
You're the expert. You served, so you got to know more than I do.
I didn't play ball with these dudes though. I played in the Commander's Cup. I did not get to play with the midshipmen and the cadets.
You used to do cup checks and eat food out of the cups.
That's kind of what we do. We check on other people's chow halls and everything. Make sure the food is up to what do we used to say? It's up to consumption. It's fit. No, it's fit for consumption is what we used to say.
Yeah. Hey, BK. So tomorrow morning at Blue Santa, when the police chief walks up, are you going to be like, you going to put the hand out to get the handshake?
Man, if we see her again, so she was the interim police chief last year. They hired a different full-time police chief who we've not met. But I know the interim chief, Robin Henderson, is still on staff. So I expect to see her tomorrow. And I'm going, I don't want to say I'm going to be working out my wrist today because then that gives off some weird vibes. But like I got to be ready to go. It can't be a limp biscuit. It can't be a dead fish. Like it's got to be. Yeah, I've got to come in with the strongest handshake that I've ever had in my life.
Lead into it.
Lean in, like I might get a running start on this deal.
Yeah, here's what you do. You put the hand out and then do the bro hug. I mean, I know it's a woman, but put the hand out and kind of put the arm around and do that because it's going to soften it up a little bit. It's going to soften it up.
You give her a straight. You give her a straight long arm and you grab the inner arm of the forearm.
Straight long arm. I mean?
Oh, one of these?
The inner arm.
That's a good idea. Yeah, kind of stop it.
It's like a warrior's handshake. You grab her forearm, the inside of her forearm, almost by the elbow.
I gotta be careful though. She's number one, she's got a gun. Number two, she doesn't need a gun to kick my ass. So I don't know if I want to. Yeah. I don't want to get too aggressive with her. I just don't want to be emasculated again.
You might get a stone cold stunner. If you're not careful.
She might people's elbows me. I don't know.
You might get tased. You might not get a stunner, but
I might get tased. I might get
Bob
shot.
Cole did it. Bob Cole did it. I mean, you can do it too. Okay.
Yeah, I forgot Bob Cole.
Bob Cole did get tased, didn't he?
Yeah.
It's a lot to knock that big dude down, man.
I don't know. The taser was probably hurting more than Bob was.
That's what I'm saying. The taser probably got a whole bunch of crap out of that damn interaction than Bob Cole did.
Shoot.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, that taser got retired after Bob Cole, crying out loud.
It did. This is a Sue Patrick exclusive hat, by the way, Ted.
I like that, dude.
SuePatrick.com.
I like that a lot.
Brand new lid that they just stocked up on. That's Sue Patrick.
Spinning globes this year? Or spinning Longhorn helmets?
No spinning globes. I did buy a bunch of snow globes there to give out as holiday gifts. So that's give another plug for Sue Patrick.
That's a good idea. I need to head there next week and stock up on some stuff because I've got, it's one of those things where I've got a lot of my dear friends are now Texas fans because they're good. Hated them before, couldn't stand them before. Now it's like, oh yeah, all the way. Yeah, of course.
Classic. Yeah. All right, gents. Well, I'll let y'all get to it. I'll be listening. Have a great show and a great weekend.
The elbow. Grab that elbow, DK. Grab that elbow.
Do bumps. It's like sometimes.
It's you grab the inside of her arm. You've never seen a Viking handshake?
I have, but is that normal?
She might actually like it. She might enjoy it.
Sorry,
I'm not a Vikings fan. That's the Buck. All right.
Just be like, hey, Mono Man says hello.
God bless. All right, y'all do your weird handshakes and your Viking air trumpets, and I will bid y'all adieu. Have a great weekend, boys.
Later, brother. Be good. He says that we have the weird handshake. He's got the secret code to get into his house, or like you know what I mean? Like you gotta have a secret password to get past the first gate. And then you have to enter the secret room. Anybody that's been to BK's knows what I'm talking about. If you hadn't, you might want to ask for an invitation. No. All right, that's going to be our opening segue into Chaos Theory.
Going to be a long line of women.
We see all you guys. Binks, what's up, dude? Binks, you're a Army dude, if I am correct. I'm trying to remember your branch of service, but I know that you did serve. So I appreciate everybody that served. And again, this is this Saturday is for us, guys. This Saturday is for the service members, right? It's one of the greatest traditions in all of college football. We'll talk about it just a little bit more in detail as we get into chaos theory. But yes, welcome to the chaotic period of chaos theory with Wags and my co-host, partner in crime, Double R, Rodney Rodriguez, back from detainment. We got him out. They're on to him though, guys. They're honing in on his. He's got to switch up locations again because it's getting hot. That's a hot seat there that he's got. What's going on, partner? How are you?
They got me all figured out. I've got that little chip in my arm here, like Steve Austin, the $6 million man. You know what I'm talking about? I got to tell you right here, Twitch posted this, and I'm like, when he said maybe someone hipped Rodney that horizontal stripes show weight. I saw that, and I'm like, he meant Rodney Terry. So kind of one of those things where I'm like, I know I'm getting a little thick, I'm getting a little older,
man. You know what? You're wholesome.
You damn right. Dad bod all the way, bitch.
You're every damn place where I want to grab you. Don't lose any weight or I won't be able to hold on to you anymore.
There's a lot to grab. Wags, before we dive in this, I want to say I'm super excited that upon the conclusion of Chaos Theory today, I'm heading to Stephenville, Texas. My daughter, Kendall, is graduating from college.
Congratulations, man.
Just saying that, I'm going to choke up because she has worked her ass off.
That's awesome.
And it hasn't been easy.
What's her major?
She's going to be child development and family studies, and she's going to
right on, man.
She's going to get work, and then she's going to try to get her master's. But this kid right here,
does she want to get into policy making?
Man, I don't know what she's going to do. I mean, I'm not sure the path.
She wants to work with family, and so I was, thinking maybe she would want to get into policy and stuff. But
yeah,
that's awesome. Congratulations. Hey, you know what else is great? You don't have to pay for it anymore.
Well, honestly, she did a lot of this on her own because that's kind of the cool part about this, Wag, where I'm going to get sentimental because she went to college right out of high school, and man, it didn't work out that well for her. She came back
hard
home.
Learning lessons.
Yeah, man. She was going along that same path that I majored in, beer, and in her case,
I mean, hell, you get away from mom and dad for the first time, and
you
get a little bit of freedom, and it gets to you.
Came back, enrolled in ACC. Thank you, ACC. Did what she had to do. Got that GPA where it needed to be. Busted her ass. Enrolled herself at Tarleton, and god damn it, she's going to graduate.
That's awesome, man.
I'm so fucking proud, man.
What's I mean, hell, even C's get degrees, but can I ask what her GPA? Well, I'm sure she's probably straight A student.
Well, she is now.
Right. That's what I was saying. Like the come up, man.
That thing was low. Boy, that thing was low. And
congrats, dude. That's fantastic. Congrats to you and Tracy.
And again, her mom, man, Jennifer. Her mom, Jennifer.
Well, Jennifer. But I mean, Tracy still is a part of it. She's part of the house too. So
I'll tell you.
I don't know Jennifer, but I know Tracy. So.
I don't think that kid would have gone to college. Tracy was driving force and pushing her and getting her straight. And just very thankful. And thank you for letting me do that, Wags, because I'm really proud today. Really proud.
Absolutely.
Today.
Now she can get my kid in line. So.
Well, yeah, that's kind of her major. That's kind of her major. CB. Nope. This is we're going to Memorial Stadium. We're going to graduate in Memorial Stadium there in Stephenville, not to the Art Briles. I think I'd probably have to watch from afar if I had to go into that place. So not doing that. Not doing that today. So anyway.
Well, where you want to go? We had some. I guess we had some Thursday night football last night.
Well, that was.
They showed up. One guy went into the locker room, walked off the field and went into the locker room, refused to play for Coach Shanahan. I've actually, the name's eluding me right now, but Greenlaw got hurt last night. I don't know if you saw this, but Greenlaw got hurt last night, and they needed a linebacker. They needed somebody to go in and take his place. Dude just absolutely refused to go in, walked into the locker room. He's like, I ain't playing. Bro, you have to know you lost your chance. Like you've blackballed yourself on not just that team, but you're going to have a target on your head. You won't be on any roster going forward in the NFL ever.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I don't
like the video, guys. Like the video. Devontae Campbell. Thank you very much, Devontae Campbell. Yeah, I had it popped up on ESPN one sheet here, but I didn't pull up the next screen. Thank you guys, appreciate you.
Yeah, I don't know how you can do that. I mean, honestly, and Greenlaw went down, and then D Winters went down, so it was like, okay, we need you in the game, and to just blatantly walk off the field and say, he told Shano, he's like, I don't want to play today, dude. I mean, well, when do you want to play? And
I question the mental state, right? And also, well, my mind went everywhere when I read this, but first. Just thought, was he all completely there, or was there, I don't know, a performer enhancing drug, or well, I guess it wouldn't even be a performer enhancing drug. Was there a drug taken? Because LT used to take drugs during the day, man. Was there a drug taken that might have affected his performance in a negative way to where he didn't want to display that? I thought my mind raced there, and then I was just like, first and foremost, like, how in the hell can you turn your back on your teammates and walk? Because I do consider, like, it's not war, but football is the gridiron, and I mean it's a team. It's an ultimate team game. It's an ultimate team sport, man. You have to rely on your brother to your left and to the right for you to gain a yard. And essentially, if the play is drafted up to perfection, if everyone takes care of their assignment, the play goes for a touchdown and scores, right? You rely on your teammates to the left and the right to get that ultimate achievement. Football it teaches you to dig down and dig in and think about people to the left and to the right of you, man. That's just what it's always been about to me, and I've kind of associated that to I guess warfare, even though that it's a pretty extreme comparison, but still closest thing that I can find to it. But anyways, just to turn your back on your comrades, your brethren, your brothers, it's, I don't know, it's almost sacrilegious.
That's and I think the lowest part about it is it's really one of those things to where it's a situation to where, okay, and we've documented the trials and tribulations of injuries with the 49ers this year. I mean, I think they're still one of the best teams in the NFC when at full tilt, which they haven't been for so much of the season. But I think it's one thing, Wags, if you get called on to go in and play when you're at full tilt, but when you are seriously needed. Because I said football is when it comes to team sports, is the ultimate, like you're talking about, lean on your dudes. I mean, it's one of those things to where you're a unit, and just when you need it. Isn't there a song that says, you left me just when I needed you most? That's what the dude did last night.
You can serenade me all damn morning, but I don't know that song.
Yeah, that's old. That's an old song right there, man. I'm showing my age once again, but yeah, I mean, come on. He stepped out on his guys, man, and that sucks. And Hollywood Henderson, I've actually reached out to to Hollywood Henderson, to TH. I mean, he's here in Austin, and I want to get him on here with us, Wags, because I think that you and I and Thomas Henderson and our folks that watch this program, I think we could have some really good, candid conversations, man.
Be a very deep conversation.
Ooh, man, we might need an extra hour for that one. Because
I mean, or break it up into segments, into multiple stuff like Trey and BK used to do with guests. I mean, hell, you want to talk about a long interview and somebody that's one of the best interviewers that I've ever heard in my life, and I'm not just saying it because he's my friend. Trey Elling is, I mean, he really gets he, almost like Howard Stern, where he can get you in a different level and have a conversation with you, man. So Binks, I don't know if this is fair to actually say that, like, Anthony Richardson did set a precedent, but I don't know if he quit entirely. Like he needed a break, like he needed a breather. I don't know if he
needed
quit,
to play off.
But his coach elected not to put him back in, which I'm kind of with that. But also, you've heard my spiel, about trying to put your team in a better position to win. Like if you know you can't go, you turn it over to the next guy, which happened to be Joe Flacco, or I think it was Joe Flacco that came to the game. I can't remember. My memory's shot at the moment. But anyhow, I don't know if Richardson necessarily quit. I think he just needed a breather. But the coach not electing to put him back in, it's bad optics regardless. But yeah, it's also one thing to be a third string linebacker and another starting quarterback doing that stuff. So it was a bizarre situation, bizarre scene. But yeah, I mean, we weren't really treated to much of a game last night. 12-6 was the final. I'm in Ike's league of pick'ems. I wanted to pick LA so damn bad, but
Yeah,
I was just like, come on, it's San Francisco. They're going to prevail. They're going to something's got to give, right? But nothing. It's still tough sledding for Coach Shanahan and the 49ers, and very, very small chance for them getting into the playoffs now. So
yeah, and I mean, I love the comments right there. I mean, Antonio Brown really was the ultimate I quit guy. I mean, the manner
that dude just kind of.
That was,
oh my God,
clown show right there. The way that dude did that. I mean, and again, I mean, when you're talking about, you know, whether it was a mental situation or whatever the case is, I mean, that guy, I mean, you just kind of follow the whole trail right there. And that was kind of that rock bottom moment for that guy, you know, when it came to his NFL career, because nobody will ever do it any better. Well, I take that back
again too. Like, I think we have to take in consideration like mental health, right?
Absolutely.
Clearly.
Absolutely. And that's not anything to laugh at. I mean, these situations.
I'm not trying to poke fun. That's why I asked the ultimate question, you know, when Campbell did this, was all right, where's his mental state at?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. There's something going on. There's more to the story. And you know, I mean, I hope that he gets better. I hope he gets help. I mean, I hope because the whole thing is he probably ruined his career right here. I mean, because I don't see that.
Definitely put a red flag on him.
Oh,
right?
Yeah. You know, we were talking about the guy from the Cowboys yesterday. I mean, that's a cuttable offense just for being a ding dong. But I mean, this guy, it's like, man, that can. Whew. But anyway, and the whole thing is where I see coming out of this game where a lot of the whole. The narrative of this has gone to Brock Purdy, to where it's like, okay, should Brock Purdy be signed? Should Brock Purdy be the franchise quarterback? This year is not a very fair assessment to me of Brock Purdy. When you
a lot of people are hurt, right?
Oh yeah, I mean, you can't. I've heard some comparisons this morning where, well, this is very much a lot like Dak Prescott. Well, I don't know if I'm ready to go down that road yet to compare Brock Purdy to Dak Prescott, because I mean, there are a lot of people that Brock Purdy does not have. First and foremost, CMC. I mean, the 49ers were surging at one point with CMC, and then that dude's gone. And CMC would have been perfect last night. In that rain game, that dude would have dude would score twice, I promise you. But it's not a fair assessment to judge whether Brock Purdy is a franchise quarterback based on what he has had to deal with this year, in my opinion.
I think we do to give him that proclamation. I think we need to see consistency of him putting up MVP numbers first, right? But also, you know, counterpoint to that, if he has a tumultuous season like he's having right now, you have to see that a few times in a row consistently to say that, you know, he was a flower. He just had some miraculous years with tremendous talent surrounding him at the 49ers. But I think Purdy can spin it. Anybody that's watched him from the big, not that he wowed you at Iowa State, but still, you know, the guy's a comparable quarterback, and given the right situation, you know what his ceiling can be. So I'm with Brock Purdy. I think he can get you to a Super Bowl. And I think he's a couple throws away from winning a Super Bowl, as a matter of fact. But yeah, you'd like to think if Greenlaw doesn't go down. Oh, this is Greenlaw's second time. It's the same. I'm wondering if it's the same injury that he sustained in the Super Bowl. When he went down. But yeah, that was a crazy loss for the 49ers. And I think I believe that happened in the first half. And to have not just one of your better linebackers on your team, one of the best linebackers in the league go down at that point, you know, that's gonna send a different situation or a different scenario to the damn Super Bowl, and probably allow the Chiefs to be a little bit more victorious there, or have their way with the middle of that field. Anyhow, it's all, you know, it's all for naught. You know, it's this year, and Brock Purdy just isn't living up to what he was doing, you know, last year and a year before that. So, I think it's too early to throw the book at him just yet. Let's see if he can have some more consistent play.
And when you look at the other side there, I mean, with the Rams winning, I mean, I've said this, you know, all season long, to where if you get a Rams team that's going to have the nucleus of what they can do, I mean, I really think they can go in here and kind of stir some stuff up. I mean, are they going to beat Detroit? I doubt it, but you know, they could knock off a Philadelphia that's all in limbo. You know, they're still trying to figure out, you know, the quarterback and the wide receiver with all of that going on. I think the Rams and Green Bay, if they get together in the playoffs, I think, man, that would be a great game right there, where they're just going to beat the living hell out of each other.
I can't figure. I don't know if I can I don't know if I can award or give a pass to the Rams like that to the playoffs, because one, I can't figure them out, right? Like you You have been saying that the Rams are that team that if they get hot, they could be a problem once they get into the playoffs. I think they're just occupying a spot. I don't know if they will necessarily be a problem anymore, because I don't know if they can figure themselves out. Like Cooper Kupp didn't even have a catch last night. And I think I might be ahead of my skis here, but I think he's their leading receiver. It could be Puka Nacua, but I believe it's Kupp because Nacua has been hurt so much, or out so much. But still, to not have your leading wide receiver even get a grab, and again, consider the weather last night too. I'm sure that's got to have some factors with it. But still, Kupp doesn't get a catch. They don't score a touchdown. No touchdowns were scored in this game. And again, you find a way to win ugly, and you find a way to win against a pretty decent defense that's in the league. I will tip my hat to that, but it's been inconsistent between their offense, and I don't know. It's not on Stafford. I think Stafford is, he's one of the best quarterbacks in the league. I'll still stand on that, but dude, like they just can't. They don't have the consistency there. It's almost like they're slipping into Charger form, which I know that's crazy. Chargers are actually playing pretty damn well, but again, we all know if the season plays out the way it does, we all know what's going to happen to the Chargers. They're gonna lose and get their way. But still, I feel like I feel like LA is kind of flirting with a little bit of danger in the playoffs, but still they just can't figure themselves out. I don't know how much they're going to be.
I think what may happen with them, depending how they get in, whether it's a division champ or whatever, they'll win a playoff game. They're going to sneak up and beat somebody. And this is where I look at the NFC, and I think it's Detroit all the way. I mean, Detroit is just that good. I mean, but you talk about the Chargers. I mean, I'm looking at this NFL schedule that we're about to have on Sunday is just going to be massive. I mean, there's so many great games. That Tampa Bay Charger game is one that I've got circled, and I'm going to have this Tom McKay system going full bore on Sunday, because there's going to be a lot of really good games to watch, especially in that 3:25 window, man. And then the Sunday night game, and then one of the Monday night games, because we got two coming up. And I think it's really
I hope it's a good game, because the primetime games have kind of been stinkers.
I know.
They really
I know that's what kind of scares me. But I mean, it was kind of nice last night to see a good old fashioned mutter. I mean, when you get one of those where they're falling all over each other, I mean, it'll make for a boring game, but damn, that rain looked cold.
I say that, but I like at halftime, I kind of started fading out. And then, like, in the third quarter is when I kind of got back into it, because that's when the Campbell incident happened. And I was just like, oh, okay, well. Yeah. And then after that, I was just like, I'm kind of fizzling out again. I kind of wanted I got an embarrassing admission here that I'm going to say in a couple of minutes. But, after the game, or, I'm sitting here waiting. That's what I'm waiting for the game. Like, I'm almost wishing the game to end sooner than later. Right. And it's not because I want to play video games. Dude, do you know what I've gotten into recently?
Porn?
No, but.
Oh, you've already been into that.
No.
I know. I'm just giving you.
No, I mean, like, I'm not in credits or anything like that. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah,
there is one video like 20 years ago, but I don't know if it's still surfacing the internet anymore.
We'll find it. Our viewers.
I know you will, you dirty little perv.
No.
Anyways,
no. Let's see. Video games. What dare I ask? What are you getting into these days?
Spaghetti westerns.
Spaghetti. Oh, now that's all right. That's all right, right there.
First, I am embarrassed to say that until this week, I have never seen a Clint Eastwood Western movie in my life. I've seen Heartbreak Ridge, right? The Marine movie, but I've never seen a spaghetti Western.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen Tombstone, but I don't know if that constitutes as a spaghetti Western, does it? That I feel like that's.
I don't think so, man.
I feel like that's an action movie that happens in the West.
Yeah.
But yeah, so the first one I went with was Once Upon a Time in the West, a Sergio Leone movie. Jason Roberts, dude, the granddad from Little Big League, right? I noticed the face, like the cheeks, because he's got a beard, and I was just like, who is this dude? I looked him up, and it's the granddad from Little Big League. Oh my god! And it's got Charles Bronson from Death Warrant or Death Wish. No, it's Death Warrant. Charles Bronson, all those 80s and early 90s action movies. Charles Bronson was the stranger with the harmonica. I had no idea, right?
Yeah.
Of course, like I was expecting to see Lee Van Cleef, but he didn't come in until Good, the Bad, the Ugly. But dude, it was I got taken down a damn rabbit hole, man. A Sergio Leone kick. The music is what makes those movies. I will say that. And then look, so everybody, I think people know that I'm a huge Tarantino fan, right? And of course, I've known the influence of Sergio Leone with Quentin Tarantino, but I've never seen a Sergio Leone movie before. I never thought, to go back and be like, oh, it's going to move me. So let me watch it. Like I'm a fan of cinema, but I just never sat back and watched a spaghetti Western. So finally, after I did, I'm starting to see all these footprints of Sergio Leone, that I'm just thinking about, like Kill Bill. Kill Bill is one of my favorite movies, and it is arguably a Western set in samurai world. Basically, I mean, the way that Tarantino shoots all those shots, and it's very, very influential, or you can see the footprint that Leone has because of the way that, I don't know if people have seen Once Upon a Time in the West. I'm going to spoil it for you and ruin it for you here. It was made in 1969, so you should have seen it already. But so he does the flash scenes, the scene jumping, right? That's what Sergio Leone did in this movie. It's very reminiscent of what Quentin Tarantino does to kind of set his scenes up with all of his movies, to where he jumps around to the timelines to be like to show revelations of the story. That happened, and I was actually taken back at the end of Once Upon a Time in the West. I was like, holy shit, that was so compelling. Like it gave me goosebumps that to find out that Charles Bronson was not the guy on the harmonica, was the little boy that was holding his father up, and that's what was his motivation to go back and get the killer.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, and then I went with The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. I watched that last night. I stayed up till about 3 a.m. last night. My God, man. Ecstasy of Gold. The Ecstasy of Gold. I mean, everybody knows wow, 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 wow. Everybody knows that song, but Ecstasy of Gold, when Eli Wallach is sitting there searching through the damn graveyard, looking through Arch Stanton's grave, dude, I got goosebumps talking about it, man. It is the music that really drives the spaghetti Western. Anyways, that's my little spiel on what I did last night. So going down a rabbit hole of spaghetti Westerns. Yeah. I don't think Blazing Sad. That's
our man Jake and Ben Johnson.
Mel Brooks is not. And they ride off in a damn Cadillac at the end of it. So it's not a Western, man.
Our man Ben Johnson right there on the text line as well. Not the offensive coordinator of the Detroit Lions, but very close. That Ben Johnson. Yeah. With Blazing Saddles, I mean, hell, you got the Klan in there and all these different things. Like, I hope nobody ever tries to remake that one.
I don't think that you can make Mel Brooks movies anymore. You have got to give it up to Mel Brooks. I mean, what? Yeah. The pair of testicles, the size testicles on that dude, to put some of the shit that he has put out there. I mean, you want to talk about pioneer satire?
Oh, dude. And let me tell you, Norman Lear is another one. I mean, when Archie Bunker, George Jefferson, I don't know I don't think Fred Sanford may have been Norman Lear also, but that just kind of tells you the mind of Norman Lear back in those days, where it was like dropping N-words and calling the white dude a honky. I mean, it's like, what in the hell is this? I mean, can you imagine trying that now? It's really good. You can't remake those, and it's great because you would not.
Tarantino put some raunchy dialogue in his films.
Yeah,
I'll say that. But I mean, like some of the stuff that I don't know, like you couldn't make Tropic Thunder today. I don't know if you've seen Tropic Thunder. There's no way in hell you can make Tropic Thunder.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way. I mean, there's absolutely no way, and it's good because those don't need to be remade.
I think if you can't find satire, I mean, if everybody's on board with it, I think you got to have some space reserved for comic relief, Rodney.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's like I say, I mean, I like raunchy comedy. I mean, so some of these guys that I watch, it's like
I have a very dark sense of humor.
Oh, dude, I like it as bad as can be, to be honest with you. And it's like, I watch some of these people where it's like, watch this guy, he's hilarious. And I'm sitting there the whole time like this. I'm like, when am I going to hear something funny? When's the I have a friend. We went to high school together, and she's like a comedian. And she's like, "You need to come see one of my shows." I'm like, "Do you tell dirty jokes? I mean, what do you do?" No. It's clean comedy. I'm like, not interested.
Yeah, I'm not into it. If it's Christian fun, I'm probably not into it.
Exactly. I
rather
don't
laugh with the sinners than die with the saints, man.
Man, I'll tell you, I want it as
Sinners are
raunchy
much
as
more
possible.
fun.
Yeah, as raunchy as possible. What a lead in when I'm about to talk about our friends at passes.com. They're going to be like, "Oh my God, please get rid of this tape because we don't like that lead in." Passes, of course, content creator company the Texas One Fund is partnered up with, is giving Texas fans behind the scenes access to your favorite teams and players that you can't find anywhere else. You can dive in right now with Texas getting ready to go into the college football playoff. Of course, Texas taking on Clemson right here at DKR next Saturday. Basketball is going full bore. You got volleyball. I mean, volleyball blowing and going right now as well. You've heard of the Texas One Fund, and you know what they do for UT. And now you can donate to that Texas One Fund and get something in return: access to tailgate parties, meet and greets, signed memorabilia, VIP experiences, and you name it. It's also helping the future of Longhorn athletics, and you're getting access to really cool stuff. Head over to passes.com/Texas One Fund to get closer to the game than ever before. Again, that's passes.com// Texas One Fund. Elevate your fandom today with passes.com.
Absolutely. Good shout out to the women's volleyball team. I got them up on the list here. Was gonna mention them if we got around to it, but yeah, they're going to Penn State here. Going to play in the Final Four, man, for this tournament.
Gonna be a little chilly.
Hopefully they got this thing down.
Inside game. Wags, you texted me last night, and I'm glad you did, because I wanted to talk about this because you read my mind. We were talking yesterday about Bill Belichick going to North Carolina and all that, and he had the presser yesterday and blah, 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 blah. The professionalism of college football right now, I am so glad that through all of this, I need that little bit of decompression. I need that little bit of back to college football, and there is not anything better than real college football than Army, Navy, in my opinion, because this is just an old-fashioned football game. And the winner of this that gets that Commander-in-Chief trophy, both these teams already beat Air Force. So they will truly be the best of the service institutions, man.
So
can't wait for this game
here's
tomorrow.
The thing, right? It really, and I know that a lot of rivalries can say this, right? It's almost become hyperbolic, but you can throw the rest of the season out. Like, it only matters winning this game. And honestly, like, it is great of a season that Army has had. They absolutely believe that if they don't beat Navy, it's for shit. It's all for naught.
Yep.
You got to the war and you couldn't fight. That's essentially what it's going to feel like, right? Yeah, and look, you've seen the line. The line's pretty short on this, right? I think it's what we mentioned, six. Somewhere it's like 6.5, 6 and a hook, something like that. And Army's had a fantastic year, but anything goes, and chip a chair and a prayer, and Navy could actually win this thing and come away victorious. They don't have a terrible squad, but they don't have the squad that Army does, right? And look, what's guaranteed out of this is probably the under. As BK, like, I was very hyperbolic and said it was 20 years, but BK actually hit the nail on the head. It's been 17 years that the under has hit for this game. In this game, though, we got to talk about a little bit of the tradition.
Yeah.
Very cool tradition. I don't know if you guys are aware of it, but I just wanted to take a little bit of this time on this platform to kind of highlight this and bring something that's very dear and passionate to my heart.
Absolutely.
Because we're talking about service. But this is called prisoner exchange. Now, imagine Marcel Reed has to come to Texas for a semester, and we'll say Ryan Wingo has to go to Texas A&M for a semester.
Yep.
That is kind of what take it with Oklahoma as well, if you want to do that. So Danny Stutzman has to come here to UT for a semester. Or no, it's not even a semester, it's a year. You got to do a year. So after this year goes down, you'll see this on Saturday. You'll see prisoners forward, right? They'll do the prisoner exchange. You'll see service members you'll see students of the academy that are over at, service members of the Army Academy that are at the Naval Academy right now. They'll be exchanged and come over with their mates and go back with their cadets. You'll see the midshipmen that have been studying over at at West Point. You'll see them get exchanged, and they'll go back with their midshipmen from the Naval Academy. All right. Now, after the game, they go back to the opposing institution and finish out the remaining year. But it's called prisoner exchange, and I got goosebumps talking about it because I just think it's one of the really cool traditions that's still in college football. Again, imagine being a Longhorn and having to spend a year in Aggie land. Like I'm sure you'll make friends, but you learn about, and the goal is to learn about their, traditions, their customs and courtesies. But it's also to get a little bit of appreciation, a token of appreciation for the other service. I don't know if I could be appreciative of Texas A&M or Oklahoma. I don't know if I could be in Norman. I don't know if I could survive in Bryan or College Station for a year. I have to have something. I have to have some type of life outside of just that town. But again, these dudes do it, and a big shout out to the students of the service academies here. Again, they're not in the military yet. They're pledging to be there, but they're students. They're academy. They're cadets and midshipmen of our service right now.
Yeah, it's one of those things to where, obviously there's the game right there. But when you look at it, and this really is, because this goes back to 1890. And when you want to talk about this, you have these rivalries like you're talking about A&M and Texas, or Texas and A&M, Texas OU, Michigan, Ohio State. The list goes on and on and on. To me, this really is to me the rivalry here. But when you get to the core of this, and this is where I go back to the whole professionalism now that is college football. When you get to the core of this, Army, they want to beat each other,
sure,
but man, they're all on the same damn team. And when you sit here and you think about this, they're going to play a football game tomorrow. They're going to play this football game tomorrow. And at any point, they could be called to go do something far more important than playing a football game.
And a few of them will.
And a few of them will. And that's the whole thing. Look at Roger Staubach. That's the one that you can go back to. Wins the Heisman Trophy, does all this. Does he go to the Cowboys right away? Nope. He had to go do something far bigger. Then he came back. And that's where I think it's very humbling. And I love the fact that this football game is the only one tomorrow, of significance. I'm sure
highlight, or it's marquee, the marquee matchup.
Yeah,
right?
This game deserves to be all by itself because it just means that much. And the whole thing about it is this year, obviously what you were talking about, Army, hell, they're 11-1. They just won a conference. Navy, they fired off, and it looked like they got thumped by Notre Dame and were never really the same. You got two good teams, and these two are going to lock it up. And
you got one good team. You got a okay team. Navy's okay. But yeah, go Navy, beat Army, beat the brakes off of Army, man. It's gonna be good. I wonder. I'm always interested to see their uniforms too, because sometimes they'll do like a tribute to the unit, to certain units that are deployed or downrange. I'm very, very curious to see what the uniforms for Army and Navy are going to be. I always find that very interesting and intriguing as well. But yeah, thank you for allowing me a couple of moments to talk about that tradition here, man. But yeah, other than that, we got Blue Santa tomorrow. Bucky and BK are going to be doing that, so going to try and get out there and see if I can help out with some Blue Santa. But other than that, I guess you're going up to Stevensonville, my dude.
Yeah, Stephenville this afternoon. I'll be back. We're back tonight. I don't know what else is going on. I'm just going to go where I'm told. But pretty cool thing right there. I saw that. It'd be like us going back to the Horn. I don't think there's anything to go back to from what I gather that happened while I was on sabbatical.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything left, is there?
Yeah,
I don't think. Yeah, I don't think there's a space anymore.
Yeah, if we go back there, we'll be the only ones there.
Speaking of rumors, did you see these rumors trickling out about people transferring?
Yeah.
Is this real?
I mean,
it's building some steam.
You see it on X, it's being talked about, and here's exactly where it didn't need to start happening. Sarkisian's done a really great job. We've talked about this, to where the three people that know what's really going on are the three most important people in this whole scenario, as the fancy people say: Arch, Quinn, and Sarkisian. Arch maybe to Ole Miss, Quinn maybe to the Big Ten, money waiting for him. Is he going to go to the league? What's he going to do?
I saw Arch to Ole Miss yesterday around 1 o'clock, and I laughed at it. I was just like, ha, whatever. Ha. And then now, I mean, 24 hours later, and it's got legitimate steam to it.
Yeah. From what I've gathered, and again, I mean, you never know when you're reading stuff, but people in the know, people that are truly in the know.
And this, like I've seen this, I've heard mention of this too. So I thought for sure, all right, well then what the hell is Ole Miss even in the picture for then? I just think it's hearsay, man. That's why I asked if it's legitimately real. I don't believe it's real. I think it's just people trying to get inside the locker room, and it's that rat poison that Coach Saban talks about so much.
Yeah. I mean, I truly think that at the end of this year, it is one of those things for Quinn to pass the reins on to Arch and let him do whatever 2 years, whatever he's planning to, however long he's planning to start here. With Quinn Ewers, I mean, I think you do. I mean, go to the league. I mean, because the whole thing is with Quinn Ewers, what concerns me about him, let's say he goes to wherever, Ohio State, or whatever whoever has all this money that we're supposed to.
I know. I'm trying to do a show, guys.
The whole thing is, I mean, let's say with Quinn Ewers, I mean, yeah, your draft stock has fallen, but I mean, with the injury thing, do you want to risk another year of playing college football and not get to the NFL?
It's what Jordan alluded to a couple of days ago too, right? Like you've gotten your reps. This is
absolutely
the ceiling's as high as you've probably gotten right now. You can't allow other injuries to kind of trickle back into this and knock your stock down a little bit. I think you go into the draft, you've got enough on you right now to where NFL scouts can be like, all right, we can work with this dude, or we can find a spot for him on the roster and develop him. Yeah. I think that's the move, my dude. Right. Arch Manning takes over.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. And I know that there are a lot of people that are Quinn detractors, but that's typical for a Texas quarterback. I mean, other than VY and Colt, I mean, you go back and you look, and people are always going to pick on the Texas quarterback. I mean, the backup is always the most popular quarterback in town, even magnified now that it's Arch Manning. But go back and look at the body of work that Quinn Ewers has done. I know that, yes, there have been times where he hasn't done whatever, but man, this dude's going to walk out of here as one of the greatest quarterbacks in this program's history. Wags, I mean, get off the guy's ass. I mean, and his work is not done.
No, he's actually going to make Texas do worse things. We're going to blame everything on Quinn Ewers moving forward. That's kind of the trend now, right? Everything's my dog not having food right this morning was Quinn's fault and not my fault for having a headache and not going to Healthy Pet. And going to get the food. That was on Quinn Ewers too. What else can we? The coffee. My coffee not being perfect this morning was Quinn Ewers' fault. Yeah. No, I don't know. I don't understand why he's getting this. Everybody loved this dude almost a month and a half ago, and then since the injury, since we've honestly the first loss to Georgia is when it started.
Yeah.
Come on, man. Is Carson Beck not struggling? Are quarterbacks all around, the college landscape not struggling?
Yeah.
Peaks and valleys. We talk about it all the time, and this is a pro quarterback, man. Hell, he was deemed a Heisman Trophy candidate, midway through the year, and everybody loved it. And that's the thing too, right? That's what I've come to see a lot here this year. Is not just this year. It's kind of trickled from a few years ago. When it's good, it's really good, but when it starts to get bad, we really get away with it and just let shit get awry. I mean, let's kind of stand on your ground. That's if I have any type of advice to the Texas fan base, it's stand your ground, man. When it's going to be rough waters every now and then, you got to stand strong. You got to be that beacon sometimes of light.
Well, and this all goes back to, I mean,
Longhorn Bear, I'm in the same boat, man. I actually reached out to the guy I'm playing in the playoffs, and I said, hey, GG's, congratulations. When your quarterback goes 3.9, I actually had 3.9, so your scoring's a little bit different. But when my quarterback hits you 3.9 in a 2-quarterback league, it's pretty much doomsday, buddy. Sorry, bud. What's up?
That's all right. I mean, this whole scenario is because it's Arch Manning. Arch is the answer to everything. And look, I'm not going to, I was sitting there watching the other day as this game's going on, and the offense. I mean, I said it yesterday. I mean, Georgia has totally shut down Texas in the 2 losses that Texas has suffered to them, but it's much more with the line of scrimmage woes. I think more than Quinn Ewers, and Arch Manning's going to be the savior if the dude's running for his life. I mean, is he really going to be? I mean, he hasn't been tested like that, and that's not always the answer.
What'd they get to him on Saturday? 6 times, 6 sacks on Saturday.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I know that Arch is more agile and can run and all of that, but I mean, does that necessarily change the outcome of the game? I mean, I don't know. Maybe it does, but this is Quinn's team right now. And this is Quinn's time right now to really step this thing up. Last year the loss to Washington, whatever. Here you go. If you're going to ride out of here into the sunset, I mean, here's your chance. You've got 3 games. You've got 3 games. If you're all about legacy, which he's already going to have a good legacy here, Wags. Here's your chance to go out to everyone and give.
He's one of the most successful quarterbacks that stepped on the campus of Texas. So
yeah, and so people need to kind of lay off of it. Look, your playoff future is in the hands of Quinn Ewers. You need to support him. It's okay to be critical of him, but I mean, just slow down a little bit. The dude's done a good job, and he's been a great Texas quarterback. I'll tell you what. Holiday time, if you're looking for a new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, there's one place to go. As my man Wag says, it is the Covert Palace out there in beautiful Bee Caves. Here's a word from our friends at Covert Bee Caves.
It's really a family experience. I walked in the showroom today and everybody greeted me by name. How are you doing? What's going on? How's everything going?
From a price standpoint, from a customer service perspective, just conversation when you come in, it feels no pressure. I want to buy cars here.
The family buying car experience, one of the best that you will ever have.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
That's right. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now. Not ever.
It's the kingdom, the Covert kingdom that never ends.
Kingdom. There you go.
And of course, if you're getting those chariots out there, you got to get something. You got to get those accessories, man. Make a purchase of $100 or more from Real Truck, and you get a hat too. Here's a word from our friends at Real Truck.
Building a home for the people who are worth it. Stepping out, throwing in a line, and dropping the tailgate for a picnic. And finding far-off campsites with the people you're closest to. Upgrade your truck, Jeep, or Bronco with over 1 million parts and accessories. And bring your truck to life. Real Truck.
I keep on dancing about. You know who that is?
I don't.
That's the Gentrys. And do you know what I just recently discovered?
What's that?
The lead singer from the Gentrys was none other than the mouth of the South, Jimmy Hart.
Are you shitting me? Really?
I'm not. I wouldn't. You're my favorite turd.
Damn. Man, that's crazy.
Mouth of the South, Jimmy Hart.
Dude was a singer?
He was a dude. And he, not only that, he did most of the walkout music, the theme music for the wrestlers. He did the Big Boss Man. He did Hard. I know he did Hard Time for.
I did not know that. I did not know that.
Did a few of them, man. Yeah, I've been going down some rabbit holes.
I see that, man. That's some late night research right there. That is some late night research coming up with that. Boy, this Quinn thing is kind of opening up a can of worms right here, man. Look, I mean, if it wasn't that Arch Manning is sitting behind him. I mean,
they've been trying to make this happen for a long time.
I know. I mean, riddle me this.
You guys know who I'm talking about. Those national pundits out there, they don't want Texas to have any happiness.
Yeah, riddle me this. Let's say Quinn's gone. Let's say Arch is the quarterback of UT, and he's having kind of some of the things that are happening to Quinn Ewers. How soon before we start shouting for Trey Owens? I don't think it's going to be as quick with Arch Manning as a starting quarterback. And I know people are going to say, Rodney, if this isn't going to happen to Arch, we don't know that. We don't know that. I mean, Texas quarterbacks, man, always ridiculed, unless you're Vince or Cole.
So, and the thing, I think Quinn can clean that up too with the batted balls and the low trajectory at the line of scrimmage. Matter of fact, on point almost. Jake kind of brings it up with Drew Brees' delivery from the line of scrimmage. That's kind of what I was getting to here, right? It's a low trajectory. I think they work on his footwork to help him get outside of the pocket just a little bit when he needs to make the throws, or kind of move left or right to kind of get, sidestepped of the lineman. And honestly, dude, you got to put a little bit more of the air on the ball, like we were talking about earlier, right? Arch does a fantastic job of doing that, high pointing and allowing the spiral to come down. And you see it with, a lot of pro quarterbacks a lot. That's how people, are successful with Hail Marys and stretching the ball vertically as well. I think Quinn throws a good deep ball, but it's not the ball that Arch throws. It's just a different ball. We all know that. I'm not trying to be too harsh and too critical on Quinn. I think that he will be able to clean up a lot of the shortcomings that we've seen in this season, and there hasn't really been that much. I mean, let's be real. It's been peaks and valleys, yeah, but at times, man, it's been fantastic performances from Quinn. And then honestly, if he could clean up a little bit of the footwork, he'd be a top 5 quarterback, in my opinion. But again, it's and we kind of got to be a little bit fair to that too, right? He isn't an air cast. He is hurt. He's kind of banged up a little bit, and he's still the mobility that I've seen from him has been okay, but I would still love it to be top notch. I'm sure everybody would, but my God, dude, I think we got to be a little bit fair with the criticism in terms of Quinn Ewers, considering what he's endured.
Yeah, and that's where, I mean, I'm going to be curious because I think folks with the whole knee-jerk reaction where it's like Arch needs to be playing against Clemson, or, moving forward, if you're going to play Arizona State, Arch needs to start that game, or whatever the case is going to be. I mean, I think that we've all realized right here, and people just kind of need to chill out with that a little bit. It's very evident that Sarkisian is going to stick with Quinn Ewers,
right.
and unless he gets hurt or he gets in a situation where it's just horrible and you're behind. I mean, the funny thing about this is a lot of times if you go back and watch throughout the season, Wags, or a lot of people want Quinn taken out of the game. Hell, Texas is ahead.
Now hold on. I was one of those people. Like, I thought that the move to put Arch Manning in against Georgia in overtime, I thought that was a really good move. I thought, it shook up Kirby Smart a little bit, and he got 5 yards on the carry. I honestly thought that you should have stuck with Arch Manning after that. Just allow him to have that series. Again, certain scenarios will dictate when to make the move, right? It's not to say that Quinn's not a good quarterback. It's, hey man, in this certain scenario, I wanted to go with Arch Manning to give me a little bit more mobility here. I wanted to use the strength that he has in his lower body to kind of be a ground and pound. We've only been able to muster 35 yards for running the ball. I was trying to get some type of a spark. When you can go 11 on 11 and not allow 11 on 10, the game kind of works more in your advantage that way. That's kind of the mindset that I was having with Sarkisian, electing to go with Arch Manning in the first stanza of overtime there.
I was thinking about this the other day because I've thought for a little bit, well, maybe Arch doesn't go to the league. Maybe he does transfer somewhere else because, I mean, look, this is Arch's program from here on out. I mean, I think it's pretty clear right here. What's going to be the thought? Let's say that Quinn does go, whether it's a Big Ten or wherever it is. Let's say he goes off somewhere and has success. I mean, I say have success. He's had success here. He's got his team into the college football playoff for 2 years in a row, for crying out loud. I mean, that's pretty damn impressive right there. I don't care who
second team all SEC.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to know. I mean, I'm not in the know.
You know who got snubbed? We talk about snub. You know who got snubbed?
A lot of people got snubbed.
A lot of people got, but you want like Taft jumped off the page. Yeah. Like I feel like whenever there was a turnover, or whenever the ball was on the ground, Taft was always around the ball.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or making plays happen for a turnover or a takeaway.
Yeah. I mean, it's curious to me how this happens. I mean, if Arch does go somewhere else, I mean, and continues to do what he's done here. And this is where I'm not in the know enough with the Georgia folks. I mean, I'd love to know kind of what the mindset is with Carson Beck, because I mean, these two are very comparable. Like we talked about.
Carson Beck's going to the league.
Well, yeah, for sure. But we can sit here and say, well, he hasn't lived up to the expectations that he had when the October game, where both these guys are leading the Heisman race, and they've both kind of fallen back. I mean, now what do you think? Both these dudes, second round picks, right?
I think they got a lot on their mind. That's what I think.
I
don't know if they're second. I think maybe Quinn goes to the third round. If that's probably where I'm putting that at. I don't know where Beck goes, honestly. Beck's probably a second round quarterback. But yeah, like I don't know if you've been paying attention to their outside of their lives, but they kind of got a lot going on right now. Did I not see that Ewers' girlfriend's expecting?
Oh, I don't know.
That could be hearsay, but I thought that's what I saw on the damn social media on the Twitter there. I also saw that that Beck, or I heard from Lee Sterling, a guest that comes on Bucky and BK, that Beck is driving a Lambo, and Beck's also dating one of the Cavendish sisters. There's a lot of distractions going on with college ball players right now. And maybe I'm wrong about Quinn Ewers and his girlfriend. It's something that I saw on Facebook or Twitter. I did not confirm that, by the way.
And I'll tell you the thing for Ewers, and again, I mean, we want to wish we want these guys to go represent our university in the NFL. I mean, we see these guys, and I hadn't gotten to say here, Agent Zero going down there for the Cowboys, man. That is crushing to see that with Overshown going down, man.
Hopefully it's just a season-ending injury and not a multiple season-ending injury.
Right there with you, man. But it goes back to with Quinn and Carson Beck, for that matter, the fact that that their draft stock has dropped. I mean, yeah, that's probably going to affect them financially, I guess. But I mean, the whole thing is that
they'll be okay.
Yeah, they're less likely to go to a Cleveland, Jacksonville. Well, I guess Jacksonville has their quarterback. One of these teams that are
Cleveland. Hold on now, Cleveland, don't undersell Jameis. Cleveland's got a quarterback.
That's true. I think Cleveland going to move forward with that dude. I mean, give that dude the mantle and let him go. I do. I mean, and get one of these young dudes in. I mean, get Quinn Ewers in there and let him learn to be religious, like Jameis Winston, man. Let him learn the word of the Lord, crying out loud. But
I'm going to be preaching here on post games that I don't, or praying post games that I don't throw interceptions or pick sixes. What about you, my dude? I know you got to get out of here. You got to hit the road.
I probably got just a few more. I got to go clean my ass up. I got to shower. I got to shave. I ain't shaved in 2 days, man. Can't go rolling up there.
A little early with it myself here. I gotta
man.
Gotta touch it up.
Looking like a thug.
Growing the playoff beard out. You know what I mean?
That's what I'm talking about. That is what I'm talking about. Wags, Pittsburgh at Philadelphia on Sunday. I think that's going to be some.
I picked Pittsburgh to win.
Me too. I think they do. Mike Tomlin, man. We talked about this a few months back. Here they are again. But they're pretty damn good.
They're finding themselves in a wrong team favored scenario this Sunday, going up against the Eagles, man. Let's walk down that slate real quick before the guys get in here. We've already talked about the Thursday night stinker that we saw. 12-6 Rams did cover, by the way. Chiefs and Browns right now. Chiefs only a 4-point favorite right now, going up against Cleveland in Cleveland. But yeah, this famous Jameis eat some W's, and does the Lord's blessing come into play here and not throw a pick six? What do you think here?
Wags, you know what my thought is going to happen to Kansas City? They're going to continue to win these games with doinks off the goalposts and all these different things. They're going to get to the Super Bowl and get beat at the very end.
I see a different scenario. I see Kansas City getting to the Super Bowl and blowing the opposition, unless it's Detroit. I'd love to see Kansas City versus Detroit.
Yeah.
We'll see how that plays out. So what's your pick? You got the Chiefs and Browns?
Yeah, Chiefs will win this barely. They'll win barely. Yeah.
Barely. Well, they're favored by 4 right now. So Bengals and Titans. Does the Mayo get spread for Will Levis here?
No, man.
Cincinnati by 5.5 coming in Tennessee.
Yeah, I think the Bengals will take care of business. They beat the Cowboys. I'll go with the Bengals on that one.
All right. Carolina and Dallas. Where are we at here?
Dude, I'm so afraid what's going to happen here.
Carolina is favored by 3 points, dude.
This is going to be the ultimate. Man, I'm sorry to say, Carolina's going to win this game. I think Carolina's going to beat Dallas. Come on, man. Oh, man. Either that or Dallas will blow them out and win by 30. And it'll be like, well, Dallas can beat up on, whatever. Cowboys are going to lose. I'm so afraid.
We're going to skip around real quick. One more. Dolphins and Texans to line out your noon games right there. Houston favored by 3 over the Fish.
I think the Texans. Is this in Houston? That's a Houston.
Yes, it is in Houston.
Yeah, I think Houston needs a get-right game. I think they're going to come out and be pretty decisive in this. I'm got a lot of faith in the Texans.
Right on now. Bills and Lions. 6-1 at home, 4-3 away. The Bills are, and this is in Detroit. Detroit, do they cover? It is a 2.5 spread.
Super Bowl preview right here.
Really? This is you got the Bills. You don't have the Chiefs.
You know who I want to see in the Super Bowl? I want to see the Bills and Minnesota, 4-time losers. Somebody's got to win a Super Bowl. How cool would that be?
Sam Darnold does have the wherewithal to get the Vikings there. Mono man. He's no longer mono boy. He's mono man.
I know.
He's a superhero in a purple
Somebody's
cape.
got to do it. Somebody's got to do it. But it's hard to not want Detroit to get there.
It is. I am a Dan Campbell fan. I have become a full-fledged Dan Campbell fan, dude. It's kind of hard not to root for the dude, right? He kind of the way every time he talks, he makes me want to run through a damn brick wall.
I know. Yeah.
Or chew on some nails or thumbtacks.
That's what I'm talking about.
You know what doesn't want to make me run through a brick wall?
What?
0 touchdowns scored on Thursday Night
How
Football
about that?
with Sean McVay and Kyle Shanahan.
There
It's
wasn't even
raining.
a catch by Cooper Kupp. The leading,
Hank,
hey, what's up, Hank? The leading wide receiver for the Rams didn't even get the catch. Didn't even get a catch in the game last night. One hell of a game. One hell of a game,
man.
Pretty crazy.
That's why
guys, I got to get out of here. I got to go take care of some business. So, see you
Double
guys.
R. Congratulations, man.
Thanks, brother. Appreciate it, man.
Be good, brother. What's up, guys?
Hey.
You want to talk about some awards? You want to talk about some crazy rumors about Quinn Ewers and Arch Manning?
Okay, we're not calling anything from the NFL.
Down. We've already put that to bed. I was only entertaining because I was trying to do a show here, and I was just like, oh, okay.
I wake up and I'm like, man, why is everyone reporting on Quinn? Like, what the hell? And then I see Texas fans. The more I scroll down my feed, I see Texas fans talking.
We've got breaking news. We've got breaking news. Chris Summer of 24/7 Sports reports that Utah transfer punter Jack Baumeister is expected to commit to Texas.
Well, all right.
Hang on one second. I got to mute real fast. Second week in a row. Hummer's calling me, so hold on.
All right.
There it is. You're seeing the bat phone be called as it's making right now.
Yeah, I'm posting his commitment story right now.
Up. All right. Well, we got some news that's already breaking off and flying on the wire here for Texas. Texas getting a inbound transfer from, I believe Hank said Utah State. I think that's what he said. Utah. Thank you very much.
Really? Okay. So really interesting ad. This kid is originally from Australia, and he's not a kid.
Aren't they all from Australia now?
Basically, he turns 26 in May and has punted in 39 college games across his career. Again, originally from Australia, went to Michigan State. Originally spent 1 season there and then just left Michigan State, moved back to Australia for 2 years, trained full time, about 2.5, 3 years actually, trained full time at punting. And then through his pro kick Australia connections, they got him a spot at Utah. And
Jordan,
I had a feeling.
I'm posting your story, Jordan. We're going to run your story.
I'm posting it right now.
Okay, you're good.
Yeah. So we can't both be in the manager.
Per Hummer, he already signed, so he's good to go.
Okay, cool.
Hey, can we have a more serious conversation? Are you a Ravens fan?
Okay, so this is the most comfortable shirt I own. I got it.
That's a no. All right.
I mean, Justin Tucker, I love Lamar Jackson, love Derrick Henry.
Sure.
I don't know. I have a Falcon shirt like this. I'm not like
I'm from Baltimore, so when you lean back, it took me back a minute. So
this is like I've had this shirt for like 10 years. It's awesome.
Nice.
I love it. It's like
it looks vintage.
No,
it looks classic hardball. All right, gents, I'm gonna head out here, man. You guys good?
Sir.
Have a great show, man. Have a great weekend.
Thanks.
Go Navy.
Sorry, y'all. I'm getting this tweet up. Give me a
second. This is the second weekend in a row, second Friday in a row, we come on the air as someone's committing to Texas. Obviously, last week's a little bit more high profile. It's Justice Terry. But today, how do you say his last name, Jordan?
I think it's Baumeister.
Okay. Texas has their punter. And that was something in our needs story earlier this week. On Monday when the portal opened, we reported, some spots that Texas may look at, and specialist was certainly one of them. Obviously, Michael Kern's a true freshman. He hasn't really messed up or done anything, to hurt Texas, but he hasn't been that great either. I think he ranked in the, towards number 120 in the nation in punt average. So, Texas has done this before where they've gone to the portal, for a bridge player at punter, Ryan Sanborn from Stanford two summers ago or 2 years ago. And he was, top 15 in the country. So it's worked out for them in the past. You'd imagine he comes in and starts right away. Obviously, everybody loves their Aussie punters. So yeah, I think this is a nice first portal get, as Jordan writes his story or posts his story.
Yeah.
On his visit.
Sorry. You're good. Sometimes it is so annoying waiting on stuff to load on your phone so you can tweet.
Oh, you're doing it on your phone?
Oh, no, I was just getting the tweet up.
This is what happens when you get two recruiting reporters.
Yeah, usually only one of us is on air, so the other one does it. But
what's up, Longhorn Bear? Yes, exactly. That's what we need. A punter with a weird name will be great for us.
Yeah, I was double checking. I spelled his name correctly like 3 different times. I had to do that like 5 times yesterday when writing up the story. All right. We're all ready to go.
I'm sending a text alert to our Horns 24/7 subs, so I'm going to let you talk about him for a second longer.
Yeah. No worries. So, really good get. Fan of Michael Kern. I actually really like that kid. Hank and I got to chop it up with him, meet him, get to know him pretty well. In January at the All-American Bowl, but we cover Texas, and at Texas, how Michael Kern has done this season, he's not the reason Texas has lost 2 games to Georgia by any means, but the punting could be a little bit better. It's also, kind of expected. He was a true freshman this year. Yes, he's on scholarship, but true freshman punters, they get better as they go on. Go look at Baumeister's stats. They're very similar to where Kern was as a freshman, except Texas needs better production at the position. I'm not sure what's going to happen to Kern, as things currently stand, and if he's on the team next year or if he transfers or whatnot. He is on scholarship, so I'm sure that's something that is going to be discussed. But really good get. Over the last 3 seasons at Utah, he has over 150 punts. This past season, he punted all 12 games, had 60 punts for almost 2,700 yards, averaged 44.7 yards per punt. 13 of those 60 punts went 50-plus yards, 9 landed inside the 20-yard line. 2023 was his best year. He averaged 45.5 yards per punt, which led the Pac-12 and ranked 16th nationally. That season, 19 of his 55 punts went 50-plus yards, and 20 landed inside the 20-yard line. Now, he only ever held kicks, PATs, and field goals in 2023. He didn't do it in 2022 or 2024, but he has that experience if, that ever happens or Texas ever needs that. So definitely good and an incredibly interesting story. I've never, ever seen anything like this. It took me like an hour yesterday to find all these details on him and figure out a way to write it that was easier to digest for the reader. But again, originally from Australia, played cricket, Australian rules football, which it has the name football, but it is almost nothing like American football. And he played that in high school. Also did, punting, pro kick Australia in high school. Got a spot at Michigan State through those connections. After 1 year at Michigan State, he left the program. They went through a coaching transition and got rid of Antonio, brought in Mel Tucker. We all remember how the Mel Tucker era ended with the phone calls, but yeah. So once Mel Tucker got in there, he left the program. He gave quotes to the Michigan State 24/7 site at the time saying like, yo, I do want to come back to American football, but to be honest with you, I need to mature more. I need to go back home. I need to work on my game. I need to mature more so that I can come back to college in America and, be more successful. So that's what he did. Went home for about 2 or 3 years, trained consistently every day with folks in Australia who, produce punters out the ass. got a spot at Utah through his connections with his coaches, and committed to and signed with Utah without ever having stepped a foot in the state of Utah. So once I realized all that stuff yesterday, I was like, yeah, Texas is going to get this kid. We had no intel at all, but I was like, he only ever took one visit, committed on the spot to Michigan State. And then at Utah, he never visited. It was ever in Utah when he committed and signed to them. So the fact that no other schools were involved here besides Texas already got him on campus. Man, this thing was written all over the wall. And I wrote this up, the commitment story, last night, again, without a single bit of intel on it. I was just looking at the past, and, patterns are repetitive, and, hey, they repeated. So,
Chris, he already I talked to Chris Hummer. He already signed with Texas. So he just hasn't, transfer portal is kind of crazy because, like, a lot of the, I'm not saying it, you hear more stuff from agents with portal and things like that. So sometimes you don't see a commitment or a post or something, and the kid just, it's already done. So it'll move a lot quicker in some cases. Some kids want to make a commitment to post, but a lot of times you'll see Chris Hummer, Matt Zenitz just posting, hey, this kid's expected to transfer to this school because that's what, they've got their ear to the ground all over the country. So, but yeah, that's a nice kid. I want to know when we are getting a Netflix documentary on Aussie punters, because, I mean, who doesn't have an Australian punter on their roster? I mean, it's a bad. The guy at Georgia that just tore his ACL, isn't he? I think he was the best punter in the country.
I believe so.
Kohlberger, whatever his name is.
Believe so.
That's a good question, Rick W. I'm not sure on the paperwork for transfers, but I think it's like financial aid paperwork. Yep. So yeah,
I'm shooting text.
So he was one of two. Well, let's see. Hold on. There's a bunch of reports out on different visitors expected at Texas. Obviously, we just saw Jack B. I'm just going to call him that for now. The punter commit. He arrived yesterday. Then you have the Purdue tight end transfer, Max Clare. Haven't heard if he's left yet, but he was there yesterday. Someone asked, how good is he? I mean, his stats are pretty good. 6'4", 240, 51 catches, 685 yards, and 4 touchdowns. At Purdue, I would say that's pretty good.
Yeah.
Obviously a big target. They're going to have to replace Gunnar Helm, who's going to get drafted here in the spring. Juan Davis obviously is out of eligibility, I think. Right? Am I right on that? Yeah.
Yes.
So you got Jordan Washington and Spencer Shannon coming, on up and coming. I think Texas really likes both of them and has high hopes for them, but that's 2 tight ends that, you need a little bit more depth there. Obviously Sark likes his tight ends too. He likes to have 2 tight ends, on the field in different situations. But, and then you got Nick Townsend coming in. Amari Winston, I'm not sure he's going to contribute to Texas anytime soon. Nick Townsend I could see contributing to Texas earlier in his career just because he's like too good of an athlete. But yeah, Max Clare, that's another one where like you don't hear a lot about him, and then like you'll just randomly see, oh, he's signed with Texas or he committed to Texas. So I'm keeping an eye on that one. Obviously, Texas has a good thing going with tight ends, on the run with Jatavian Sanders. Now, I think Gunnar Helm is one of the best recruiting pitches you can give to anybody looking at Texas at that position right now. And then Cole Brevard, the defensive lineman from Purdue, you might have a little bit more info on his background than I do, but he is on campus at Texas today as well.
Yeah. So, we'll start with the 3 transfers from yesterday. Claire, interesting kid, played baseball in high school, is like a 6'6", 230 pounder. You don't see that too often like that. Originally from the Cincinnati, Ohio area, went to St. Xavier. I believe it's an academy or some religious private school or something in Cincinnati. Also has a little brother. I figured out he has a little brother who's a freshman at Purdue was a freshman at Purdue this season. However, the younger brother has not gone into the transfer portal. He is a walk-on. So maybe if Texas wants to go all in, they offer him a spot. Also, walk-on spots are diminishing from an unlimited amount to 20 this upcoming season. So maybe not. But we did see 2 days ago, Texas extended a PWO offer to a Louisiana Tech quarterback named Jack Turner. originally from Cedar Ridge in the Round Rock area north of Austin, and did JUCO 2 years out of high school, went to Navarro JUCO in Corsicana, and then transferred into La Tech. He's been there the last 3 years, started a few games, has appeared in a few games. By no means is a scholarship QB, but for at least a school like Texas. But the good thing is they've offered him a preferred walk-on spot. So maybe he comes back home. That is the only interest he's posted on Twitter thus far, is the PWO offer from Texas. So, I guess we'll see what happens. But, I thought it was kind of puzzling that some people had kind of thoughts Texas would try to go after a fourth transfer QB. I think, either get a really cheap guy who it's very clear he's just a clipboard holder on Scully, or get a pretty decent walk-on. And this is about the cream of the crop for walk-ons right here. So we'll see what happens.
Cam Rising theory? Jeez.
No, I mean, Hank, I didn't even see that until like 5 hours after you posted it, just because that's how those days are sometimes during the portal. And like my first thought was like, I wonder if Hank knows that Utah paid Cam Rising over $1 million last year.
I'm saying, is an Arch insurance policy not worth that to you? I mean, are you cool with – I know Trey Owens is good, but are you ready for Trey Owens to fill in if Arch misses a few games next year?
Well, here's the deal. To my knowledge, Arch Manning has never sustained an injury, or at least an injury that's made him miss time in high school or college. Knock on wood, obviously. Trey Owens, on the other hand, if you can't have a guy ready to play year 2 as a redshirt freshman, what are you doing? That's kind of my thought process. Like,
that's a fair point.
Malik Murphy had to play as a redshirt freshman with absolutely zero experience, and he held his own. So,
barely got by Kansas State. I'm just saying.
Hey,
But no,
better than nothing.
If you, he was fine. He was good. But if you look at it, like Trey Owens is not expecting to play next year. Like he's in it for the long haul. He's in it for the development, learning under Sark. Maybe takes over for Arch after all is said and done. We'll see Diabell's coming in, KJ. Like, what's the problem with having a veteran, very much a veteran quarterback that has plenty of game experience come in and just learn under him, I think it's a great idea. Obviously, NIL is going to be a factor. He'd probably make more money agreeing to be a backup somewhere than he would any sort of NFL contract or undrafted free agent kind of thing. So I don't know. I thought it was a good idea, but that's me. I wrote it. So obviously,
and I love Trey Owens, Joey Austin. I see your comment about the higher ceiling, but I would feel safer rolling Trey Owens out there in year 2 than I did Malik Murphy in year 2. But in terms of NFL ceiling, like Malik Murphy is a way higher one, just because he could throw a ball over a mountain like Uncle Rico. He has like traits you can't coach. And yes, Trey Owens has some of those too. Big toolsy passer, but Malik, he's a true pocket passer, but a bit of a better athlete than Owens. And, just that arm talent is on a kind of a different level. Now, it needed more development out of high school, and it still needs more development than Owens did, I think, to, reach that NFL ceiling. But I have to disagree with you, I'd say.
Yeah, but and I'm not saying I think Trey Owens is really good. I think he could be the starting quarterback eventually. I'm just saying you have a title window right now, and Texas is not going away from a title window anytime soon with the way they're recruiting. But we've seen them use Arch more in the run game. Arch obviously seems to love contact. I think you haven't had your starting quarterback healthy for every game for the last 3 years at Texas. I think if Cam Rising was willing to come do that, I think it's and Hudson Card probably has more of a shot at the NFL though, I would think, than Cam Rising, just from the stance of I don't think an NFL team would want to touch Cam Rising given his injury history. And so I love Trey Owens, great kid. And then Chris, Arch is the savior. Yeah. I think a lot of people took my article on Monday as they should who just committed.
Zenit's just confirmed the Eric Singleton stuff.
Okay, cool. Good.
All right. So now we can say Eric Singleton is visiting early next week.
But no, 90% the article, I think, just to finish this thought real quick, people thought I was saying Cam Rising come in and start next year. That's the furthest thing from what I'm saying. I'm saying add as an insurance policy to Arch Manning. So that's all I'm saying. Just a theory, just a thought. But obviously this is Arch's team beyond this season. So that's where I'm at.
Man, they don't have pronunciation on Hold up. Let me find this. I'm gonna double check how we say the punter's name.
Does it have the thing
Yeah.
where you can click the ear and it has him saying it? Like
I don't think so.
audio.
Let me see.
Oh,
Nah, they don't got that Texas roster.
I don't know.
What are we doing?
No, yeah, I think Texas feels very good about Trey Owens. I was just so this is where I'm coming from with that. Like when I was covering Alabama in spring of 2018, they didn't have a quarterback commit. They were trying to get Brock Purdy late, flip him from wherever he was. I guess where was Brock Purdy committed? I want to say he was committed to Boise. No, where was I don't know. But ended up at Iowa State, obviously. But they didn't get a quarterback high school commit. And obviously, I don't blame any quarterback for seeing Tua, Jalen Hurts, and Mac Jones on the same roster for not wanting to go to Alabama at the time. But they got Gardner Minshew to commit in the transfer port as a grad transfer from East Carolina. And everyone was like, what is he doing? But his logic was he wanted to go learn under Nick Saban and be a coach. Mike Leach gave him a shot at Washington State, and it's worked out well for him because I think he's made a lot of money in the NFL. Since he got drafted in 2018 or 2019. 2019. So yeah. But anyway,
hey, trust me, I like Trey Owens. I think I actually saw Trey Owens throw in person more than anyone else in the entire industry did. I'm a fan of him, and I also like how he knew the exact situation he was walking into behind Arch Manning and still wanted the opportunity.
And you got to love that too. You got to love the kids that love the competition, and especially nowadays when you have kids that want to come in and play immediately. Kids are more college ready nowadays than ever, but kids that are willing to
for sure.
buy in.
And
talk about Singleton.
Yeah, or with Owens real quick. I mean, going back to when Arch Manning was getting recruited in high school, even before he committed to Texas, like there was buzz that he was going to be in college all 4 years, no matter where he goes, right? We've checked in with people since he's gotten to Texas, and in the last year, that still remains the plan. Owens knew about that. Like, I had conversations with him about that when he was in high school, and he still walked into the opportunity wanting that opportunity, and shows up to practice every day, busts his ass, and, let's say Arch is a starter in 25 and 26. In 27, there's a QB competition between Trey Owens in year 4. KJ Lacey would be in year 3, and Dia Bell would be in year 2. And I guess whatever the 2027 QB take is, he'd be a true freshman. If all those guys are battling, like, yes, Dia Bell's really talented, KJ Lacey is really talented, but like, if I had to put money on that QB battle right now, I'd probably pick Trey Owens because I know he knows that that's when the window's opening for him, and he knows how to attack things. He knows he can set up a plan throughout all that. So I'm rooting for him, like him a lot, and one of my favorite, fun facts about Trey Owens, he beat Katy in the second round of the high school football playoffs as a senior. That was the earliest exit Katy High has had in the high school football playoffs in Texas since some guy named Vince Young did it back in either 2000 or 2001. So I really like that. And yeah, Trey Owens in a shiesty mask. I got that photo on my camera roll. Don't you worry. But no, we can. So we'll start with the 3 guys, and we'll get into Singleton and the other potential name. But with Claire, kind of talked about him. Top ranked portal tight end in the country. Second most receiving yards by a tight end in the Big Ten last year, behind Tyler Warren, who is the Mackey Award winner, or is the Mackey Award winner. Also was second in Big 12 in average yards per catch, but behind Terrence Ferguson, not Tyler Warren. Grades really high. Really like the kid. Obviously, he's talented. He could probably get drafted in the late rounds this year, but, hey, when you're the top tight end in the portal, you can afford and have the opportunities to go to a top program in college football that is better development than what they have at Purdue, who won 1 game this season. So, we'll see where he ends up. I haven't seen any other schools really attached to him besides Louisville. He had a visit scheduled for Louisville that was canceled, so he can end up on the Texas visit. But kind of in wait-and-see mode with what happens there. Now, the defensive lineman, on the other hand, Cole Brevard, another interesting kind of recruitment. Not as interesting as Baumeister's or Baumeister's, but Baumeister. Okay, got it. UT Parking, thank you. But with Cole Brevard, originally from Indiana, was a high 3-star D-line prospect out of high school in the 2020 class. Had a 4-star per the composite. And he committed to Penn State over offers from like pretty much every top-tier Big Ten school or school in that region. God damn. Sorry.
What you got?
I just had to respond to a text. But chose Penn State over like Michigan, Ohio State, had all the top offers in that region out of high school. Was there at Penn State for 2 seasons, didn't play a snap his first year at Penn State. His second year, he played in 1 game versus Rutgers, and I think had 1 tackle, and that was it. Entered the transfer portal after that second year, and ended up at Purdue. He chose Purdue over Florida State and Duke. Apparently, that was his top 3 in the portal. Appeared in every single game at Purdue his first year there in 2022, and then he started every single game over the last 2 seasons. Bauer Sharp is going to transfer to LSU. That's kind of hilarious from OU. Per Matt Zenitz, the GOAT. But yeah, so Cole Brevard, you know, I'm not going to come on here and act like he's a potential crazy addition because he's not. He would be a depth guy. Like Texas is going to sign at least 3, if not 4, defensive linemen out of the portal. And at least 1 or 2 of those guys, I'm under the assumption will be starting quality. This guy, Cole Brevard, is not starting quality in the SEC. And I'm not trying to say this is a bad move what Texas is doing. They need depth because they have absolutely none of it right now. And yes, they have, you know, guys who might not be able to make a ton of impact this upcoming season returning. Sadir Mitchell, Alex January, Melvin Hills. But this guy has started like 20-something games and has played in 39 games in his career. You know, you can't teach that experience into someone. So, you know, Tops will probably see maybe 10 to 15 snaps a game if he was to end up at Texas. But, you know, he's closer to Sherrill Carter and Tio Savea than he is to Jermaine Lola and Bill Norton. I think that's a good way to describe Cole Brevard as a portal prospect. And then the last Baumeister, you know, we've already talked about him and kind of what Texas is adding there. Really great get. Feel for Kern. Again, not sure what's going to happen there, but really like to get a Baumeister. And I'm under the impression he's on scholarship. He was on scholarship at Michigan State and at Utah. So makes a lot of sense. By the way, Hank, just got to confirm Brad Spence is on campus if you want to run that story.
Cool.
Yeah, and I haven't for Brad Spence, I haven't heard any of the schools besides Missouri. Missouri has a pretty interesting NIL offer, I'd say. I'm not sure what his market is, but that's the one school I've heard attached to him or a number. Besides Texas, you know, went and reached out to him within an hour of him entering the portal, got him on campus soon. And, I mean, he's a really good player. He started at Arkansas this season, has been at Arkansas since he signed in the 2023 class, and played pretty well versus Texas this year up in Fayetteville, number 22 for the Hogs. But, and yeah. And CB, I don't really have any thoughts about Will Stone posting a video of him kicking field goals. I know people are curious about, you know, Texas adding a portal kicker. I think it's going to happen. Looking at the current kicker situation, I don't really see a way that they don't go after a kicker in the portal. You know, Will Stone, he came in the 2022 or 2023 class, but, you know, kind of yet to earn those responsibilities of kicking field goals. So we'll see what happens there. But, I mean, as things currently stand, I think they're going to get a portal kicker. So, yeah. And Sicario Davis, a lot of people have had some interesting thoughts on him. He regressed a bit this past year. A big part of that was the fact that he was playing in a new scheme under Brent Brennan, and they have an incompetent coaching staff. That's why Arizona won like 3 games this year. I like Dwayne Aquino a lot, but I like the scheme they were running. That's not what Sicario Davis fits. He fitted the Fish scheme much better, and I think that's why he's going in the portal. His draft stock is basically what it is, if not worse, than it was if he would have left last year for the NFL. So Texas was heavily involved that first time around. He obviously went back into the portal and went back to Arizona from the portal. But Texas could be an option. So we'll see. I definitely think I know a lot of people kind of got really excited about those 2 Arizona defensive back transfers because Jason Shear posted that on Twitter. Of those 2 guys, I think Sicario Davis is the one Texas definitely likes more. And, not quite ready to rule out and say that's not happening. And I'm not quite ready to rule it as saying it is happening. So we'll see what happens there. But if one of those 2 guys ends up at Texas, I think Sicario Davis is more likely for sure. But
yeah, we checked, Jason made that tweet, and then, we checked in with our sources, and they're, kind of like a not so fast approach. I think there's interest, but, we'll see if they bring them in. It was weird last offseason when Davis was in the portal, he was still practicing. He went through spring practice with Arizona and was practicing with the ones, was just in the portal, obviously ended up just staying. But yeah, his PFF number went from he had a crazy good PFF number last year, was in the mid 80s. And then not he's in the 60s now. That's not horrible. It's just more average than it is elite. So, but yeah, still, really good talent. We'll see if anything develops there.
Yeah.
Another, Texas recruiting cornerbacks on national TV last night with Jahdae Barron.
Yeah.
The Thorpe. So I'm sure they'll have other big time guys be eyeing the Longhorns as well.
Yeah, and Gabriel Ford, I see the vision, I guess, with Poona Ford. The thing is, Poona Ford is a fire hydrant at 5'10". Cole Brevert is 6'3", 6'2", and he also only has 1 year of eligibility left. So if he ends up at Texas, no pressure should be put on Kenny Baker to turn him into a remotely draftable prospect, because he currently isn't one right now, really. He's been in college 6 years and is transferring, or 5 years and is transferring for that last year. When that happens, 9 times out of 10, it's because they don't have NFL interest. So that's okay. You don't need, top tier NFL draft prospects to win football games at the college level. So, yeah. And Jake Bayless provides a great point. That was the main underlying thing for Sicario Davis, was that Arizona retained Dwayne Aquina. Dwayne Aquina was incredibly close to coming to Texas. He came down to Austin, visited campus. And I know this because at one of the juice practices, Michael Griffin was there. His son was working out. Dwayne Aquina called him and was like, "Hey, are you still living in Austin?" He's like, "Yeah, we're at Del Valle at this practice right now." And he was like, "Oh, well, I need to fly out later today. I'm pulling up." And Dwayne Aquina just pulled up and watched Michael Griffin and his son kind of work out and chopped it up with him. And it was right after he stopped by the Texas campus. So, that was close to happening, but it didn't. And, Aquina was able to get his CB1 back in Tucson. So, yeah, CB is correct. I thought that award show last night was kind of weak.
Yeah, and it also started on the guide, it said starts at 8 Central Time, and it started at 7:56. They gave the Davey O'Brien out, and I was like, wait, am I late to this show? But it was they were starting it. I was like, what? It was very weird. But yeah.
I thought the same thing. And half of the awards are all right, we're going to commercial, and then you come back from commercial, and it's South has won the ABC award, and it's what?
I know some of them they would announce the finalists, obviously the bigger ones, and some of them there was this is the winner. But
yeah.
I mean, Barron had the best acceptance one with Taff and Makuba with him.
Man, that warmed my heart seeing that and seeing everyone in the team room. I went up to the TV like this and took a photo of Bam because I saw Bam there. But man, it's nuts. And hey, go look at that Juice 7-on-7 Twitter account banner on the left. All-time leading Texas Tech rusher, Taj Brooks. Next to him is Jahdae Barron, 2024 Jim Thorpe Award winner. So love that. And speaking of Bam, Chip Brown should have a story out sometime today talking to Bam about, his 3 Austin area DBs balling at Texas, Drew Makuba, Mookie Taff, and Jahdae Barron. So love that. And also love Jahdae Barron has changed his bio to Ja Thorpe Barron. Our agenda has successfully been pushed. We've completed the mission, boys.
I like that Javion Cole was still, even after entering the portal, he's still giving love he did his Ja Thorpe too. So I was like, he's going out on a Texas fans will cheer for him wherever he ends up. So
Oh yeah. And hey, how about Sadir Mitchell coming back? That happened between yesterday's show and this show. I want to say great get for Texas, great add, but they didn't really add him because they never subtracted him. He never officially went in the portal. And I remember talking to you about this on the phone the day that was posted, like, yo, this is worded plans to enter the portal. Like the other times kids are getting tweeted, it has signed the paperwork to enter the portal, intends to enter the portal, or has entered the portal. That one was a one-off that said plans to enter. So I'm like, yo, something's up here. And I wrote up the story like that afternoon about him coming back just to have in case. And I didn't think it would happen, but in the chance it did, it would, we could have it ready. And we did. But yeah, going to be a big week for Texas in the portal. Have Brad Spence on campus. We talked about that, confirmed it with him. He's an Arkansas transfer. If you want to read more about him, go up to Horns 24/7, and Hank just posted on the site. But yeah, that time of the year for Texas, and it's starting to pick up more and more activity. It's nice. People are getting less restless about the portal on our site. But I remind y'all almost every show, there are still so many guys yet to go in the portal that are Texas level guys that Texas will have interest in. A few of those guys are playing in the playoffs, and a few of them are playing in regular bowl games. A big thing nowadays that I think is actually pretty cool because it's making bowl season more entertaining. A lot of NIL payments are structured where you don't get that last payment unless you play in the bowl game. So a lot of guys are doing that, or they're staying on through a certain date so they can get paid, in mid-December or whatnot. Like I've talked to kids that have told me that. There's also a few instances where players, they don't, have an amazing family situation or a family back home where they can go home and live somewhere. So they're kind of full-time permanently living on their campus in an apartment. Who pays for that apartment? The school they go to. A decent amount of guys will wait a few days to enter the portal because they won't really have a situation or a place to go. And their fear is that when they enter the portal, they'll get kicked out and all their stuff will get thrown out, because that does happen. And it's hard. It's a hard deal to figure out what's next, especially if you have to downgrade from a power 4 to a G4 or G5 that doesn't necessarily supply apartments or give apartments to their guys. So the portal is truly the Wild West. Yeah, and I keep seeing people bring up Zach Branch. I think if he went in the portal, Texas would definitely kick the tires there. But Texas wasn't involved out of high school. So, yes, that obviously doesn't mean anything in the grand scheme of things of the portal. But in terms of like continuous relationships over the last few years, there isn't a ton there. So they would really have to have sold him on Texas. But I guess we'll see what happens with Branch. I know Zach Branch and Malik Muhammad aren't friends.
We should talk about Eric Singleton. Matt Zenitz just reported he's visiting early next week. So, you would think Monday, Tuesday. He was probably we already have him ranked as number 1 wide receiver in the portal, don't we?
I believe so. I think at one point he was our number 1 overall prospect in the portal. Let me double check this.
But while you're doing that, for anyone not familiar, Georgia Tech wide receiver transfer. Obviously, Georgia Tech outplayed their expectations this year. Everyone's going to remember the 8 overtime game against Georgia. In that game, Singleton had 8 catches, 86 yards, and a touchdown on the Georgia defense. The week before that, he caught 5 passes against NC State for 106 yards. For the season, he averaged, 13.5 yards a catch. He only caught 3 touchdowns, but, 56 catches for 754 yards. So big-time playmaker. He fits the mold of what Chris Jackson looks for in the portal. There's a lot of talk like, oh, well, this guy's really good, but he might not necessarily be like a one-and-done type talent. Like Texas goes out, they will go out and get guys like Isaiah Bond, who I think everyone still expects to be in the NFL draft conversation. Obviously, he's had the back half of the season has been rough after his injury. But, that's a guy that, he needs to come play one more year, catch passes from Quinn Ewers. He'll get drafted. Could make that argument with Matthew Golden. We'll see what he ends up doing. But Singleton fits the bill of like a guy that could come boost his stats one more year, catch passes from Arch Manning, and then go in the first round. Like that's just kind of how they view it. Yeah. So if you're looking at, like when you're looking at wide receivers enter the portal, you got to kind of take that into account. Like a kid that's like a freshman after, for example, Micah Hudson, not that he's not going to be a NFL talent, but he's not a one and done type guy because he's only going into a second year. So I think that's kind of the checklist Texas has, at least on the looking from a broad or from 30,000 foot view.
Yeah, for sure. As much as I'd love them to recruit Micah Hudson, and as much as I think he'd be successful there, they have guidelines that they go about for recruiting guys. The only guy that really makes sense to me from the 2024 recruiting class at receiver that's actually in the portal would be Mario Craver, just because he actually had production last year at Mississippi State. But I don't really see that happening for Texas either, just like I don't see it happening for Micah Hudson. But that at least makes a little bit more sense in my head. Rick W. has a good question. It says, when players in the portal visit a school, who pays for the travel and accommodations, the player or the school? So visits in the transfer portal, every single one of them is an official visit, just like the official visits in high school. They are completely paid for by the school. Some of them are only 1 day. Some of them are 2 days. It's the same rules like in high school football recruiting, where they can only be on campus on the official visit up to 48 hours. So if they come in on Monday at 8 a.m., they have to be out of there off campus as a visitor by 8 a.m. on Wednesday. So like Brad Spence getting in today, don't know what time he got on campus, but like he could hypothetically stay there until Sunday if he wanted to. And it'd be legal, and it's all on Texas's dollar. So again, some instances it'll only be a day. Guys will squeeze in 5 visits back to back to back, and they're living in airports for a week essentially. But the majority of the time, I think, guys will spend a night and then come back the next morning and meet with the coaches again. Or at least that's how Texas traditionally does it. So, and I can't remember if A.D. Mitchell was. I believe he was. I know he was a top 5 overall prospect in the portal. And Isaiah Bond, I believe, was the same, where he was the top 5 prospect and also the number 1 receiver. But that is a great point, UT Parking. I hadn't even thought about that. I'm actually going to double check that right now to see if they were.
It was wild to think, you look back at Isaiah Bond, had Alabama beat Michigan in the Rose Bowl. And, I don't know if,
Isaiah Bond was number 4 overall, number 1 receiver last year.
Yeah, he was a guy that didn't even go in the portal until almost mid-January. And that happened so fast. He, it was reported he was in the portal. He was at Texas by Friday. He was committed, I think, by Sunday. And he was done.
Yeah. And that one also was hilarious. Our Alabama 24/7 sites, Brett Greenberg, put in a crystal ball pick for Texas right away. And all the Bama fans were pissed, which was hilarious. But Texas fans were like, oh, snap, this happens quick. And I was like, Brett, what's the scoop here? Did someone at Alabama be like, yeah, he's going to Texas? And he's like, no, I called the Buford coach to be like, hey, what's happening? Why is he leaving? He's like, oh, it's Saban, but he's going to Texas. And I was like, oh, can I put it in? And he was like, yeah, you can. You can put in the prediction. And that's how that went down. So
speaking of Bond, do you envision, this is more speculative. This is speculative, Hank. Is there any scenario you see him coming back next year?
Dude, unless he's gonna actually suffer a big injury in the playoffs, I not really, because folks have to understand, the NFL drafts players and grades players and creates their board on players off of traits, measurements, and times, not necessarily production. Production is so low on the totem pole in some cases, depending on the position. Isaiah Bond, if he's healthy, is going to have probably top to bottom the best combine of anyone, this upcoming February. But that's if he actually, declares like we're talking about. Again, I heavily expect that to happen. I think most people have heavily expected that to happen for a long time. But, I mean, his stock has lowered as the season's gone on. Me personally, I think he – sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying ESPN's mock draft yesterday only had Banks and Cameron Williams in the as their first round. Obviously, it's a mock draft. That's anyone's guess. Yeah. But, he was getting mocked in the first in a lot of the early season drafts, and then now he's, slipping out of that. So we'll see.
Yeah.
He could have an amazing playoff and be right back, to first round conversation.
Yeah,
so.
But I mean, I think Texas is welcoming him back with open arms if he wants to come back for sure. You can't say that about every single player on the team that could leave or come back. So we'll see. But I lean towards the NFL for him as of right now. Rick W. also had another good one. Do schools have any limits on the number of visits? I don't believe so. I'm also not sure. I know in high school for official visits, the number is like 62 or 56 or something, and almost no one ever hosts that much. And like those limits are so strange to me because like a school like Abilene Christian, for example, they can't host more than 10 official visits a year because it costs money. You have to rent hotel rooms. You have to rent rental cars. You have to rent drivers. You have to buy all this food. You have to buy all this stuff, all these setups, photography stuff. They want their visit photos. You have to take the parents out to nice dinners, take the family out to nice dinners, wine and dine them for 48 hours. Like not every school in America can do that many times. Texas, effectively, they can host 56 or whatever the limit is easily.
There's that. I'll say I just looked it up just to make sure because they change the rules every 3 months. The NCAA suspended the limit of 70 official visits per recruiting cycle. That waiver is in place until March 31st, 2025. So,
okay,
I think it's
so they must be saying that's high school official visits and portal official visits.
Yeah,
which I can go tell you the limit for Texas, how close they are to that limit in a sec.
Yeah, use the OV tool. CB, higher stock, Golden or Bond. I think if you're going off traits and just measurables and times, got to say Isaiah Bond. But Matthew Golden kind of just more of a, sure-handed go-to guy.
Okay.
When you need a first down.
Texas had 49 high school official visitors this cycle, according to our site. They hosted the Purdue tight end yesterday, the Utah punter yesterday, the Purdue defensive lineman's getting hosted today, Brad Spencer getting hosted today, and they're hosting Singleton next week. So that would mean they have had 53 guys on campus, but they have 2 that are scheduled to come, so 55 in total, I guess. So they'll be left with 15 more visits to use.
Good times.
Which I'm happy we thought about that because like that now means if Texas is going to host someone on a visit, they're going to feel pretty good about it. You can't run out of that limit.
Well, no, like this waiver says like it was 70, but they removed that. So you can have as many.
Never mind.
As you
Never
want.
mind. I thought you were saying it was a lower number and they pushed it to 70. My bad for not listening. But yeah.
I want to ask about the 49ers, dude.
Yeah, no, I know. That was a rough watch. I was bouncing between that and the ESPN commercial show.
Well, I had Cooper Kupp on my fantasy team, so it was probably harder for me at this point.
Yeah.
I don't know, although that knocked the 49ers out of playoff contention.
I don't know. They draft pretty poorly in the first round. Like the only first rounder that's really hit for them, I guess Ayuk at the end of the first round and Bosa. But like Solomon Thomas busted, Reuben Foster busted, Mike McGlinchey busted. Ricky Pearsall was not a fan of that pick by any means. Bit of a unique situation with what happened this summer and him getting shot, but I guess we'll see there. So I'm not a huge fan of them losing, getting better draft position just because I don't think they have a good history with good draft positions. So we'll see.
If Kyle Shanahan, I've seen like buzz about like them eventually firing him, which I can't imagine. I mean, I guess I could. But could he go to the Steve Sarkisian coaching school? Be an offensive analyst?
Perhaps. Or he can go work with Belichick. Maybe Belichick becomes the new Saban that just like cycles in like disgruntled head coaches.
Yeah.
I mean, he might. And I mean that I cannot wait to see what happens there with them in high school recruiting and portal recruiting.
Brad Crawford had an interesting tweet yesterday. His buyout drops from $10 million to $1 million after June 1st. So if an NFL team comes around and it's like, hey, you come be our he might never even coach a game at North Carolina. I doubt that's what's going to happen, but that's interesting that his buyout
goes from 10 to 1 million.
Goes from 10 million to 1 million on June 1st, 2025.
How's his buyout only 10 million to begin with?
I don't know.
They're like inviting NFL teams to F up.
Yeah, I mean, like I think
operation.
they're like, yeah, it's like he's going to go through a spring recruiting period and be like, F this. Like I left retirement for this.
Yeah.
Or,
and like
on the beach with his 25-year-old girlfriend.
I keep seeing people joke like man, Belichick is going to hang himself when he gets the first demand from a handler being like, yo, I need $50K for this kid to visit. But, like, you're out of your mind if you think Belichick is talking to, like, any of these recruits, really. Like, the way it's going to work, they're going to have, like, their top 3 targets that are probably 5 stars. He'll talk to those guys, like, maybe once a month on FaceTime. When guys come by for game visits or visits, they'll get their photo, but they won't really get time with him in the office. I just don't see that happening. I think it's going to be set up similar to the way Deion Sanders in Colorado do it for, like, their non-top blue-chip high school recruits, where the position coach and coordinators handle the entire thing. And then when it comes down to closing time, come meet the GOAT, the legend, Deion Sanders or Bill Belichick, and they basically are the closer, and they're already wooed at that point. It's just the head coach that closes it. Like, that's how I think they're going to set up recruiting under Belichick. So
makes sense.
Yeah. Oh, wow, there's no 400-page Bible. He was like, now it's a 400-page something. It wasn't a Bible. Some stuff Belichick would say. But, yeah.
Anything else? What we got? Just matching, you know. What?
I'm about to – hold on a second.
So, yeah, kind of a bummer, no game this weekend. I mean, it's good that they're on a bye week.
Crap.
Healthy. Did that really happen?
LSU posted Brian Kelly and his wife, I guess Bucky, I don't know, are kicking off the Kelly Family $1 Million Match Challenge. They will match donations to LSU's football NIL efforts up to $1 million with a gift to the Tiger Athletic Foundation's AD's Excellence Fund. So is that like – so like if I donate $500,000, they're going to match it. But does this mean – like I can't figure out if this means they're only ever going to like match each individual donation up to $1 million, or if they're only ever going to donate $1 million in total. Because $1 million in total is like a penny out of his wallet effectively.
Sounds like a tax write-off.
Yeah. It was funny. That's good. That's good.
Yeah, LSU's interesting situation there. Army Navy tomorrow. That'll be good. Heisman ceremony, the Travis Hunter ceremony. I liked on the show last night. What's the ESPN guy was like asking him, what did he say? Oh, he was asking Deion Sanders how he would cover Travis Hunter if he was playing against him. And Deion Sanders just wasn't answering. Like, he asked him like 3 separate times, and Deion Sanders just kept like not answering it. It was really funny.
Yeah.
I think there's some FCS playoffs on tonight too.
I don't know. There's Texas high school football playoffs on tonight.
Oh, yeah. We got Westlake versus North Shore.
Yeah.
Westlake versus North Shore. What you think? North Shore gonna. What are your thoughts on that?
If North Shore loses that game, it's because like something happened, like in the Super Bowl, and the lights went out, or like their entire team just didn't come off the bus.
See, this is like classic Westlake football. Like when I was, a kid, or like middle school, early high, like Westlake always got to the state semifinals, and they ran up against North Shore. And that was the end of the. And occasionally they'd make it to state, and they'd run up against Cedric Benson or Reggie McNeil, and they always had to face some sort of like generational high school talent, and they'd get beat. But
yeah, hey, I will say, like the run Westlake went on with the 3 state rings, if I do say so myself, is a Lake Travis alum, home of 6 rings. Westlake has some Mickey Mouse rings, my friend. Those are D2 rings. They are. Like y'all wouldn't have, outside of the year Klubnik actually did it and beat North Shore in the D1 bracket, which was the 2020 ring when they beat Southlake and Quinn Ewers in state, Quinn's last game. That was the D1 bracket because Quinn and Southlake somehow beat Duncanville that year, and Westlake and Klubnik somehow beat North Shore. But the following year, I forgot who they even had to beat in the semis. It was Katy, and then they went and played Denton Geyer at state, and they sacked Jackson Arnold like 13 times and set a state championship record.
That's when Jackson Arnold came in because someone else got hurt, and Jackson Arnold was like a freshman.
Oh wait, no. I messed up these dates. 2020, there was the D2 bracket, and they played Denton Geyer. That's what it was. Oh wait, no, that was. I've messed this whole thing up. 2019 was the first ring. That's when they won the first ring. Because I remember their only loss that year, they were 15-1. Their only losses by way of Hudson Card, who was drugged up in the second half on a broken ankle and tore it all. And he still beat beat Westlake that night. That was the last time LT beat Westlake in 2019. Westlake goes to state that year. They beat Denton Geyer. Their QB was Eli Stowers, who's now the tight end at Vanderbilt.
Yeah.
Like the second play of the game, he tears his ACL. It's an injury he can't come back from. Their backup also got hurt at some point in the season. So they're now down to their third string as their backup, who's Jackson Arnold at 14, 15 years old as a freshman in high school.
Yeah.
And he's basically seeing ghosts. He finished the game like 2 of 13 passing for like 15 yards and 3 picks or something like that. They never stood a chance. The following year was when South Lake Carroll and Westlake meet up, when Carroll beat Duncanville and Westlake beat North Shore in the D1 bracket. And then in the 2020 season or 2021 season was whenever they met Denton Geyer again during Jackson Arnold's junior season, Klubnik's senior season, and that's when they set the sack record. So, yeah, a lot of Austin area guys. But
speaking of sack records, did you see that Brett Favre clip the other day where the dude came up and confronted him?
Yeah, I understand it, but like,
can you imagine holding a grudge that long? But then you watch the clip of Strahan getting that sack and like Brett Favre's getting like hit and he's just smiling. I mean, I don't know. That's a long grudge to hold.
Yeah. How many? Hey, that is a good point, Britton Watkins. But to be fair, 6A wasn't even a thing back then. They weren't a thing.
I was part of the class that the rivalry, or I don't even know. Like, it was when we started actually playing Lake Travis again. Westlake was still in 5A. Lake Travis was in 4A. And Westlake went to Lake Travis in 2006. That's when Nick Foles was the quarterback. They beat him at Lake Travis. And then I think that was Garrett Gilbert's first year starting. And then the next year, when I was a junior, they came to Westlake, obviously. And that's when they started beating Westlake every year. When Lake Travis started beating them, that was Garrett Gilbert. They started their big run in 2007, I think.
Yeah.
And Westlake had some talent that year, too. Like, they had, like, Jordan Etienne, who played baseball at Texas, Ryan Swope, me. Just kidding.
Me.
As a backup.
Hey, how many small classification? I get it. Someone might have been 4A, but like, does anyone say Scott Surratt isn't one of the GOATs because he has 15 rings at Carthage in 3A or 4A or whatever? Like, they won 5 in a row. Gotta give the credit, and they have one in 6A too in 2016 when they beat the Woodlands. But and yes, Sam did get to state championship game. They played North Shore in NRG.
Lost overtime.
And that's when the Westlake, they showed the clip and he was flipping the double birds. One of the Westlake players was giving the bird at the end of the game. That was funny. There's actually a trainer source I have that played in that game for North Shore and always talks about that clip.
Westlake's also like, they've been to state a lot and lost in like heartbreaking fashions. Like the year after I graduated, when they had Tanner Price, who went to Lake Forest, they played Euless Trinity in the state title game, and they lost on what was it? Like on the it wasn't a desperation heave, but like I think it was overtime as well. But they lost to Euless Trinity. Then they, when I was there, they played Riley Dodge and South Lake Carroll, Todd Dodge, before he went to North Texas. That was a crazy game in the Alamodome. That was the one where Riley Dodge just like projectile vomits right before the snap and then throws a touchdown. Classic Texas high school football play. But yeah, then Sam Ellender, I think they lost in overtime to North Shore, and then I guess that's it. I guess we'll see we'll see what happens this weekend. But yeah, they haven't really been challenged up till last week in the playoffs, playing Lake Travis again. So the Westlake route's always easy, just not easy. No offense to like.
Yeah, it's
Valley
you have to beat.
You go through San Antonio and the Valley.
Yeah, one North Austin area team first round, the Valley teams in the second round, and then third round is either more Valley teams or San Antonio. Fourth round is most of the time Westlake or Lake Travis playing the other. And then the fifth round is North Shore, the go-home round. So, and, hey, speaking of North Shore, did you ever hear about the legendary SAT game from Zach Evans?
Probably. Refresh me.
So this is the last ever game, and I've talked about this a lot, so apologies if it's repetitive to the regular listeners, but This was in 2019, December of 2019. It was the 5th round. It's Lake Travis versus North Shore at the Palace in Round Rock. It's Hudson Card's last ever high school football game. It's the most competitive Lake Travis North Shore game there's ever been. Like, it was either tied or Lake Travis is only down 3 or 1 score at half or going into half. The thing is, do you want to guess who hadn't taken their SAT yet and needed to be able to get into school at the next level because he's a college football player? And so he missed effectively the entire first half of that game. He came running down. You ever been to the Palace? Around the Rock?
Yeah,
you know, there's that big-ass concrete ramp on the end zone. He comes running down in full pads and a suit with his helmet. And, there's under a minute left on the clock. Guess who that was from North Shore that had to take their SAT?
I mean, Zachary Evans.
And it was the reason he had to take the SAT then was because he was planning on early enrolling, and that was the last day in the state of Texas you could take the SAT and still be able to sign all the paperwork he needed to sign. So he took it in Houston at 9 a.m. that morning. The game was at 1 or 2 or something. And as soon as he was done, someone from North Shore drove him in a car to Round Rock, gets into the locker room, suits up, runs down the stairway. His first touch, I'm pretty sure, went to the crib, and he didn't even warm up. Yeah. And Hudson Card willed Texas to it, or not Texas, Lake Travis to a 10-point loss that game, which is effectively a win if you're playing North Shore back then. They had D. Davis and Zach Evans. I mean, they had a squad, Damian George and
what's his name? Lineman.
Jaden Roberts.
Yep, Jaden Roberts.
And Chris Ross was on those teams too. And Denver Harris.
Yeah. I went and watched them work out one morning because when I was covering Alabama and they were trying to recruit him. Is Evans on an NFL roster? I feel like he was on the Rams, wasn't he?
Who?
Isn't Zach Evans on an NFL roster?
Yeah. He got drafted late by the Rams. I think he's still with them. But it's over with. I wonder where Alex Orgy's going to go. He honestly should have stayed committed to Virginia Tech out of high school before Michigan flipped him late. But yeah. But hey, I'm going to bring in Keenan. Eric has some stuff going on today, so I'm filling in for a little bit until about 12:15, and then got to run, cover some more portal stuff, call some people back. But Hank, appreciate you filling in for Jeff today. Jeff kind of had a family deal come up. He couldn't do the show, and Hank filled in and did a great job. So appreciate it. And, get over to Horns 24/7 for some great portal content. We'll see you there soon.
See y'all.
Peace, Hank.
Peace.
Yep.
All right, so what bookings are we avoiding today, my friend?
I always make this my thing on Fridays. It's a Jesus Nice quote. You know Jesus and Miro?
Man, you're speaking Chinese to me.
Oh, man. Jesus and Miro are great, dude. Bodega Boys. It's one of the funniest podcasts in the world. It's not going anymore, but it's these two guys from the Bronx who just talk trash to each other. It's incredible. Incredible.
The Westlake Lake Travis. Yes, the history lesson is over. Sorry. We were just ripping. But
hell yeah.
But no.
What's going on in the high school playoffs, Jordan?
Man, so I was gonna go to Richmond Randall. They play Barney. Richmond Randall has Landon Williams-Callis, who's pretty much the number one running back, perhaps number one player in 2027 for Texas. He's a number 23 overall prospect for us, number 2 ranked running back in the country. His uncle is Michael Lewis, who played in the league as a safety for a minute. Forget where he went to college. He went to Colorado and went second round out of Colorado in the 90s, played in the league for a minute. And then his cousins are James and Jaquiz Rogers, who are, if you follow Texas high school football, you know those names are royalty. So really awesome kid, has great bloodlines, has amazing production, was 50 yards shy of 2,000 all-purpose yards as a freshman playing varsity ball in 5A this past year. And he also runs he's ran as fast as 10.42 in the 100-meter. So, yeah, pretty freaky stuff. You think, you hear all that stuff, oh, yeah, that's a 5-star running back. Thing is, there are people that don't think that because he's 5'7". Yes, he might be 5'7". Do you know who was 5'6" at the NFL Combine and played in the league for 6 years? One of his cousins, the Rodgers. So we feel good about it enough, or at least the scouting team does, to keep him as a 5-star as of right now. We'll see what happens, but really, really good kid and really good player. Like, he's on pace to finish top 10, I believe, in all-time rushing touchdowns in a career in Texas high school football. In terms of getting to the rushing yardage top 10, that's going to be almost impossible for him, just because, like, Richmond Randall, like they beat teams like teams stole money from him. Like, he's barely played in the second half at all this season, where it's like it's not sportsmanlike for him to play in the second half. So he won't reach the yardage top 10, but I mean, he averages like 4.5 touchdowns per game, and they're all in the first half.
Sheesh.
So, but was looking forward to seeing him. But it's going to be like 40, 50 degrees raining in Waco today. And I'm not trying to go sit in the McLean Stadium and get that. McLean Stadium is like the worst stadium in Texas when it's cold, because all the wind just comes in off the Brazos River right there and into the stadium. And since it's closed in, it just circles around in there, and it's horrible. It's horrible. So I didn't want to go because of that, because it's raining. And also, like, and during certain times of when the portal's open, like, I don't have to actively be on my computer, but it needs to be, if something happens, I can walk over and type something up real quick.
Yeah,
like,
for sure.
That's not as easy to do as at high school football games or when you're driving 2-something hours to Waco. So I'm sitting this one out. I'll have it up on my TV on Texas Live or NFHS while I'm working, doing some portal stuff. But that's a good game to look at. South Oak Cliff also plays Argyle tonight. Didn't bring it up. It is the semifinal round, so whoever wins this weekend in Texas high school football moves on to state, and they're playing in Arlington next week. But if you're wanted to watch any high school football, Sauk and Argyle will be a great game. Richmond, Randall, and Bernie should be good, but I think Randall will end up winning by like 2 to 3 scores probably. And if both those teams win, Sauk and Randall, they'll meet in Arlington, and that will be the state championship game I'm most excited for, no doubt. So.
What division is that? Is that 4A? 5A?
That'll be 582.
582.
Okay. The Craigway Invitational. The GOAT. But
yeah, he really is the GOAT. What a good guy. Love talking to that guy every time I see him. Great dude.
Yep. What do you got? Anything coming up this weekend? Any plans?
No, I got to work this weekend because I'm taking next weekend off because I'm going to the playoff game with my dad. So
nice.
Got to get some extra hours in this weekend for sure. But I am very excited for the college football playoff. I think it's going to be I'm really fascinated by this Ohio State-Tennessee game. That is by far the most interesting game to me because I think Tennessee is like a sleeper natty contender because their defense is so good and they can run the ball. And I think they're going to beat Ohio State on the road, and I think they're going to beat Oregon, and I think Texas is going to end up playing Tennessee. That defensive front is awesome, and they can run the ball, man. And if you can do both of those things in college football, you got a great front. Now, I realize their defensive backs aren't amazing, and Nico's super inconsistent. They've had banged up wide receivers, but dude, they are so physical, and they are actually I think they're a contender. I truly do. I still think Texas would beat them if they played, but I don't think it would be any kind of easy game for Texas. I think that would be a super physical, tough, low-scoring type of game. It would look like Georgia, kind of.
Yeah. I hadn't even given Tennessee a shot to beat Ohio State until you said that stuff. I don't know. Like, it's going to depend which version of Nico shows up.
Sure.
Kind of like Texas games depend on which version of Quinn Ewers shows up. They're going to need him playing well, and it's going to be a ridiculous environment. It's going to be cold as hell up north to where they probably haven't played in a game like that cold temperature-wise since I don't know when. That's going to have an effect on the game. Ohio State has experience in that atmosphere and that, weather environment, and Tennessee doesn't.
Yeah.
Now, if Tennessee wins that game, I'll have more confidence about them, but I don't think they can beat Oregon. Like, I think if Oregon loses before the national championship, it'll be because Texas knocked them out or else they're going to it. I just think they're too talented top to bottom and are coached too well. Now, CB's comment, did Sam Acho really pick Clemson to beat Texas?
He did, yeah.
How is that? What?
Yeah, I mean, I think that game will be closer than the spread indicates, but I just don't see Clemson winning. They don't defend the run very well. And if Texas runs the ball, they win the game. You know what I mean? Like, they have good corners, but they always put dudes in the league. But, I talked to a Clemson guy on Monday. I did a podcast with a Clemson fan, and he's a sports guy I've known for a while, and he watches every Clemson game. And he said their biggest problem is they can't run the ball and they can't stop the run. And if that's going to happen, like, good luck. I know Klubnik's a baller. I get that. He's a gamer. He's back in Austin. But this defense is so good, man. If you can't run the ball, those corners are going to feast, man. That's what I think. I think the edges will get to them. But I don't know, man. I think Texas is just a much better team right now than Clemson is. And that's not saying Clemson's bad. It's just like, you get killed by Louisville, you almost lose to SMU, you get killed by Georgia, like, not even competitive against Georgia in the first game of the season. So I don't know. Keenan, energy is a frequency. All frequencies carry information. Everything is a wave of light. Time is a flat circle. Those effing idiots let us get to Friday. Yes, Jake, they did. They keep doing it. Why do they keep doing it? I don't know. They can't stop us, brother.
Yeah. Your Clemson, Texas, is the line still 12.5?
I saw it at 11.5, but maybe it's gone up.
Yeah. I don't know how I feel quite about that yet.
I don't know
Notre Dame, Indiana.
Sorry? Yeah. No, I said I don't know if that's going to be a 2-score game.
Yeah.
Are you going to go to the game?
No, I'm not. State championships were 6 there the same day. And
gotcha.
I mean, I could go to the game if I wanted to, but I don't know. I'll be honest. Like, I hate going to football games when it's really cold.
Fair enough, dude.
How
cold is it going to be for Clemson? Any idea?
I'm not sure. I lived in Austin my whole life, and so moving to Dallas this year, I know, how cold it can get sometimes in December. But
yeah, for sure.
Yeah, no, I'm not going. But the game I feel probably least good about of the first round of the CFP, I don't really see SMU beating Penn State. I'd love it to happen because y'all know my James Franklin agenda. Not a fan by any means.
Yeah.
And I would love SMU to win, but I don't know if they can get it done. Now, Indiana, Notre Dame, on the other hand, I'm very intrigued to see that one. Very intrigued because it's, two in-state teams. So
yeah, the rivalry there is palpable. And there's a lot of people that are Indiana basketball fans and Notre Dame football fans. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
it's a common person in Indiana.
Yeah. But it's also like super interesting because I feel like Georgia kind of, I mean, I know I'm not supposed to be doing this, but Georgia just has to play their style of Georgia football, and they're going to the national championship.
Yeah.
Notre Dame and Indiana, I know I'm all SEC, all that or whatever. And there's been upsets in the past, but like I just think Georgia's too deep, athlete-wise, coach-wise, depth-wise, to lose to Boise State, SMU, Penn State, Indiana, or Notre Dame.
I agree.
Again, 100%. I could be wrong, but yeah. So we'll see. But hey, I got to run. I have a ton of portal stuff I'm covering.
No worries,
I see Joe in the waiting room, so I'll bring him in. Joe doing his Travis Hunter impression. You just signed with Adidas?
Pretty much. I got connections. Let's just say my wife works there.
Okay. Hey, might have to hook me up. Give me some Yeezys from back in the day or something. I know they dropped them, but they probably still got them in a room somewhere.
I'm sure they do. I'm not allowed in those rooms.
Yeah, but all right, y'all. I appreciate y'all coming on, and I'll leave it to y'all. False start,
Thanks,
y'all.
Jordan.
Great one. See ya.
Good deal.
Yes, sir. We are here. We are live. It is false start, baby boy. How we doing, my friend Joe?
I'm good, man. Just getting through the holidays, working hard, hoping one more peppermint latte will fix me. We'll see how that goes.
Yeah, I feel that, dude. We just moved to a new office and they have a coffee bar, and it's been draining my wallet, but it's been great. I can stay awake better at work. Not because I'm not getting good sleep, because I am, but because work can be boring sometimes. We were just talking about the college football playoff, and I feel like we should just get right into that. So I think we should go down each game. Then we'll talk about the awards because Texas crushed it in the awards last night. Huge night for Texas football. Jade Barron wins the Thorpe. Kelvin Banks wins the Lombardi and the Outland. I guess one of them was announced a couple nights ago, but still, big night for Texas. Let's get into some of these games, though, man. We were just talking about Indiana Notre Dame, and there's a specific kind of person from Indiana that is a Notre Dame football fan and an IU basketball fan. And these people are going to be very torn come next Saturday, or is it Friday or Saturday? I can't remember which day it is, which day that game is. But either way, really interesting matchup because, Indiana looked pretty pedestrian against Ohio State, but everybody else they played, they dominated. Like, it was truly like they kicked everybody's ass. Curtis Short's been awesome. Their defense has been good. All those James Madison transfers have been really good. Half their team feels like it's James Madison transfers. Half their starters feel like they're James Madison transfers. But Notre Dame's defense is very legitimate. Xavier Watts is awesome. I know Morrison's out for the year, which is unfortunate, but Howard Cross at defensive tackle, that guy's an NFL guy. They just have dudes all over the field, man. NFL-level dudes on that defense. Riley Leonard is hit or miss. He's, like most quarterbacks this year, a hit or miss guy. I don't think there hasn't been a Caleb Williams or a Jaden Daniels this year. There's been quarterbacks who have been good. I'd say Dylan Gabriel is the closest to a very consistently great quarterback this season. We'll get to Oregon a little bit later, but what are your thoughts on Indiana and Notre Dame? I mean, do you think Indiana can go in there and beat Notre Dame? I don't.
I also think Notre Dame's going to win, but I don't think it's necessarily going to be, the kind of beatdown that we saw when Indiana played Ohio State, for example. Like you mentioned, Notre Dame's defense has a lot of guys who are going to get significant time at the next level. Indiana, though, I've loved what I've seen from that offense all year, especially those James Madison guys that you mentioned. Elijah Surratt's been great. It's really just been impressive how well they've just transitioned to playing in the Big Ten and really showing that they belong at that level. And obviously, Curt Cignetti's done the exact same thing. I mean, it's because he's a little bit older, it's odd to kind of put him in, the rising star category, but I think he very much is. We'll see how long Indiana is realistically able to keep him with how good of a job he's doing, especially on the player development side, because that kind of speaks for itself in terms of those James Madison guys that we're talking about that just came over. But yeah, I also think Notre Dame's going to have a pretty, I don't want to say easy time, but I think they win this one by, a couple of scores, have a good little distance between themselves and the guys from Bloomington. Riley Leonard, I think, has been fairly solid this year. He's had one or two games where he's just made some bad throws, or maybe the pressure's gotten to him just like at the last second. That's kind of affected things. But he's made more plays happen with his legs than I think I expected this year. And, you can't count out how much that really, opens things up, I guess, for you. Or, when plays break down, he can go get you 5-6. He's not going to, bust off a huge run by any means. He doesn't have that kind of acceleration, but he can gallop a little bit. He can find open space if he really needs to.
Yeah. I just think it's going to come down to simple blue chip ratio type stuff, right? Like, as well as these Notre Dame players, Indiana players have been developed, Notre Dame just has pedigree with athletes that are NFL level dudes. Really like what Curtis Short's done this year. He's been fantastic. I thought he maybe should have gotten, maybe not Heisman first place votes, but maybe been in consideration considering what he was able to do this year. I mean, almost 70% completion, 27 touchdowns, 4 interceptions, almost 3,000 yards, leading a team to 11-1. Narrowly missed the Big Ten championship game. Again, I don't think he's the best quarterback in the country, but I think he should have gotten some kind of nod for something, you know what I mean? Maybe an award or something like that. I thought he was fantastic this year. Surratt's been a really good wide receiver for them as well. Ellison's been a great running back for them. I think Ellison is one of the more underrated running backs in the playoff this year, especially with the Big Ten, the way that they play run defense, like putting up the numbers he was able to do, or the numbers he was able to is pretty impressive. I mean, he wasn't at 1,000 yards, but 148 carries for 811 yards and 10 touchdowns isn't nothing in the Big Ten. I know their schedule was pretty weak, but you're playing physical teams in the cold. I don't know. I mean, I know he was not the only back getting carries on that team, but pretty fun player to watch, if you ask me. I don't know. I think this is going to be a game where, it's a 7.5 point spread, over under a 51.5. And Notre Dame has the home field advantage, but there will be a decent little chunk of Indiana fans there because it's, it's a home. I mean, it's an in-state rivalry, and I don't know when the last time these two teams played is, but obviously this is the biggest game they've ever. This is the biggest game in Indiana football history, if you ask me. I mean, I know they played. Did they play in a Rose Bowl maybe once? But that's not the same level of this. When you have a shot to advance to the next round and an eventual national championship appearance on the line. Indiana's done a really good job this year. Kurt Cignetti, obviously, like you said, rising star in the industry. And, other than the Ohio State loss, they beat Michigan. They crushed Michigan State. They beat Washington. They just destroyed Purdue, their rival, 66-0. And it could have been worse. And then, Notre Dame, it's not like Notre Dame played a super tough schedule either, for all the crap that Indiana's gotten about their schedule. If you look at, Notre Dame's, the games they've played, their best win is probably Louisville or one of the service academies. Those are and the other thing about them too is they're uniquely prepared for the service academy games because they play those games every year versus other teams are surprised by that triple option and it's different and they're not used to guarding it. And they can play time of possession. Notre Dame is used to playing against those guys because they play them both every year. Yeah. So I think that that's something you have to take into account as well. So, the loss to Northern Illinois, obviously pretty bad. They beat Texas A&M, but Texas A&M wasn't even starting Marcel Reed at that point. They were starting Connor Wegman. So beat USC. I don't know. What are your thoughts on comparing their resumes? Do you think Notre Dame has a significantly more impressive resume than Indiana? I don't necessarily think so.
I don't know about significantly, but I think they've had some bigger margins of victory in some of these games. To your point, I think what they've been able to do and kind of, on the defensive side of the ball, kind of establishing the line of scrimmage, I think is key and something to keep an eye on in this game, considering the success that Indiana has found running the ball at times. So, I think, like I said, I don't think this is going to necessarily be a blowout by any means. I think Indiana's more than proven that they can hang with some of the, the better teams in the country, obviously. But I think that's going to be kind of the difference maker is Notre Dame winning the line of scrimmage against some of these Indiana offensive linemen. And also to your point, it has been a minute since they played it. It's at least been since the 90s, I think. I don't have that in front of me, but it's at least been 25 years.
Yeah, that's crazy to be in-state rivals and to not have played for so long. I mean, the emotions are going to be high, no doubt. I just think Notre Dame is more talented, and I think that in the playoff, coaching is obviously super important, but there's just a talent gap here, regardless of how well these players have been developed for Indiana. I also don't think it'll be a blowout, but I just think Notre Dame's going to be able to control this game, win something like, 31-17, maybe something like that. If I had to give a score prediction, it would be similar to that, or 28-17 or something like that.
Yeah, I'll say if for whatever reason Notre Dame doesn't come through in this game and they have that upset, then it's going to be, another offseason of kind of the same old frustrations in South Bend with losing big games. So,
no doubt. I mean, you wouldn't say Marcus Freeman's on the hot seat for that, but some fans would not like that. I mean, it's one of those things that where Notre Dame, they don't recruit the level that Georgia, Texas, Oregon recruits at, but they still recruit pretty well. They get their guys. So, yeah, I think that would be a major problem in South Bend. I agree. That would create a ton of issues in the offseason. Real quick, I'm going to do an ad read, and then we will get to SMU Penn State on the other side of it. So, Sleep Cycle Center is the only medical sleep office in Central Texas that provides the most technologically advanced care and screening, at-home testing, evaluation of airways, and treatment options related to sleep and breathing issues such as sleep apnea. Their focus is to educate the patient on what is going on in his or her body and provide all treatment options related to that specific issue. Screening and testing and treatment can be completed virtually or in person. We can eliminate snoring to sleep apnea. You no longer have to sleep in a separate bedroom from your significant other. That's no fun. Individuals and families are welcome. 2 convenient locations, one in the Arboretum, the other in Lakeway. We see patients from age 6 to 106, patients of all ages. Family owned and operated. CPAP alternatives can be provided in most cases, but they also offer treatments that include CPAPs, oral devices, epigenetic devices, weight loss, lasers, and radio frequency. They're a network with most medical insurances. So give my man, Dr. Chad Denman, a call at 254-284-6812 or visit Sleep Cycle Center online at sleepcyclecenters.com. Jake, I can't remember the section I bought tickets in yet, but we didn't pay that much. I'm going with my dad. We'll get to the Texas Clemson game at the end of the show. We'll probably last 15 minutes on that game, but we haven't bought our tickets yet. I mean, we bought our tickets, but I don't know what section they're in. If you shoot me a DM on Twitter, I'll let you know, and I'll let you know what we paid for them, and maybe you can figure out a deal for yourself as well. Going to do a real quick play of an ad read. So if you're in the market for a new vehicle, look nowhere other than our friends at Covert BK. They're a proud sponsor of the show. They have been with us since the beginning. So go ahead, and we're going to play a quick 30-second ad, and we'll get to SMU Penn State on the other side.
It's really a family experience. I walked in the showroom today and everybody greeted me by name. How are you doing? What's going on? How's everything going?
From a price standpoint, from a customer service perspective, just conversation when you come in, it feels no pressure. I want to buy cars here.
The family buying car experience, one of the best that you will ever have.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
We have a very interesting matchup in Happy Valley on Saturday at 11 a.m. SMU is taking on Penn State. Easily the most successful season for SMU since the 80s. I mean, not even close, right? They haven't been to any kind of BCS. They didn't go to any BCS. They were winning 2 games a year for a long time. Rhett Lashley comes in, gets them to the playoff their first year in the ACC. They're not even getting TV revenue money. They had to buy their way into the conference. Here they are, Kevin Jennings leading this offense, Dallas legend after what he did at South Oak Cliff, absolute legend in the DFW area. Man, this is going to be fun for the people in Dallas because this is the first time SMU's been competitive in I don't know how many years. They were decent last year, but this is by far the best team they've had. They have multiple receivers who are good, but Kevin Jennings has 3,000 passing yards this year, 22 touchdowns to 8 picks. What's his name? The running back, it's Brashard Smith, 1,270 yards, 14 touchdowns. I mean, this offense is high-powered, man. They score a lot of points. The difference, I think, in this game is Penn State's defensive front is badass. Their defensive line is badass. Durant, Abdul Carter, who's a top 3, top 5 pick. I think if you ask most draft scouts, they would consider him one of the top picks in the draft. Just an absolute freak defensive end. Multiple sacks this year. I don't know where he ranks in the country, but he's definitely up there in total sacks. I don't know if he's top 5 or top 3 or whatever, but he's been fantastic. And I think that's the main difference in this game is that SMU is dealing with a defensive front they haven't really dealt with yet. Clemson has a decent defensive front, but I think Penn State's is better. Drew Aller's been really good this year, 21 touchdowns, 7 picks, almost 3,000 yards himself. And I think Nick Singleton's a very underrated running back. Very, very fun to watch. He had some big plays against Oregon. He had some big plays against, what was their game before that? Illinois, I think. I don't remember who they played, but I remember him breaking off a couple big runs. And then Tyler Warren, one of the best tight ends in the country, according to the Mackey Award, the best tight end in the country, which I'm sure you disagree with. I'm sure you wanted, what's his name, the Bowling Green dude to win it. Yeah. I figured you were a big advocate of his because of the season he had. He was truly a monster and probably top 50 pick in the NFL draft. That guy. I mean, he's been an absolute freak this year. But Tyler Warren has 1,000 receiving yards this year, 6 touchdowns, 88 catches. So what are your thoughts on this game, and what do you think is going to be the big difference between these two rosters? Do you agree that it's the defensive front, or do you think there's other areas where Penn State has an advantage or where SMU has an advantage?
I think it's the front on both sides of the ball. I think obviously Penn State's defensive front against SMU's offensive line, and then on the other side as well with, Penn State's offensive line against SMU's defensive line. I think this is the best team they've probably faced in that category this year. And, probably Clemson is probably the second closest, right? So having to kind of combat those specific areas, I think, is what I'm definitely watching for. To your point, Abdul Carter leading that pass rush. I'm curious how many mistakes they can really force Kevin Jennings into making. Obviously, the talent is not the issue with Jennings. The talent is there. I think the thing is he's a little less experienced than some of the, quarterbacks who play to his level in the NCAA are. So if you can kind of get him uncomfortable, I think that is that's a way to kind of, put your secondary in positions to kind of make plays and force turnovers if you don't just get to him outright and, strip sack, whatever. But yeah, I think that's Penn State's big advantage is they have playmakers on defense. They're going against a quarterback who, while very talented, has less experience than some of the other guys and, that are in this playoff for sure. So if they can kind of get him to a point where he's, making throws he doesn't want to necessarily make, trying to force things, then they should win fairly comfortably. But SMU is not going to go quietly. I think they are going to try to make those, vertical plays downfield in order to make up for the fact that I think Penn State has the ability to kind of control the clock on the offensive side of the ball.
Yeah, I think their physicality is going to be the difference, truly. And you look at SMU, they haven't played in an environment like this at all, right? I'm trying to look at their toughest road game was probably by environment, probably Louisville, I would imagine. Now, I know they played the ACC championship in North Carolina, but that's still not the same thing as playing at Penn State, even though it's an 11 a.m. kick. I mean, Happy Valley is one of the hardest places to play by just sheer crowd volume. And yes, I know Penn State has not won big games there. They've been inconsistent against these top 10 teams. They have a terrible record against top 10 teams, James Franklin does. I just think they're a much more physical front, like you said. I don't see SMU being able to block Carter. I like SMU's offensive line, but they haven't played a team like this yet. And, you look at Penn State, 2 very close losses this season, right? That they played very well against Oregon, I thought, and they played pretty well against Ohio State. They had the ball inside the 5 twice and couldn't do anything with it. So obviously red zone execution is going to be important, but SMU doesn't have a defense like Ohio State does. And as good as SMU's offense is, it's not as good as Oregon's. I just think this is a talent mismatch. I know I keep coming back to that, but you just look at the talent down the roster, and SMU doesn't have a dude that's going to be able to block Carter. They just don't. I mean, nobody really does in the NCAA. I mean, for the people who aren't familiar with Abdul Carter, he's like Michael Williams from Georgia. He's like that level of dude. He's like a freak, and he's probably a top 5 pick. I'm not saying play style. I'm just saying impact-wise. He's that kind of dude. Real quick, Bryce Johnson, where can you watch the high school playoffs? I forget. Go ahead and tweet at Jordan Scruggs, at JScruggs247, and I'm sure he will tell you. He's pretty responsive on Twitter, so go ahead and just tweet at him, and he'll give you where you can watch those games because he'll be watching all of them. He's one of the best in the business at scouting. He's very plugged in. So I'm sure he will respond to you and tell you where to watch it, Bryce. So go ahead and tweet at him to find that out. Yeah, I mean, unless you have any more thoughts on Penn State, SMU, I think we can probably move on to Tennessee and Ohio State.
Yeah.
This is a 7-point spread between Tennessee and Ohio State. Game is in Columbus at the Horseshoe, 7 p.m. Going to be cold as hell. I don't know what the exact temperature is, but it'll be colder than anything Tennessee's played in this year. I think that is a factor, but I don't think it's as big a factor as people are making it out to be. I might be the only person in America, it feels like, that's picking Tennessee to win this game. I think Tennessee is a national title contender because of their defense, because they can run the ball. Dylan Sampson, 1,500 yards in the SEC and 22 touchdowns, man. Like, absolute monster running back, one of the best in the country, regardless of conference. The production is there. He's big. He can run in between the tackles. He can break tackles. He doesn't go down after first contact. He's a goal line monster. Yes, Nico's been super inconsistent, but still on the season, he's done a pretty decent job not turning the ball over all the time. He only has 5 picks this year versus, some other guys who might have double-digit picks. He only has 5. I realize he's been inconsistent, but this Tennessee front is awesome, dude. Like, some of the defensive linemen they have and some of the linebackers, they're missing Keenan Peely, and they're still one of the best defensive fronts in the country for my money. You know what I mean? You look at their defensive line, you look at guys like James Pierce obviously was the preseason guy coming in who everybody was freaking out about. He has 7.5 sacks this year. Norman Lott has 4 sacks this year. Like, they have several guys who can get to the quarterback from the defensive line. Like, they have a bunch of dudes with a couple of sacks, a couple guys with 1.5, a bunch of dudes with half a sack. Like, they do a really good job of forcing quarterbacks into bad decisions. Now, where you can exploit Tennessee is their defensive backfield. It's not as good as like a Texas, say. So if you are trying to beat them, I feel like the advantage Ohio State has in this game is they have the best wide receiving core in the country for my money. Ibuka, Jeremiah Smith. I know Will Howard has gotten a lot of crap for not being the best quarterback they could have gotten, but that wide receiver core, those running backs, Henderson and Judkins, those guys are badass running backs. Their skill positions are maybe the best out of any team in the college football playoff, outside of maybe quarterback. But their skill positions are freaky good. NFL dudes everywhere. I think if Tennessee is going to pull this upset, their corners are going to have to lock in. I don't know whether you run man or zone against this team because of how talented these wide receivers are, but really impressed with Ohio State's wide receiving core. But I just think Tennessee is going to pull this off because they can run the ball, they can play ball control, and they can control the clock. What do you think about this game?
Yeah, I don't have too much to add. You kind of took the words right out of my mouth. I love what Dylan Sampson's done this year. I think his, story, production, whatever you want to call it, has gotten buried a little bit with how good Ashton Jeanty has been and how good some of the other, individual talents in the NCAA have been this year, which is, kind of a shame because he's very, very good. But my main point that you kind of hit on was the fact that Ohio State's receiving core is so good. I think they are, a problem as far as matchup goes for Tennessee's secondary. However, because Tennessee's, pass rush and front seven are so good, again, can they cause a lot of problems for Will Howard? I think if you can keep him protected, you have to kind of let him just work down the field with some short passes here and there and let him get the ball to those receivers who are your best bet to really, win the game and kind of control the pace there. Because I think it's, and obviously Tennessee can kind of play the opposite route, right? With Sampson, run the ball, eat up clock, that sort of thing. and I'd be surprised if they didn't try to do that, and that would open up some play action opportunities downfield once Nico gets a little more comfortable. But the thing is, I guess, really with Ohio State is experience. You got a lot of guys who have played quite a bit of football who are, NFL ready at just about every position. Tennessee has some NFL guys too, for sure, but they're a little bit younger of a team with guys who are just sort of, getting their first taste of like starting and playing a lot of football this year. So, they have, obviously this season under their belt, but a lot of these guys from Ohio State, whether it's with the Buckeyes or they're transferred in, Quinshon Judkins, for example, have played a ton of football at Power 5 programs for the last 3 to 4 years. So I think that's where I think Ohio State has the edge of experience. But Tennessee, it would not surprise me that much if they pull off the upset. I can see it. It would surprise me a little bit, but not earth-shattering, let's say.
Sorry, I was muted for a second.
Good.
Yeah, man. Texas Clemson is going to be the next game we talk about. This is Texas Sports Unfiltered after all. Texas has an 85% chance to win this game, according to ESPN. I don't know about that. I do think they're a better team. But, Texas has a lot of great defensive players. I know we know that already. That's not groundbreaking information. But what I have heard about Clemson, according to my friend who I just talked to about this game, who's a Clemson fan, watches every game, Clemson's running back is not super fast, and Clemson struggles to stop the run sometimes. So if Texas is going to come out and win this game, I think the most important thing for them is going to be to run the ball with Contravian Wisner to open up those RPO opportunities. Because if not, you get in this situation where you were with Georgia, where you're throwing the ball around the field on first down. And you're throwing screens every drive, multiple screens per drive. I understand screens are an extension of the run game. I understand that. I understand they're effective sometimes. But I feel like you don't want to be relying on that the whole game. And if you can get Trey Wisner going, and you can get Jarrett Gibson going, and you can get Jaden Blue in space, in the flat or off tackle or whatever you want to do. I just don't like Jaden Blue in between the tackles that much because I feel like his fumble problem really comes to light there. Well, SD, he did have that big catch against A&M, so I will give him that. He had a big touchdown catch against A&M. But I understand your frustration with Blue, with his fumbling issues and such. But Trey Wisner's established himself as running back one. I think that if he is able to get it going against Clemson, let's say he breaks 100 yards in this game, I think Texas is going to win this game. Just because as good as Klubnik has been, because Klubnik's been awesome this year, by the way, 33 touchdowns to 5 interceptions, 3,300 yards, and Maffa has 1,100 yards. I would just say, Clemson, their schedule outside of Georgia and South Carolina, both of which are games they lost, and then they lose to Louisville and they barely beat SMU. They haven't been extremely impressive this year. Clemson hasn't. They are the ACC champs. You do have to give them credit for that. They make the playoff based on that. But I don't know. What are your thoughts on Clemson and Texas, and who do you think is going to pull this out? What do you think the score is going to look like? Things like that.
Right. I think for Texas, if you're going to win this game, you've just got to hang on to the ball. I mean, I think that's been my biggest gripe with them this season has been the turnover issues, both in terms of running and, fumbling at inopportune moments. Not that there's an opportune time to fumble, but regardless. And, some of the tough interceptions that Quinn has thrown, right? So just making better decisions with the ball in the pass game and then just hanging on to it in the run game. I think that's the biggest thing. I will give Clemson a little credit. I was not super high on them coming into the year, and obviously they had a tough start. But since then, they've bounced back and most of those contests obviously stubbed their toe against South Carolina at the very end of the season there. But Cade Klubnik, I think you got to admire what he's been able to do from a leadership perspective. One, kind of keeping everybody together. It's easy to kind of turn on each other really when the season starts in a way that you don't want. But yeah, I mean, I think that's the biggest thing. I think he's not. He's not the best quarterback in this game. I think both, Ewers and, Manning are better than he is. I think somewhere along the line, he's going to make some mistakes. And that's the biggest thing. I think overall, Texas is a more talented team. They're a deeper team. If they don't shoot themselves in the foot, then they should win this game by, I don't know. I'm always terrible at picking scores, but, I think maybe 17, somewhere in there.
Yeah, there's a lot of interesting storylines in this game too, right? And they'll be beaten to death this week by the media, but I figured I'd prep you guys on them. If you haven't heard them already, you probably already have. I probably have already talked about them. Quinn Ewers and Cade Klubnik played each other for the state championship in 2020. Well, 2021, but it's the 2020 state championship. And Cade won that game with Westlake. They beat Southlake Carroll. Klubnik is a Westlake kid. He was teammates with Colton Vasek and Ethan Burke and Michael Taff. Drew Makuba, former Clemson Tiger, now playing for Texas, so he's playing against his old team. A lot of really interesting side notes and storylines for this game. Very, very interesting game. I agree. I think Texas probably wins something like – I just don't see Clemson's offense scoring a bunch of points. And unless Texas has given them short fields, I don't really see them scoring more than 17 points maybe. Unless Texas is turning the ball over, fumbling, throwing picks, whatever. Because I liked the way Ewers played against Georgia in that SEC championship game. I thought there were some questionable calls by Sark in the red zone. In overtime, the back shoulder fade was very confusing to me. It felt like that was a wasted down. I thought the slow developing kind of fake screens were questionable just because of how quickly Georgia can get to the quarterback. But they're not playing a team like Georgia this week. As good as Clemson is, and we got, give them credit for winning the ACC and such, they're not as talented as Georgia in that front seven. They're just not this year. Teams of the past, sure. I mean, they won 2 national titles, but they're not a team that terrifies you as an offensive line, I don't think. It is the first ever meeting between the two programs. Thank you, Jake. SD, I think we definitely need to score more than Clemson. I agree with that point. I think if Texas scores more points, they will advance to the next round. Jake says play turnover free and Texas wins something like 35-17. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not confident in this offense scoring 35 points really against any of these playoff teams, but I am confident in this defense holding teams to 17 and under, which I think is, the key to their winning a national championship. Is can this defense just make up for the mistakes the offense makes? And you limit those mistakes on the offensive end, and that's how you're going to end up taking home whatever I was going to say the crystal football, but that's no longer what it is. I don't know what it's called now. Yeah, whatever it's called. It's not as cool as the crystal football. Bring back the crystal football. Make college football great again. You know what I mean? Let's talk about some of these awards because Texas took home some big-time awards last night. Pretty cool stuff. First of all, Nagurski went to Kyle Kennard, the South Carolina dude. I mean, that defensive line, that front seven was elite this year with Kennard and Dylan Stewart. I mean, freaky good. Seth McLaughlin wins the Remington, which is best center. Thorpe Award, Jahdae Barron, Texas defensive back Jahdae Barron, and I think deservedly so. Caleb Downs is a freak. He's awesome. He's probably a better pro prospect maybe, But man, Jahdae Barron was an absolute freak this year. I mean, impacted so many games, 5 interceptions, 32 tackles, 9 passes broken up. 32 solo tackles, 47 total. He had a sack this year. He impacted every game he played in. Huge against Arkansas, huge against Georgia in both games, even though they lost both of those games. He was huge in both of those games. Just an absolute impact player. And more than that, truly an impactful leader on this team. And that gets kind of pushed to the side because it's just the on-field performance. But Austin kid, forget what high school he went to. Did you go to LBJ? Somebody in the comments tell me what high school he went to. I thought it was LBJ, but now I'm thinking it's somewhere in Pflugerville. But either way, just so important to this team. He could have gone pro last year, and he came back and he won the Thorpe. And as a recruit, he said, I'm going to win the Thorpe and we're going to win the Big 12. This is before they announced they're going to the SEC. And he accomplished both of those goals that he set out to do as a true freshman, right? Just so important to the swagger of this defense, to the overall confidence that they have. He was so important as a leader when they beat Alabama last year. Just really, really solid and just so swaggy. And I know that doesn't count for much, but damn, he brings like a real attitude to this defense. And I think you can't overlook that at all. So I don't know what your thoughts on Jahdae Barron are, but I think he was very much deserving of this award.
Yeah, sorry, I got something in my eye here. Yeah, I very much agree. He was my pick for this award for the last, 6 weeks of the season or so. Glad they gave it to him. Yeah, I think when you just look at the work that Texas's secondary has done and how critical it's been for them in this last, really all season, and just kind of putting them in positions to win despite, some of the offensive issues that we've talked about, the recognition there is more than deserved, and Barrett's been a big leader of that. So I think he's, what the award's for, the best defensive back in FBS football, and he certainly was that this season.
Yeah, I mean, he made himself a lot of money this year in the NFL draft. Possible first-round pick. And the other thing, too, is he's so versatile, right? He can play star. He can play safety. He can play boundary corner. Like, he is a true jack of all trades on defense. I know that phrase gets misused, and I just misused it, but whatever. He's really good at a lot of things on defense, very versatile. And I'm just really glad for this team that he came back because his impact has been truly amazing. And he took Michael Huff's number, which was given to him by Michael Huff, who won the award in 2006. Who is another safety for Texas, one of the best defensive backs Texas has ever had. And I believe he's the first to win it. When was the last time Texas won the Thorpe Award? Either way, he's the first guy to win it in a while. Aaron Ross in 2006. That was the last guy who won. Travis Hunter obviously took home some awards. What are your thoughts on him winning the was it the Blitnikoff?
Yeah.
Think he deserved it?
My vote was Nick Nash, I'll say. I think what Nick Nash was able to do statistically kind of showed that he is the best receiver in college football this year. And I don't want to sound like I'm ragging on Travis Hunter. What he's been able to do from an athletic standpoint is something that we have not seen in college football in a very long time and are unlikely to see again for who knows how long and when after he's gone. That being said, I think, the award that's supposed to go to the best receiver or the best pass catcher, regardless of position, whatever, I think that should have gone to Nick Nash. I think he's a very good receiver. I don't think he was the best receiver, but also he's such a unicorn in terms of like what he is. And you're never, so rarely see a player who can play both receiver and defensive back or any two positions at, I think probably, top 5, top 7 level in terms of the, talent pool in the in college football. It's almost like you need like a whole other award to kind of describe what he really is. So far, it seems like he's, lining up for a Heisman too, but we'll see. Yeah, I think what Travis Hunter's done this year is fantastic, and I think he's going to have immense success in the NFL. I honestly, I haven't met him, but seems like a good person too. But for the Biletnikoff specifically, I think that should have gone to Nick Nash at San Jose State. I just had what's the word? Just a dominant year, and I think the overall journey that he's had in college, kind of coming in as a quarterback, and then realizing that that's not really where he's going to get the most playing time, and then just working so hard, which we profiled on G5footballdaily.com, by the way.
Go over there and read that.
Yeah, shameless plug. But yeah, that would have been interesting to see him take that award. But, I'm not going to hate on Travis Hunter at all. He's incredible.
Kelvin Banks wins the Outland Trophy. What an absolute monster he's been. Many people are saying he is the best offensive lineman that Texas has ever had. I've heard that from several people. That's saying something, because Texas has put some dudes out. Not in the last 15 years. They've put a couple dudes in the NFL from the offensive line in higher rounds, but just an absolute monster 3 seasons from him. He's just so good, man. Leonard Davis, I hear Leonard Davis a lot too, but man, I mean, what Kelvin Banks has been able to do over 3 seasons has been truly, truly impressive. Thoughts on his winning the award?
Yeah, deserved. I think he was one of those guys that was kind of right in there with Campbell from LSU for a while this season. I think, obviously against the kind of competition that he played, because Texas has played some of the best defensive fronts in football all season, and I think he played very well against them. So I think you have to take that into account. And yeah, I mean, I don't really have too much else other than that on him. I mean, he played fantastic. I think he was in the conversation for the award all year. And, for the most part, I can't really think of any specific instance where he, messed up. So.
Yeah, that's the thing. He was super consistent, man. Just what you're going to get out of him every game. And that's, no pressures really even. I don't have the stats in front of me, but the guy was absolutely fantastic.
If you're an offensive lineman and you don't hear your name called at all, that usually means you're doing something right.
Yeah, no kidding. So the one thing I did want to get to before we bring, I don't know where the guys are, but I'm sure they'll be here in any second now. The Burlsworth Trophy could have gone to Michael Taft, I thought. It went to Oregon's Brian Busher. Nothing against him. He's really, really good. But, Michael Taft was one of the highest graded safeties in college football this season in the SEC, and was an absolute monster. But I didn't see who the finalists were. I don't know if they do finalists or they just pick one, but he absolutely could have been up there for it. Fantastic season at safety for Texas, one of the better safeties they've ever had. And he started his career as a walk-on, and nobody ever thought he would be. He came into the season and people were like, oh, I don't know. I don't know about this guy. He was a semifinalist. There were 10 dudes who were up for it. So really impressive season from him. Really impressed with this defensive backfield in general. With that, we're going to bring in my man, Zay Collier. What's up, my dude?
What's up, fellas? How y'all living?
Good, brother. Just talking about how Texas was kind of the star of the show last night at the awards.
Yeah, absolutely. Shout out to Kelvin Banks. Shout out to Jahdae Barron. They definitely represented. And, yeah, that's good for everybody. It's good for the team chemistry, recruiting. Like, that's why you come to Texas. Like, yeah, you come to win national championships and, compete for SEC championships, but those individual awards, I thought it was cool to see Andrew Makuba and Mookie Taft in the background when Jahdae Barron got his Thorpe Award. So it kind of just shows how tight-knit this group is and the culture that Steve Sarkisian has established in the 4 years that he's been here at the 40 Acres.
Did you see Xavier Worthy wearing a Jahdae for Thorpe shirt in the warm-ups before the game the other night?
I gotta give me one of them shirts, man. That's a dope shirt. I love that shirt. Yeah, I definitely saw that. Xavier Worthy, who was raving about Jahdae Barron. That video circulating around social media right now. But
he reps Texas hard, dude.
Oh yeah.
It's awesome to see. And that you didn't see that during the past eras, and you're seeing that a lot more now. These guys are still repping Texas. They're tweeting about Texas. They're excited about their team. Like, that wasn't a thing under Strong and Herman nearly as much. There's a lot more players bitching about their time there. And now it's like, my boys are rocking, like all these players who are, like Tavondre Sweat and Byron Murphy and DeMarvion Overshone and Jordan Whittington and A.D. Mitchell are all still so on board. It's really cool to see. It's really cool to see, man. It's just the culture has been completely flipped in 4 years. It's a completely different situation than it was when Sark got there, and that's a testament to his ability to build a program. People complain about the play calling, whatever. This thing is so much better than it was 4 years ago. I can't even begin to describe how much better it was when I was a student at UT. Because it was the worst era of Texas football of all time was my 4 years. The lowest win total over 4 years was my 4 years in college. So I'm grateful, man. I'm not going to complain about anything right now because this team is rolling. They look like a national title contender, and they can prove that, against Clemson. Are you going to be at the game?
No, I'm not going to. I don't go to home games anymore.
Fair enough.
If the ticket's right, I might, but
yeah,
got to worry about the post game afterwards.
Oh, that's right. I forgot you're on the post game. Yeah. You got to go, Joe?
Yeah, I'm hitting it. But thank you guys so much. Appreciate it.
Appreciate you, dog. Thank you so much for filling in, man.
Yeah, no problem.
Appreciate you, Joe. Great
Appreciate
show,
you, brother. I'll hang on until Chip gets here. But yeah, man, it's been really, really cool to see this team just flip everything around. It's been a truly impressive turnaround in 4 years. It takes some guys 7-8 years to turn things around, and they turned it over so quick. It's shockingly impressive, and it's a testament to Sark as not just as a developer, recruiter, but as a person.
Yeah, and that Texas, Keenan, you don't got like 6 or 7 years to turn the program around.
Nope,
like,
you get 4.
Yeah, 4, maybe 3. Who knows what our boy Rodney Terry has if those men.
We're at the game. I went to the game last night. It was fairly attended, but it's New Mexico State. What do you expect, I guess? But I'm just trying to see Trey as much as I can before he leaves. That's really why I'm going to those games.
So what happened after? Because he got a little nicked up.
He's okay, I think. I haven't heard anything that he's like really banged up or anything.
Yeah, I haven't heard anything either, but that worried the hell out of me. Just seeing
that's
him.
The season.
Yeah, like right now they're struggling to get in the tournament at this point. Clearly, the SEC play is going to tell everything.
They could start 0-5, like very realistically.
Easy. Like
A&M's good. Auburn's amazing. Tennessee's amazing. Like,
I don't know. Is there any weak teams in this conference in basketball?
The weakest teams are LSU, South Carolina, and Vanderbilt. Those are the weakest teams. Everybody else is like borderline top 25, if not in the top 25.
See, that's dangerous.
OU's top 25. OU's got Jeremiah Fears. That dude is a freak of nature, dude. Let's bring Chip in because I got to get back to work, gentlemen. Chip, great to see you, brother.
Keenan.
Zay, my man. Love you guys. I will see you guys soon, and hook them, guys.
Appreciate you.
Appreciate you, Keenan. Good show, man.
Hey, in the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice, even on Friday the 13th. You know what I'm saying? Hope everyone's having a great Friday the 13th of December. You superstitious? Zay?
I'm not really, but I'm not going to walk under any ladders or walk past any black cats anytime soon. So I guess you could say I'm a little bit, but I didn't even know it was Friday the 13th until you said something. Okay. Yeah. How you doing, man? How's life? How's it going on this Friday for good old Chip Brown?
You know, it's going good. I cannot complain. I'm chopping wood with a butter knife as usual, but I'm very excited. Jahdae Barron, obviously Kelvin Banks and Jahdae Barron are cleaning up on the awards circuit. Jahdae Barron, well, Kelvin Banks wins the Outland and the Lombardi. Jahdae Barron wins the Thorpe Award. And we are going to be joined here at 1:15 by his trainer, Bernard Bam Blake. And I think this is one of the cool stories to me of the season, and one of the more important stories of the season when you look at the communication, the bond of Jahdae Barron and Michael Taft and Andrew Makuba, and elevating that Texas defense to the #1 pass defense in college football. And I'm absolutely convinced that it's because of the bond that those three formed while training under Bam Blake starting 10 years ago, when they were, all at different schools. And so we'll talk to Bam Blake about that. I'm excited because, first of all, Bam Blake is a really cool guy. He's a great quote. And he's got a lot of really good thoughts about not only Jahdae, but Michael Taft, Andrew Makuba, and obviously those guys are going to be going up against Cade Klubnik, another 5-1-2 guy, Zay, in this first round of the college football playoffs.
Yeah, very exciting. I can't wait to have Bernard on in a little bit. As you see, for the folks that are just listening to the app, I got the picture pulled up of Jahdae Barron holding the Thorpe Award trophy with Andrew Makuba on his right and Mookie Taft on his left. That's a beautiful thing, man. Like, I love these guys. They rep the city very well. They're prideful about it. And you're right, Chip, just the bond that these guys have. Like, it's one thing to be talented, but it's another to really enjoy the people that you're around and your teammates and develop that brotherhood that these three clearly have established for a decade now. And to see those guys, Mookie Taft and Andrew Makuba, supporting Jahdae Barron when he received his award, and Jahdae Barron having those guys with him because he knows he couldn't have done it without them, it just shows the culture and what Steve Sarkisian has helped bring to this program, the coaching staff, everybody involved. Like, it's just a different vibe around Texas that we didn't have during the Herman and Strong years. So, yeah, Kelvin Banks, he's cleaning up too. And Joe K, I'm right there with you. It seems like DBU is back, baby.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a cool story for sure. And Jahdae made sure that, he told ESPN, hey, I'm going to have Michael Taft and Andrew Makuba standing right behind me on camera, because, he went out of his way to make sure those guys were part of this, that when he received the award, they were right there. And it's a super cool story. I mean, I kind of get chills thinking about it because, as we'll talk to Bam Blake about it, but when those guys were training during COVID, they were, trying to find fields to work out on, and they're going from Manor to Leander to Georgetown to Westlake, trying to find fields where they could get their work in. And I think back to the Michigan game after Texas beat them, 31-12, and Jahdae Barron getting emotional.
right after that game, talking about Michael Taft when, Jade had a really good game in that game. He had a forced fumble and, he was talking about how happy he was for Taft and Makuba. And he said, I just know how hard Mookie Taft has worked for this. And, I've told this story before, but, Makuba and Jade were trying to help Taft get scholarship offers. Well, let's bring in the man himself. He knows better because he was living it at the time. Bernard Bam Blake, defensive back trainer for Jade Barron, Michael Taft, Andrew Makuba, and a bunch of others who've gone on to D1 success. But Bam, first of all, congratulations, because, the hard work you put in with these three guys have led to a lot of success. And last night, Jade Barron gets the Thorpe Award.
Absolutely. Thank y'all for having me. Credit and kudos goes to those guys, though. Absolutely.
Well, take us behind the scenes because, I've talked about it because you told me about the bond that these guys formed when they were training with you. They all went to different high schools, but there was a bond between those three, and you saw it form at the beginning.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I tell people all the time, COVID was a blessing to the band performance family and the brand as a whole, because there was nothing else to do but work out. So 5, 6, 7 days a week, the world shut down and all we have access to is the outdoor scenery. So we were spending hours together every day, training, fellowshipping, just bonding. And at that time, all three of those guys were at different points in their recruitment. So you had Andrew Makuba, who was highly touted coming out of high school, had tons of schools trying to get in touch with him, couldn't travel, couldn't visit those schools. So everybody was kind of forced to put their names in a hat to see about the next best thing coming out of this area. Jade Barron process took off kind of late, started off committed to TCU and Baylor, and then ended up with UT. And then Michael Taft, the unsung hero of the trio, coming in as a walk-on and having to kind of earn his role. Overlooked, 2-time state defensive MVP player, but still was overlooked throughout the recruiting process. So just seeing those guys all work out within the same atmosphere, same element, but also earn each other's respect to where those other two guys tried as well as Devin Lemire, Latrell McCutcheon, Sean Fresh, Todd Dillon, all those guys tried whatever they could to possibly get Michael Taft a scholarship offer. But it just came down to numbers, and guys were granted the opportunity to come back to school. But he earned everybody's respect just with his work ethic. And I think that kind of continued on through Texas. And you kind of hear guys interview after interview, tweet after tweet, giving Michael some type of praise just based off of the teammate he is, the worker he is, the leader he is. And that's something that he's kind of possessed the whole time. But Jade and Andrew definitely had the behind the scenes look and experience with how hard Michael works and what he can do and contribute to just an environment and a culture.
Yeah, Jade said that Michael would go so hard in your workouts that it forced him and Makuba to elevate their level of play.
Michael would go so hard that I had to pay more attention to everybody. Like it was, he's the type of guy who's going to go 100 miles an hour. So you have to pay attention to the detail. But then on top of that, he's going to be a guy who asks a question, good, bad, ugly, indifferent. He wants to know something about every single rep. And being the guy at that time who didn't have the attention that he has now, it just raised the standard for everybody else. So knowing that Michael's going to go, he's going to go 110 miles an hour, turn around and say, hey, is that what a scholarship guy does? And nobody wants to be the weak link. Nobody wants to have that conversation. So it started to kind of gravitate towards everybody in the group. And it was like, hey, if you're going to be out here, you might as well lock in and be out here, especially with the world being shut down. If you want to just sit around, you can stay at home. But you made the choice to come outside. You made the choice to come to the training session. We don't have anything else to do but develop. And so Michael definitely created a standard within the culture of just if you're going to step your 2 feet out here, move them as fast as you can, go as hard as you can. And then live to talk about it the next rep. And so he definitely raised the standard of those guys expecting more of themselves. and understanding that, hey, if a walk-on can come out here and not know what his tomorrow looks like, then I can come out here and give it 1,000 miles and 1,000%. And so, like I said, that's definitely carried on throughout the culture of the UT football team just these last couple of seasons. So if you look at last year, his effort alone had half of his turnovers. And it's like just the ball's in the air, run to the football. And he comes across from the middle of the field to the sideline, gets the pick in the end zone against Houston. Did it against K-State. He's just an effort guy. And you pair that with his IQ, it just raises everybody's play around him, because that's one less person that you're worried about on a football field, and it allows you to pin your ears back and just go. And then that hits that same person in the training atmosphere. You know, when Michael goes, he's going to go 110 miles an hour. If he's uncomfortable, he's going to ask a question. If he's comfortable, he's going to highlight what he's comfortable with. And so it entices everybody else to kind of engage with themselves and kind of self-critique and self-motivate themselves to go all out.
Yeah, man, you obviously do a great job. Talk a little bit about your background and how you got into training, because I know, you know, you're filled with pride when you see Jade win the Thorpe Award last night. And even though these guys are going out and putting in the work, you're there to help guide them in the right direction. When did you get into training players and just, you know, being a part of these young men's lives and trying to get them to whatever future may be for the rest of their football career?
It's actually crazy. So I feel like the majority of people who are getting into this industry, like they have some type of ties to this. This was a goal that they always had in place. For me, I played at Colorado State, graduated from there, was blessed to sign with the Green Bay Packers, and had a short stint with them for a few months before failing my physical with a brain aneurysm. So at that moment, I tried to get away from football. Like, it was car salesman. I did the insurance sales. I was in the education field, special needs kids. I almost went door to door selling solar panels. Anything that got me away from football and just sports as a whole, because I was trying to close that chapter of my life. But God said this is what we needed. One of my first interviews after I found out about my aneurysm, I said God needed me in my community more than I needed to be in the NFL. I didn't really know what that meant at the time, but I've always been raised on faith. And I tell people all the time, faith is an exercise, so you must work out. And so just kind of like leading into that, I developed a relationship with Jade through our 707 organization, Juice. And he and another kid, Edric Whitley, I would train them on and off. It wasn't anything that was real consistent. It was like we might go twice in a month, just based on how their weekend looks and my weekend looked. And then as it kind of progressed and they became seniors and going into their junior years of high school, and because at the time Jade was a basketball player who thought he was going to the NBA. If you go talk to Jade, he probably thinks he still can go to the NBA. and so as he was getting more and more serious about football, and attention and the recruitment started to kind of take off, we typically turned the mentorship into like just more of a hangout session, to where we were just able to bounce ideas off each other, whether it be a new drill I had in mind or just something he wanted to work on and perfect within his personal goals. And the same with Edric. And so it kind of spanned in from there. And then when COVID hit, it was like full force. Like literally at that time, Jade had just decommitted from Baylor. Matt Rule had went into the NFL and he was granted that release out of that. And then the call came about Texas, and literally like within the span of a week, COVID happened, the world shut down. Here's Jade back on the market. He has the interest from Texas. And the moment we found out that there was any type of ideal or possibility, his mom wanted to know where he was at. She didn't want him bringing any sicknesses or anything like that in the house. And so it was like, Jade, if you're outside, I need to know what you're doing outside, because you're supposed to be inside. So he would post on his Instagram story that we were at the football field. Guys started to kind of reach out to him. Andrew McCall, Ty Dillon, those guys was like, hey, I tell Bam I keep texting him and he's not responding to me. I'm coming out there. So it started off with 8 of us. And like I said earlier, like we would get kicked off of one field, drive across town, work out there till the cops come and say, hey, you're not 6 feet apart. Y'all have to leave. Go across town to another field. We just turned it into Monopoly to work out. And like I said, it was 5 to 6, maybe sometimes 7 days a week. And at that point in time, the world was closed down. So you didn't have any choice but to pay attention to what we were doing. And that's kind of like just launched this big brand into what it is now. And so I tell people all the time in a short answer, BAM Performance came about because God wanted it to come about.
That's
amazing.
Yeah, it is. And then, you know, it comes together, Bam, in the number one pass defense. You played the position, you know it better than anyone. How do you see their communication, their bond getting reflected in the elevation of this Texas pass defense from 113th last year to number one this year?
It comes in comfort. So just like if you remove the football setting and you just look at who we are as human beings, until you're comfortable around somebody, you're never truly going to be yourself. It's always like that little ounce of prejudgment in your head, like, hey, if I do this, how are they going to respond? How are they going to react? And so for you to have three guys who literally grew up developing together from the same area, from similar walks of life, from same types of atmosphere, who has spent so much time together as they've done, it's only a matter of time before you realize, hey, comfort is going to create a lot of confidence. And so it's like in college, if you have a good week of practice, 9 times out of 10, you're going to do lights out in the game because you're comfortable with the game plan, you're comfortable with executing, you're comfortable with any type of adversity you may face. Now, if you have a up and down week of practice, then your coach goes to the press conference. He was like, yeah, this is a winnable game. You know, we have some things we need to clean up, whatever the case may be. But he doesn't always seem fully confident. And that's based off the body of work that was shown throughout that week. And so when you look at those three guys, for them to be so comfortable amongst each other, it creates a culture of everybody else saying, okay, well, if I'm a defensive lineman, I can trust that Jahdae Barron is going to shut down a third of the football. Now, if I'm a safety, if I'm Michael Taft, if I'm Andrew McCall, I can trust that Jahdae Barron is going to handle his responsibilities. Mike or Andrew is going to handle their responsibilities. That allows Malik, that allows Jelani, that allows Kobe, that allows any other guy who's out there to do what they're supposed to do. And then when you add guys like Colin Smith and Anthony Hill into the mix, you're literally creating comfort amongst each position to where guys are not on the football field anticipating somebody messing up. They're anticipating somebody trying to make the play, and at that point, everybody's on the same accord. So when you look at football, 11 on 11 means it's nothing but one-on-ones across the board every play. And guys are comfortable enough with each other to understand that, hey, I trust that Jahdae is going to win his one-on-one battle, Michael's going to win his one-on-one battle, Andrew, so on and so forth. And that's very, very hard to beat. And because, again, it just goes back to that comfort creates the confidence. And when you watch Texas's defense, it's nothing but confidence just flying around. Like they're racing to the football. Whether it be a run or a pass, you just see 3 or 4 guys running to the football to see who makes it first. One of my favorite plays from the season would be the Michigan game where Michael missed the scoop and score. I mess with him all the time about it. He missed the fumble recovery. And you look at Jahdae. Jahdae's right there as soon as he misses it. We get on the phone after the game, and I didn't notice it until Andrew brought it up. But if you look at that play in that clip, if Jahdae misses that ball, it goes right to Andrew McCall. And so you're talking about 3 guys who are in 3 different spots on the field, all end up around the football in a matter of seconds. And so it's like that's literally been the face of their defense this entire year, is just flying around comfortably with confidence.
Yeah. Wow, that's great. Absolutely great. Bam, talk to me about, and the people, kind of about the relationship with the Texas coaches. Because, you know, in this industry, a lot of coaches are prideful and they don't want trainers coming in and messing up anything they got. They kind of want everybody on the same page. I'm sure you don't have that problem with Terry Joseph or Blake Gideon, but talk about that a little bit on just kind of how you're able to still have the communication with Mookie, Andrew, and Jahdae, because the coaches, they're not prideful and they know that you just want the best for these guys.
Yes, it's actually nice because I'm such a behind the scenes person, and I'll deflect any type of attention I can deflect. And I think that's probably why I was such a good DB. I play defense. I don't really care about who gets the credit. I just want these boys to take advantage of the small window of opportunities that they have. Me personally, I got everything out of the game I wanted to get out of the game, and was blessed enough to find peace and walking away because of a medical issue versus a talent issue. So there's not an ounce of pride in me left that says, hey, you know what, I got to live through somebody. My success is tied to this person. That's not me. That's not who I am. That's not what I need. That's not what I train for. And I think within that and just regular conversations, they see that, they know that, they understand that. And so it's been nothing but open communication. They know the guys are going to come to me, but they also know that I'm not going to do anything that's going to damage or tarnish what they're doing. A lot of the times, if they're coming to me, they've already known that we've made communication with each other, or that when the players come, they're going to ask specific questions like, hey, we're working on this technique. Coach Gideon says X, Y, Z. Jade, Coach Joseph said this week I need X, Y, Z. Like, so they know there's a line of communication. It's like a triangle offense. There's three pieces and everybody is just doing their part in their role, and that's what kind of allows it to flow. Nobody's trying to overstep or overshadow the other man, and it's all tied to the common goal, which means when these guys go out there Saturday, are they as prepared as possible? And then, like I said, they know I'm not going to be out here just running around, hey, I got this guy right here, I made this guy, I did this for this guy. That's not what I do. And I think that's part of why they respect it so much, because it's like I'd just rather stay behind the scenes than be the guy running out of the tunnel holding the flag saying, hey, these are my guys, this is what I made.
What Bam and talking to Bam Blake, Bam performance, defensive back training. What are you most proud of? You know, Jade accepted an invitation to the Senior Bowl last year, and then take us through, you know, he meets with Michael Huff, he changes his number. Take us through that decision-making and why you think he wanted to come back this year.
The thing about Jade that I don't think people get enough information about is that he has everything planned out in his head. Like, if you ever sit and have an honest conversation with him, Jade is very witty, he's very smart, he's very intelligent. And I don't think that gets enough attention and credit. And so around this time last year, when he put in for his NFL grade, it fluctuated. He could have went as early as second or third round, and as late as undrafted to late round draft pick. And so the moment he found that out, he had in his mind, and he called and he said, I need to play corner. And I was like, I'm behind whatever you decide to do. This isn't my decision. This is your decision. And he had it very much so detailed out. It's in his notes on his phone, like stats that he needed, the numbers he needed to hit, the position he needed to play, how he was going to contribute to his team's success, and the benefit of him coming back to school. And so like this was like all predetermined by Jade and his work ethic. But the thing I'm probably most proud about is just how he handled the entire decision. Because it's hard to be a kid who is right there on the brink of going to the NFL. Coming off of a season he had last year, I said it earlier on Twitter, he should be back-to-back Thorpe winner. I always sound biased saying it because these are my guys, but the numbers don't lie. And so having a season like he had last year, a lot of those guys will go and try their luck at the NFL because it is such a short window. But kind of betting on yourself, coming back to school, another season of fall camp, another year of going through like just overall classes, meetings, practices, classes, meetings, practices, versus just being a professional and having meetings and practicing home. That takes a lot of maturity for a kid of his age to kind of go through and kind of sit back and analyze all the pros and cons. So to get that phone call saying, hey, he was going back and then to hear about him meeting with Mike Huff and making the transition to 7, you kind of knew that Jade was up to something. Everybody's going to talk about, he knew he was going to win the Thorpe, but nobody really wants to talk about the work and the steps he took to get to that point. Like I said, he had it in his notes, all of the numbers he wanted. And I want to say he achieved everything from tackles to turnovers to like just overall contribution to the team. And even now, I remember talking after the Georgia game, and I was like, hey, 2 picks, man, that's you might have cemented that trophy. And literally the first thing he said was, it doesn't matter, we lost. And I can't say that 2 years ago, Jade is answering it like that. And so hearing that just kind of reassured me that everything that he spoke about as a reason why he came back was everything that he was locked in on achieving. And so just that overall maturity and that maturation is probably the thing I'm most proud about with all of them, honestly. And just to make last night about his teammates and his brothers, That was another reflection of who Jade is and how much he's grown as a person and as a player. We were on FaceTime, and literally the first thing he said was, I told them I want Drew and Mookie Taft behind me on camera. Everybody else is going to be in the room. And I was like, man, that's crazy. That's love. Like, that's big time that you're doing that. When I spoke to you earlier, I was telling you, Jade sent me a text message about Michael not getting all SEC attention before Michael even really got his frustration off. And so it was like those three guys are literally probably the pillars to each other's success. And seeing them being so openly willing to share that support for one another is probably the thing that I love the most about them three, and just everybody that I'm blessed to train. These are all good kids when you take the helmets off and you differentiate the person from the player. They all have similar traits. They're all very respectful. They're all really like just family-oriented guys that I tip my hat off to, because I can't say I was the same when I was their age.
Bam, you talked about Jade hitting you up and saying, I need to play corner for the 2024 season. And I think that's one of his biggest attributes, especially going to the NFL in the future, that he could be a safety. You see him at the nickel star position, and you could see him on the outside. Just depends on what team he goes to and what they need from him. But talk about him being at that star spot pretty much his whole Texas career, and then this past year moving to the outside corner and winning the Thorpe. Like, I don't think national media really sees that or understands how difficult that is. Talk about the process on training and just helping him get ready for this season and changing positions in a way.
I can sit here and talk about training. I can sit here and say a lot of different things. But to me, as a DB, as a person, as a player, the number one thing that needs that credit is just Jade's commitment to whatever the plan is Jade has in place. So with that being said, making that transition, Jade always felt like he was the best corner. Any level he played at, even when he wasn't really a DB, he was a receiver. He always feels like he's the best option. And that's part of what makes him such a good DB, is he has that unwavering confidence. And so it's like, for him to have that thought process and be willing to match his work ethic with that, kind of told you that, hey, when he makes this push to the outside, he's going to be okay. Because if you can lock down and master like that star position like he did these last few seasons, going out there on an island by yourself is nothing more than just more space. And so, but where the game is really won, like if you look at 7-on-7, if you look at the NFL now, offenses start to move their top guys around. So in Green Bay, we used to put Randall Cobb at running back, and we would motion him out just to see who ran with him. Is that a man indicator, or is that a zone indicator? Never really had thoughts of him coming out of the backfield other than to get a read of what the defense was doing. And so when you have that experience and that playmaking ability to play in the slot, and then go out at corner and be just as much, if not a little bit more of a force to be reckoned with, it kind of sets you up to play this game for a very long time, because you created value for yourself. And kind of going into a little detail of what you said, if you really think about it and how hard that is, Jade could have been a Thorpe winner as a star, came back the next year and been a Thorpe winner as a cornerback. And yeah, you can credit his work ethic to that, but that takes an extreme amount of talent to do as well. Extreme amount of talent, and I think just by coming back, that's what he was more able to showcase, which was his natural talent and God-given ability, paired with the polishing of his work ethic and the things that contributed to it. But you will never catch me in a million years taking credit for any of that. That's a credit to Jade. Like I said, the plan he put in place for himself and showing up every day committed to that, whether it be training, whether it be locking in on meetings, soaking up knowledge from Coach Huff, Coach Joseph, whatever the case may be. That's all the credit to Jade and what he's put in to get out of it.
Well, and Makuba, this guy, holy smokes. I mean, I got NFL scouts talking about how he runs the alley and, just his ability to cover ground and make plays. Talk about what you've seen from him and his decision to leave Clemson, and why and what he's been able to showcase at Texas this year.
Oh yeah, Mr. Makuba. Yeah, Andrew. I think for him, the biggest thing is he's never been one looking for attention. He has that underdog chip on my shoulder mentality. Very laid back, very mellow person, quiet person, reserved person. And those are typically the ones you have to watch out for on the football field. and so, but if you look at the start of his career, being a freshman All-American, coming off of that COVID season, when he never got to visit Clemson, never really got to, sit down face-to-face with the coaching staff. Everything was done via Zoom and FaceTime. A completely new environment from what he grew up in. It, like, to go into a situation where you're not comfortable right off bat and to be able to end that season as a freshman All-American, you kind of knew, like, this kid had something about him. And then to him, and just looking at those next couple of years after that, he battled some injuries, and some of those injuries hindered movement. So the moment people start to write about a decline is when you're going to see Andrew kind of take off, because just because he's quiet and reserved doesn't mean he doesn't understand his value and his God-given ability. So I think he was another one who made a very mature business decision, to turn down money from other schools, to do whatever it was to get into this Texas secondary with guys he was comfortable with, an area he was comfortable playing in, to where he can kind of like lock in and get back to the Andrew McCall that he knows he is. And I think every Saturday the world can see that. I think Monday through Friday, the coaches see that and everyone around them. And I think you can walk in the locker room, ask any player, offense or defense, and they'll tell you Andrew's been this guy since his first day on campus. So it's all about, like I said earlier, getting back to a place to where you can be comfortable. Because when you're comfortable, those ears pinned back, you see blood, you get blood. And I think that's kind of what this decision has allowed him to do. Missed the game, still right up there amongst the top 3 on the team in turnovers. Showcase that he can do a lot of different things as well. So for those guys, Andrew in particular, to come make this decision to come to Texas, show his versatility, show that he's healthy, show what he can do and contribute to a number 1 defense in the country. I definitely think it's increased his market versus going out last year, to where he still possibly would have been a draft pick. But just when you're talking about an overall value for yourself and the longevity of your career, he couldn't have made a better decision.
Yeah. What do you think about this defense? Football. I mean, Clemson, Texas, Friday, December 21st. Cougs, as Dabo Sweeney calls him, going up against his old team. Your thoughts?
I think it's going to be a show. I can't tell you, being from Austin myself, I can't tell you that there's ever been this many players from Austin, Texas on the same field, whether it be on same team or opposite teams, that have a similar success story in terms of where they are, their age, and their contribution and meaning to their team. And to happen in Austin is even bigger than that. But now you're looking at 2 guys who played high school football together, won championships together. Michael used to catch touchdowns for Cades. And so I won't have a problem if he does that again soon, but hey. But you're talking about guys who grew up playing against each other, guys who knew about each other within the recruiting process and things of that. Cade and Andrew going against each other at practice day in and day out for years. You have Jade Barron, who's been said that you have a higher completion percentage chance if you throw the ball into the ground versus throwing it at him. And so just having those type of guys and those type of competitors all on the football field at the same time, it's kind of like in basketball, you call it the king of the court. Everybody's fighting to be the king of Austin right now. And so I think it has the makings to be a very nice game. I think a lot of people won't look at the fact that Cade can run. He can run. If you let him get going, he will run. And he's a lot faster than he gets credit for. And so it'll be fun to watch him running with Michael, running with Andrew, running with Jade. And just the thing you can't do is count that kid out. He showed he's a proven winner. He did it at Westlake. He's done a great job this year at Clemson. There's not a pass that he can't make. So I think he's going to challenge them on the back end. Everybody's going to have to be locked in for 4 quarters on both sides. But I think it's an Austin, Texas party. And I think the city is looking forward to this, just to see the success of these guys who are Austinites.
Yeah, Bam, I'm from the ATX too, so it's really cool to see all these 512 guys put on for the city, and you're a big part of that, brother. Let me ask you this, because Mookie Taft, I tell Chip all the time, when you hear him speak and just the way he carries himself, like that guy, he could be a head coach one day. And his football IQ is above a lot of people that are out here trying to do it. How does he go into just the process of game planning for a game, kind of controlling it back there with his communication, and then obviously putting in the work to make sure physically he's ready to play each and every Saturday?
That's the ultimate professional. Mookie is the ultimate professional. When you talk about just success in anything, any industry, it typically comes down to the attention to detail. And there's not a T that will not be crossed. There's not an I that won't be dotted with Mookie Taft when it's all said and done. And he does this day by day by day, opportunity by opportunity. And so a lot of how he thinks and how he processes is similar to how Kobe kind of processed and he went about his business. So like there's an interview in which Kobe talks about in the off season, he will work on nothing but his left hand because he was good and natural with his right hand. And so you never really play to your strengths. You play to your weaknesses to raise them and elevate them. He often talked about if you work out at 8 o'clock in the morning and you get 3 workouts in amongst that day, imagine how many more workouts you get if you wake up at 6 o'clock, at 4 o'clock, and you do that every day for a year, for 2 years, for 3 years, the amount of separation you create for yourself. Well, that's Mookie Taft. That's Mookie Taft. He started from the bottom, right, as a walk-on. And our early conversations were, hey, man, I kind of rather you want to go somewhere else where you get an opportunity to get out there on the field to get the scholarship money. And he used to say, hey, I never grew up saying I wanted to go play football at an Ivy League school. I wanted to be a Division I football player. I know I can be a Division I football player. I just need to showcase what I can do. And I'm like, yeah, let's go to a place where you can do that. And he was like, I'm going to Texas. I'm going to go to my dream school. Since I'm going to pay for school, I'm going where I want to go. Made that decision, and literally he never looked back. Everything similar to Jade was calculated. It was all planned out. Whatever he struggled with in practice, he knew it was a phone call or a text message away. And we were right back at Westlake High School working on the practice fields. If he needed me to come to the bubble, he would do that. He spent countless hours watching film to figure out any way on the field that he can possibly get. If Michael knew he was getting 3 reps at practice, he was going to be prepared to give you a 3-rep limit in which he graded 100, 100, and 100. He was never worried about the next player and the next opportunity. He just understood how to milk the situation for what it was. So if you gave him 2 plays, you're going to give him a 3rd play because you want to see him go again. If you give him that 3rd, he's going to go until you give him 4. He's going to make you give him 5. And he's going to earn every ounce of respect that he can out of anybody that's around him. And then from there, it just becomes contagious. You'll see a guy willing to give himself for an opportunity, and you have all these other guys surrounded who are kind of have a leg up on you, and yet he's still right there neck to neck in the sprints. He's still rep for rep in the weight room. He's in the field room a lot longer than a lot of other people. And so those things add up, they stack up, and that's kind of where you start to create your separation and your identity. Hard work beats talent when talent doesn't work hard, and Michael understands that, and he epitomizes that. It's not always about being the fastest. It's not always about being the strongest. And Michael showed you that. Like, he can go from the post to the sideline, get the pick at A&M, or he can go run right into your biggest tight end. And he showed that week after week. Running backs, it doesn't matter. Nobody has put any ounce of fear in Michael's heart. And I think just who he is and how he approaches his day-to-day abilities and opportunities has created this platform that he's standing on now. You hear him speak often about just how he was instilled to be the kid and the person that he is. He comes from a great family. Even sitting with them at the games, like they're looking for the things that Michael can do more of. And it's like, hey, Bam, what do you look at? What do you see here? Hey, Michael could have did, and it's like, hey, XYZ. Yeah, he could have a little bit, but so he just comes from like just that overall, hey, I can always do more. And when you are around people like that who love what they're doing, you're never really going to beat them. You're never really going to beat them because they don't get tired. and they don't get tired. And so he has like that little bit of Mamba mentality to him. And he's not going to go to sleep until he does. Last night for Jade's award ceremony, after I got off the phone with him, I was on the phone with Mookie, and hey, what are you doing? Oh, I'm watching film. I was like, all right, bro, call me later. Call me later. I was like, I'll be at the event, man. Just call me later.
Well, Bam, it seems like he's playing more physical this year, like to the point where I almost was like, was he a little banged up last year? Because he's playing so much more physical this year.
Yeah.
What do you make of that?
It just goes back to that C word, comfort. Last year was kind of like his first year of really getting thrown in the fire. I think he showed himself that he honestly deserved to be out there. But I also think he showed the world that. And so when you have that platform and that in your back pocket, say, you know what? Like, I'm not out here because, this guy's hurt or whatever the case may be. I'm out here because I deserve to be out here. It boosts that confidence up a little bit to where you're not afraid to make mistakes, because fear hinders everything. Fear hinders everything. And so when you get to that point and to that level of where, hey, I'm going to go out here 110 miles an hour every play, win, lose, or draw, because I deserve to be out here. It trickles into rep by rep by rep, and I think that's the biggest difference from last year to this year is that he realizes that he earned the opportunity to be out there as much as he is, and he deserves it. But not only those two things, he's capable of making any play that he needs to make, and I think that kind of got him back to that confidence you saw when he was in high school, getting a 2-time defensive state MVP, because that's not something that happens all the time either. And it's not something that's talked about enough that he was able to do that, especially in the state of Texas. And with all the great DB play, with all the great defensive play that comes out of this state, especially within these last 5-10 years, it's been a lot of talent. And so for a guy to be able to go back-to-back state MVPs on the defensive side of the ball when the football is not in his hand every play, that's a big thing. And it kind of, like I said, it just goes to the credit of his willingness to work and improve. He knows he's good. He feels like he's good, but he also knows that he can get better, and he feels like he can get better. And I think when you do that, you free yourself mentally. There's no mental block. You just go. You see the football, you go get the football. We make it a lot harder, the game a lot harder than it has to be when we start tiptoeing on eggshells. The game is surrounded by white lines called end zones and sidelines. And so it's a very tight, confined space. And it's like, hey, the quickest way between 2 points is a straight line. Get there as fast as you can, and understand that, hey, this guy's going to be where he's supposed to be. This guy's going to be where he's supposed to be. That's not your job. Like I said, it puts your hair on fire, and he just goes out. So I think just his confidence has grown back, and knowing that he's comfortable enough to make those plays, and he's comfortable enough to bounce back if he can't make those plays, and that's what allows his hits to be what they are.
Yeah, man. Bam, appreciate it so much. I mean, this is it's so much fun for us to hear from you, a guy who's, helped to create, 3 of the best players on the Texas team, 3 of the reasons they got the best pass defense in college football. Congratulations to you, for putting in the hard work. I know they put in the hard work, but you've certainly helped them along the way.
Well, absolutely. I appreciate you for giving me the opportunity to talk about them. I'll talk about any kid I train, any chance I get, because they're good kids, but they also earned everything that the world has given them. And so if I can talk to them about it, I can talk about them, I'm going to be the biggest campaign managers.
Well,
great
it's
kids.
It's Bam Performance. I don't know, we got to give you a chance to plug Bam Performance. I know you're at an elite level, so it's not like you're looking for clients, but it's Bam Performance, and you're training the best of the best DBs here in the Austin area.
Yes, no, absolutely. Bam Performance on all social media platforms. Yeah, check it out. It's been an honor. It's been a pleasure. It's a blessing. Every day I wake up and get the opportunity to connect with one of these guys, whether it be the college guys, the guys that had just went off to college, the guys that were still in high school, or the junior high kids that we train. Everybody's family, and it's a different type of culture. It's a different type of atmosphere. If y'all are ever around and y'all want to come out to a session and check it out, y'all come out and experience what Bam Performance is all about.
Appreciate that. Appreciate
Appreciate
that.
it, man.
Absolutely.
Merry Christmas to you.
Merry Christmas to you guys. Y'all have a blessed one.
Yeah, you
Thanks,
too.
man. You too, man.
Bernard, bam, Blake, bringing it. That's some good stuff right there, man. That's some good stuff. If you missed any part of that interview, you need to listen to the podcast. That's a big time interview right there. Bam, Blake is getting it done. That is such a big deal, man. I'm telling you, that communication, that bond that those three have, said we can adjust stuff right before the snap on a look. We can just look at each other and adjust stuff. And that's that comfort that Bam Blake was talking about. That's good stuff. All right, let's get a couple of mentions in here before we bring in John McClain. And how about passes.com? Passes.com/Texas One Fund. That's just bookmark that. And if you are a Texas fan and you want to help out with NIL, but you'd like to get a little something in return. Maybe you want to buy some of Rory Harmon's gear. Maybe you want to, get some signed memorabilia from Anthony Hill or Ryan Wingo or, Maddie Skinner on the volleyball team, who's the daughter of Brian Skinner, the NBA legend. Then just go to passes.com/Texas One Fund and check out. That's where all 40 of the UT student athletes are. They're helping out with NIL, but you're getting something in return this Christmas season. Do it. Bookmark passes.com/Texas One Fund. And Cover 3, I got the hat on today because I was at Cover 3 this week. The food is so amazing. And look, it's not just happy hour. Of course, they have the $7 social hour menu, the bacon deviled eggs. You got the big chicken slider. You got the firecracker shrimp. But they have brunch on the weekends. If you're looking for a good brunch spot, Cover 3 and Cover 2 right there, 183 in Lake Creek. Do-it-yourself Bloody Mary bar. You settle in. You're checking out all the football, the basketball. It's fantastic. The Anderson location, heck, my son Tiger, who goes to Colorado State, like Bam Blake, is on his way back home right now. I think he's picking up a couple shifts over at Cover 3. So go say hi to him Saturday and Sunday. Right there on Anderson Lane, you got the north location up in Round Rock off of Old Settlers. And, of course, Cover 2 at 183 in Lake Creek. Don't forget to get the Sean Adams prime rib sandwich, which is to die for. All right. And if you're ready for the big screen of your dreams, oh, man, you know where to go. It's Audiovisual Consultations. Our man, Tom McKay, he's been doing it for 30 years in Austin. He's put a big screen TV, flat screen, surround sound into 3 different houses for me. I'm old. He's old. He's been doing it for me for a long time. But he's ready to do it for you too. All you got to do is call 255-8678. 255-8678. Of course, area code 512. Check out the work at avconsultations.com. But let Tom and his crew bring everything to you. You're busy. You don't need to be lugging TVs around town, punching holes in your drywall. Just call Tom and his crew at 255-8678. And look, speaking of punching holes in your drywall, maybe you want to do a little revamp, a little remodel of a bathroom. Maybe you're ready to remodel that kitchen. Look, you just need to call McCall Custom Homes because they are the guys in Austin. 40 years, they've been doing it, family owned and operated, great references, great word of mouth, father-son team. They know what you want and they're going to help expand your vision of it. Like you may have an idea what you want. They're going to help you make sure that you get exactly what you want. If you're going to renovate a bathroom, a kitchen, or add some outdoor space, just go to McCall Custom Homes. If you want to check out the work on Facebook and Instagram, and give Mike a call, 512-633-9580. You can email Mike at McCallCustomHomes.com, But give them a call, 512-633-9580. It's McCall Custom Homes, building value into your home. That's what it's all about. You know what I'm saying? And look, you got all kinds of ways to get things going here in this holiday season, but treat the ones you love. Treat them or treat yourself. You deserve that. Right, Zay?
That's right.
Come on, man.
Everybody deserves that.
I love this. Richard says, y'all need to clip that interview immediately. That was fire. Every teen athlete should watch that interview. Appreciate that, Richard. Appreciate. Yeah. My Forte says, great interview, CB. Appreciate y'all. Yeah. And this is CB remembers Sean Adams was a trainer. He trained Michael Griffin. He trained,
Marcus
Griffin. And I always forget the kid who went to Texas Tech as a quarterback. But yeah, man, Sean would be loving what Bam Blake is doing for the ATX athletes. It's good stuff. But listen, we go from one great guest to a Hall of Fame guest. He's in the Texas Sports Hall of Fame right there in Waco for his, just because he's so freaking talented. He's not just a guy who covers the NFL and for the last 40 years, who's in the Pro Football Hall of Fame for his coverage of the NFL. He's an actor. He's in movies you've seen like Spring Breakers and Secretariat and Cook County. The one and only John McClane. He's got nicknames too, the General and Mad Dog McClane. John, how you doing? Look at this. Ike calls you the GOAT. Every time you come on the show, he puts up a little goat.
Well, I thank you very much. I do appreciate that. And I was talking to a guy last night. Now I can't even remember his name. He said, I spent some time in Austin and I listened to you and Chip Brown when you were on station. I said, I've been on so many stations and in Chip's basement on the computer so long, I don't even remember what was what. But now I'm on with Chip and Zay and having a blast. And I want to tell y'all right quick about a column I wrote that'll be posted on HoustonTexans.com. The first Baylor and LSU are playing in the Kinder's Texas Bowl on New Year's Eve day. And of course, Baylor fans were all fired up because we thought Aranda was going to be fired when it was 2-4. Now they've won 6 in a row, averaging 41.3 points a game. And LSU, is 8-4, disappointment for them. I don't know how fired up they'll be, but once all those Cajuns figure out it's an afternoon game and they can drink all night, not that they need an excuse, they'll start buying a lot of tickets too. But I wrote about my first trip to a football game in Houston, and that was in 1963 when Baylor beat LSU 14-7 in the Bluebonnet Bowl at Rice Stadium. And I was 11, and that year Texas won its first national championship under Darrell Royal, and Baylor finished second in the Southwest Conference, and they played in November at Memorial Stadium. And it was such a big build-up to that game. And the Longhorns defense was incredible, gave up 6.5 points a game. I think it was 8 games where they gave up 7 or fewer points. Most they gave up was 13. They gave up, they averaged 21 something. But Baylor was led by Don Truell and Lawrence Elkins, their All-America quarterback and receiver. And it was 7-0 Longhorns. Truell was trying to throw for Elkins in the end zone. Elkins slipped. He threw it. Duke Carlisle, the safety, who was also the starting quarterback, intercepted. And Longhorn Bob Moses, who you guys know, every time he sees Truell, he yells out, Duke Carlisle. And I said, I said, do you realize how old that is? Nobody remembers anymore Duke Carlisle. He said, I do. And he said, Don does. So in that game, Baylor lost 7-0 the Longhorns. And I cried for a week. I used to bawl when Baylor lost. I listened to Frank Fallon on my transistor. My dad came in and he told me something that I've remembered all along. He said, John Craig, He said there's three things you got to learn in life: death, taxes, and Texas. And of course, I didn't understand it. Now, so I don't need to worry about it anymore because the Longhorns are the SEC's problem. But now they're going to play again. I'll be at this game. And little did I know when I was 11, making my first trip to Houston to see a football game, I'd see a few more. And we've been coming to see Colt 45s once a summer since 62. So I remember thinking back then how bad the traffic was in Houston, how bad the humidity was. Why would anybody want to live with so many freeways and so much traffic? And of course, now I'm in my 49th year here.
Well, John, it's I don't know. We could stay on college football for a minute. The Baylor turnaround is like, wow. I mean, what do you think it is? What do you think? What do you credit it to?
Well, Dave Aranda started calling defense this year, and that's what he did best. He helped LSU win a national championship in 2019. So the defense is better. Baylor still doesn't have guys who are going to get drafted. I look at every list, 5 to 10 deep. No Baylor player is on there. But Jake Spavital came in as offensive coordinator, and I'm thinking, why in the world would he want to come here? Aranda could be fired. He must be desperate. All of a sudden, the quarterback they had, who they brought in from Toledo, the MAC Offensive Player of the Year last year, Daquan Finn, he got hurt. Best injury Baylor had because Sawyer Robertson had to move up into the starting job, and it took him a couple of games. And then when they hit that winning streak and are averaging 41.3 points, they're exciting, they're fun. Great freshman running back in Bryson Washington, and loaded with receivers, the best Josh Cameron. He'll be back next year. They actually had a pretty good offensive line after they made a change at tackle. So people now, Baylor fans, we're all prideful again. As I wrote, I no longer cry when Baylor loses. I cuss. I haven't had to cuss in the last 6 games. And I'm hoping they beat LSU so we can brag that they finished the season 9-7. But it's amazing to me, the college teams. We all knew the Longhorns were going to be good. But picking Arizona State last in the Big 12 and looking at where they are now, that's one of the great things about the sport. And are y'all buying into these reports that Ewers is being offered a lot of money to transfer somewhere else?
No.
Good.
Yeah, he's gonna enter the draft.
Yeah, he going to the league, John. But I have to ask you about Bill Belichick, North Carolina. I've been asking people all week long. It still doesn't make much sense to me, John. I mean, 6-time Super Bowl champ. We know how smug he could be, and now he's going to the college ranks, a school that is always going to be in the shadow of the basketball team, but here we are.
I believe this, Zay. I'm with you. I think that his agent did some checking and no NFL team was going to be interested. No college team was interested. I still have not seen how it came about. Did his agent contact North Carolina? Did they contact his agent? And the bottom line is, people say, well, he's coached in free agency. Yeah, but it's not like college. You can be a free agent every year. First time he yells at a player, he might enter the portal. And he treated the Patriots like dogs. And he made them practice tough. He's got restrictions now on hours. How's he going to react to an open records request when somebody wants to know something about his program? And then how's he going to react when the college media ask him questions? North Carolina, like UT, has got a great journalism program. And what's it going to be like when those students from the student newspaper interview him? He'd have to change his whole personality, but he'd have to have a frontal lobotomy. And I don't think he's interested in do that. And I don't think that you just open up the doors and players want to come play for him. Let's be honest. They want to make money, and then they want to win. I'll bet you what percentage of high school players know who Bill Belichick is. They know who Tom Brady is because he's on TV a lot, and and Brady is the greatest quarterback in history. But I think there's a lot of them who wouldn't know Belichick unless they pay attention to the NFL. So bringing in Mike Lombardi to run the show, Mike wasn't working for him anymore with the Patriots, and I wonder why not. But if he better hire college people experienced with the portal and experienced with NIL money and dealing with those people, because remember, Nick Saban left because of NIL and the portal, and Saban couldn't have given the job in college football, the current state, a high recommendation. I don't know if he calls Sark and some of those coaches that used to work for him Sark never worked for him. He worked for Saban, but calls some of Saban's buddies to talk to them who are still in it to see what are the pitfalls, what are the hardest things. And, it's like Cliff Kingsbury said, he can't see him rubbing elbows with alums at socials like you have to do as a college head coach. So there's a lot of things working against it. And some people think he's doing it just so his son can be the heir apparent and he might come back to the NFL. No, I think it's North Carolina and that's it. And I saw Mike Lombardi talking about the portal will help them turn around overnight, and maybe it will. It did Indiana. It's done some other teams. A lot of these teams in the college football playoff, the Longhorns are competing against, have first-year portal quarterbacks. So can it be done? Yes, but I think it's a miscalculation to think players just going to run and jump in his arms because he's Bill Belichick.
I totally agree. I think, he was able to find those diamonds in the rough, and I think he's going to have to recruit that way because he's not – I just can't see him trying to, sweet talk a 5-star receiver. He's going to go find Julian Edelman somewhere, but we'll see. We'll see. I mean, Gary Patterson, Art Briles, they found their guys and they built winning programs with their guys. And we'll see if Belichick can do that. He's going to have to hire a really good recruiting staff. And I don't know. We'll see what that looks like too. But yeah, I'm with you. I think the odds are against this succeeding, John.
Think about this, Chip and Zay. The offense in college football is so much different than the NFL. He's going to have, you don't want to bring an NFL coach to run a college offense today. You don't even have playbooks anymore. And one of the things that he did, he was hard on his players, constantly yelling and screaming at them. Will he change that style? Because one of the problems with getting too many 5-stars, Jimbo found out, you do something they don't like, they're in the portal. Saban had the players coming up to him asking him, well, how much money can I get next year? And he just quit. What's Belichick's going to be like when somebody walks up and says, Coach, I'm going to need another $500,000? And is he going to say, well, let me check into it, or is he going to get rid of him on the spot? There's so many things working against this move. But if you're North Carolina and you've always been poor stepchild of your basketball program, why not?
Yeah. Well, let's get into the NFL. Let's start with the Texans, for crying out loud. They got the Dolphins this week, John. But what do you like about what you're seeing from the Texans, and what concerns you?
Yeah, everything. I don't like anything I've been saying about the Texans. You get killed by the Titans at home. You barely win by Jacksonville on the road. You got a defense in which the defensive line is getting great pressure and sacks and tackles for loss, and yet you've given up 26 touchdown passes, tied for the most in the NFL. It just doesn't make sense. Your corners are playing really well, but your safeties are getting killed. They've given up 11 touchdown passes for 30 or more yards. This is a column I wrote this week on HoustonTexans.com. It makes no sense when you're getting the kind of pressure they are, but you're still giving up touchdown passes. 11 of 30 yards or more, 7 of 40 yards or more, and 5 of 50 yards or more, and 9 inside the 10. And their red zone defense is terrible. Now they go against, in 11 days, Tua Tagovailoa, Patrick Mahomes and Lamar Jackson. They've never beaten Lamar. They're 0-4, have a 5-game losing streak against the Ravens. The highlight on Christmas Day will probably be the Beyonce concert. And so they have yet to play a really good game on both sides of the ball at the same time. And the reason CJ Stroud is not in sync, it's because of their pressure. There was a stat this week that blew me away. Doesn't surprise me. It was the percentage of plays in which a team has missed an initial block against the run or pass. Guess who was the number one by far? The Texans. It doesn't matter what they do. Their pass protection has been mostly terrible. And Bobby Slowick, the coordinator, was talking about it's been good the last 2 games. Well, it should be. They played Jacksonville and Tennessee. But Miami has a very underrated defense and pass rush. And then, of course, Kansas City's got a good defense. Baltimore's got a great run defense and the worst pass defense in the league, which one of the reasons the Ravens are 8-5, same as the Texans. And the last thing the Texans want to me is to win the division and have to turn around and play Baltimore here in the wild card round. But I think Tua Tagovailoa is going to pick them apart with Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle, and tight end Jonnu Smith, and running back Devon Achane or Devin A. Chan, whatever he's calling himself these days.
John, last night's game was absolutely atrocious to watch. The Rams pull it off, but really it's just where the 49ers are. I mean, I get it. They don't have Christian McCaffrey, but for them to fall off this hard, we know the team that loses in the Super Bowl usually struggles the next year, but I didn't think it would be like this. What's going on up in the Bay?
Brock Purdy is not good enough to carry them when they have injuries on offense. And like last year, CJ Stroud, they had 12 different starting offensive linemen because of injuries, most in the NFL. And they had some receivers miss games. Tank Dell missed the last third of the season. Nico Collins missed third games, but yet they still won. And Purdy hadn't been able to do it. They're getting old. Now they got a controversy that's taken away from the loss. Devondre Campbell, linebacker, who was playing in place of Dre Greenlaw, came back from Achilles surgery and then was going to spot play him, and then they took him out. Campbell wouldn't go back in. And Kyle Shanahan told people after the game in the media he just didn't want to play anymore. And the players blasted him. That's the kind of thing that will follow you for the rest of your career. I don't know how he'll ever play again unless he has some really good explanation for it. But that's been dominating the talk today. Fact of the matter is the Rams just might overtake Seattle. Seattle's 8-5, but they've been a sketchy 8-5. I think the better team of the Rams, although they may have waited too late. It's not a good division, but it's an exciting division. 49ers going to have to make a lot of moves in the offseason. They got a lot of cap issues too. It's hard to make moves when you have a lot of cap issues.
Well, John, Lions Bills this week. Your thoughts on this game between, I don't know. I can't even say that it would be a Super Bowl preview because there's so much more football to be played, but your thoughts on this one?
It's a Super Bowl preview. Now, Buffalo has blown home field advantage in AFC. Kansas City will probably get it. Kansas City has beaten the Bills in the playoffs at Arrowhead Stadium and at Highmark Stadium in Orchard Park, so they can win anywhere. The key is, can Josh Allen and the Bills win anywhere? And they were on a roll till they lost that game against the Rams and had unusual problems on defense. And they're playing the Lions in Detroit. And the Lions are a great offensive team with incredible balance. I've never seen a team have so many injuries on defense as the Lions did last week and still do. And but their offense is so good and their coaching is so good. I think that Detroit will win this game, and it very well could be a Super Bowl preview. I think Philadelphia doesn't seem to have the kind of culture you need for the Super Bowl. You win. A.J. Brown's complaining about not getting the ball. Saquon Barkley's having a fabulous season. You should be happy for him. Jalen Hurts didn't play well in that game. They get a lot of criticism. A lot of people outside the team don't have confidence in Nick Sirianni, like, say, the Chiefs would in Andy Reid, and Detroit would in Dan Campbell. Buffalo would with Sean McDermott this season. So I think we're looking at Kansas City or Buffalo against Detroit in the Super Bowl. And I'm thinking this is going to be a Super Bowl preview, because if the Bills are ever going to win a playoff game against the Chiefs, the way the Chiefs have been winning with miracles, wouldn't this seem to be the season they're going to do it?
Yeah, absolutely. John, the Battle of Pennsylvania, the Eagles versus Pittsburgh. You just mentioned the year that Saquon's having, absolutely incredible. But what do you see going into this matchup? I mean, this might be a dark horse Super Bowl preview.
Pittsburgh is definitely in it because Russell Wilson's playing a lot better than anybody ever thought. Arthur Smith, their first-year offensive coordinator, is doing a great job calling plays for him, coaching him. Might help Arthur end up with another head coaching job if they keep it up next year. Steelers got great defense, great run defense. And they're going to try to shut down the run and force Jalen Hurts to throw the ball. Pittsburgh hasn't won in Philadelphia, I think, since the mid-'60s. So I'm going with the Steelers. I think they got well-balanced. I think that Mike Tomlin is right up there with Dan Campbell as the top coach of the year candidates. And there's some other guys whose team's doing really well based on what we predicted. But right now, I don't see anybody doing a better job than Mike Tomlin. And I like the AFC North on the in-season Hard Knocks. I've watched every minute, and they have Tomlin on a lot, and he comes across really well, as we figured he would.
Well, John, every time I try to get excited about the Lions, the freaking Vikings and Eagles are breathing right down their neck. Your thoughts on those two teams and how much of a threat they are?
Sam Darnold threw 5 touchdown passes and no interceptions. Jalen Hurts did not. Sam Darnold's playing a lot better, and they're still going to play the Lions again. And I think it's in Detroit in the last game.
Yep.
But I think the 2 wild card teams the wild card teams, 3 of the 4 teams are going to make the playoffs in the NFC North. That's clear. Packers, they're probably a year away from being a legitimate Super Bowl contender, but I thought this unbelievable stat. Their losses are to teams that are like 31-9 or 8. That just blows me away. And I think they're fun to watch too. So those teams beat each other up, but they beat up everybody else. And I think Minnesota's better than Philadelphia. And I think if the Eagles ever put it together, the run and the pass, they can be awesome. But right now, they just haven't shown that consistency. And the one reason they're winning is they have great offensive lines and defensive lines. And they win the battle up front, got good coaches up front. And Sam Darnold, he should be an MVP race. And if he keeps playing over these last 4 games the way he played last week, man, oh man, his name's going to be mentioned in the same sentence with MVP.
Yeah. John, you also mentioned with the Ravens just how bad their secondary is, which is pretty crazy. I mean, you got Kyle Hamilton, Marlon Humphrey. Both of those guys are Pro Bowl caliber players, so it shouldn't be that bad. What's gone wrong with Zachary Orr's defense?
Well, they're good against the run, and it's kind of mystifying, just like it is with the Texans, because they're last in pass defense. Now, sometimes that happens when a team's ahead a lot, and the quarterback, the defense gives up a lot of yards passing because they're trying to prevent big plays. But they've played a lot of close games. They've won some and they've lost some. So I haven't watched them enough to know what the exact problem is. But early on, people were talking about him as a Super Bowl contender, including me. And I certainly wouldn't rule them out when you have Lamar Jackson leading the league in passing, playing great. He's playing better than he's ever played. And he's got Derrick Henry to give the ball to. And they've got a good offensive line. but they're just giving up too many yards passing and losing too many close games. But I think I would like looking at, say, Philadelphia and Baltimore. Philadelphia's got a better record by far, but if I'm looking at them right now and thinking, who do I think is more dangerous in the playoffs, the Eagles or the Ravens? I'm going with the Ravens.
So the hubbub with the Eagles, with AJ Brown and Jalen Hurts and Brandon Graham weighing in. I mean, the Eagles last year had the great start, then the weird finish. It just seems like this team is determined to have stuff come up when it really doesn't need to come up, John.
I was asked on another talk show this week how much of it had to do with Jason Kelce retiring. I said, are you kidding me? They had Jason Kelce last year, and they went straight down the toilet and then lost to Tampa in the playoffs. I said, now they're headed in the opposite direction at this time of the year, but it doesn't mean they could go down the toilet again. If they do, it wouldn't surprise me if Jeffrey Lurie, the owner, finally made a move that a lot of Eagles fans and members of the media want to make. They don't think Sirianni is the coach to win the Super Bowl. Truth is, how many coaches do we know we can say absolutely that guy can win a Super Bowl? And they've got a lot of talent, especially receiver. There's no excuse for their passing game to be as inconsistent as it is, but it is what it is. And as long as Saquon Barkley continues to run the way he does, they're going to play close games. They can go either way. Fortunately for them, they've gone their way now. But, man, they're not going to – doesn't look like they're going to blow anybody out, and they're damn sure not going to do it in this next game against the Steelers.
In the NFC West, John, I mean, you got all four teams within 2 games of each other. And the Rams beat the 49ers last night. You got the Seahawks and the Rams, with 8 wins. Arizona and San Francisco each with 6 wins. Who's the best team in that division, do you think? Who comes out of there?
First of all, we can eliminate the 49ers, and I don't think the Cardinals are legitimate. They might be legitimate next year. They started fast at one point. People were picking them to win that division. So you have Seattle with a first-year head coach and Mike McDonald, and then you have the Rams with Sean McVay. When it comes to coaching, who are you going to take? When it comes to the quarterback, you're going to take Geno Smith, you're going to take Matthew Stafford. So I'm going with the Rams with Matthew Stafford and Sean McVay over Geno and Mike McDonald. The Rams swept, they swept the 49ers. I think they have another game against Seattle. I'm not sure, but watching them in these last 2 games outscore Buffalo the way they did and play defense and run the ball and outlast the 49ers in Santa Clara the way they did, I think the Rams are going to win the division. I don't think anybody will want to play them in the playoffs.
Yeah, those Rams, man, they could be scary. But John just saw that Odell Beckham Jr. just got released by the Dolphins, and Odell dealing with injuries. But before all that, he was one of the best wide receiver talents that we've ever seen come into the league. You would think that with his Super Bowl background with the Rams that he could be or turn into that OG veteran for some of the young guys, but clearly the Dolphins had, different thoughts.
His days are behind him. He's bounced around now like a pinball. And if the Dolphins making a playoff run in which they can't afford to lose, and you'd think they'd need an experienced hand like that for this kind of situation where every game is paramount, and then they cut him. So I obviously pass the physical if he's hurt, but I don't – at this time of the year, if they could get him for like the minimum, maybe somebody would use him as a 4th receiver in the playoffs. Maybe somebody will sign him, but he is certainly not the player he used to be.
John, it was devastating. It seemed like almost simultaneously, for Texas, DeMarvion Overshown, he's having such a good year and he suffers this. I mean, I guess he tore the ACL, the MCL, and the PCL And now about the Cowboys having to maybe change their draft plans. Jonathan Brooks, the running back for Carolina, tears the same ACL he tore last November. But I guess, the DeMarvion Overshown injury, that's devastating.
I felt so sorry for those guys. The good thing is about they're young. They're young. They've already had to overcome major injuries with major surgery, so that should help them mentally, knowing if they do what needs to be done, they can come back. I remember when Frank Gore, the great running back, was at Miami. He blew out his ACL twice, thought he would never play again. Then he played like 14, 15 years. So it doesn't mean your career's over. It doesn't mean you can't come back 100%. The best thing is, it's the timing of it. Maybe they'll come back next year and be better than ever and play till their mid-30s, and they'll look back on it and not laugh about it, of course, but it's a life lesson. And I'll guarantee you that Panthers are glad they kept Chuba Hubbard, but I certainly wouldn't give up. If I'm a fan of the Cowboys or the Panthers, I would never give up on either one of these guys.
Yeah. John, is Bo Nix your rookie of the year?
So far, now all of a sudden, if he stinks it up in the rest of the season and somebody else pops up, maybe Jaden Daniels leads the Commanders on a winning streak and they end up with a wild card berth. But right now it would be Bo Nix because it's a what have you done for me lately? And where Daniels had a midseason slump, Nix has started slow and come on consistently, and he's been tremendous. And Sean Payton would also be a candidate for Coach of the Year, especially if they earn a wild card berth. And that was a season before anybody anticipated it. Remember, they ate all that cap money, $85 million, off of Russell Wilson's contract. And here they are headed for the playoffs with a defense that leads the NFL in sacks and is one of the best in the league.
John, the MVP race right now, who do you think's in it?
I think Jared Goff should be in it. I think Lamar Jackson should be in it, and Josh Allen is leading it. And I think Josh Allen, if he stays healthy and they keep winning, he's going to win it. I don't think Patrick Mahomes is in the top three. I think guys like Saquon Barkley will get some votes from New York and Philadelphia, but there's category for Offensive Player of the Year. To me, that's what Saquon Barkley is. And I think Josh Allen will win it, and he'll be the Offensive Player of the Year. And I'm unsure about who's going to be the Defensive Player of the Year.
Well, Zay, you got one more? I know we've kept John.
We kept John long enough.
I got all the time y'all need.
Well, John, okay, then real quick, what's your prediction for the Texans game this weekend?
I'm taking the Dolphins 27-23. Texans are favored 2.5. I don't know why. The odds makers are smart. Texans would settle for a 1-point victory. All their games are close, but I just don't understand how they're going to contain Tua Tagovailoa and those fast receivers and running backs he has. So I'm going Miami. And the Texans could lose 3 in a row, be 8-8 going into the last game against the Titans in Tennessee, and needing a victory to win the AFC South. That's what happened in Jacksonville last year. If they'd won in Tennessee, they would have won the AFC South. The Texans would have been a wild card. But as it was, they lost to the Titans, and it was all the Texans. So if that happens, people here are going to be so disappointed to limp into the playoffs, so to speak, and they'd have to beat somebody impressively in the wild card round for people to get excited. But right now, this team is just not in sync on both sides of the ball.
Actually, John, I do got one more for you. Tell me why the Houston Rockets were acting like they won the championship when they beat the Warriors to go to that weird NBA Cup in Vegas.
Well, that weird NBA Cup is really big to the NBA players, to the league, the players. They get a lot of extra money, but the Rockets have been the worst team in the league for 3 years. Last year, they were .500. They're young, they're enthusiastic, and they hadn't beaten. They had a double-digit losing streak to the Warriors, so it was big for them to win that and get to the conference final against OKC. I think they're 1-1 or 2-1 against OKC, but people here are pumped about the Rockets. Ime Udoka's doing a great coaching job, and they are loaded with young talent.
John, you're the best.
Chip and Zay, thank you guys very much. Merry Christmas and happy holidays to your readers and listeners and viewers.
Same to you, my friend.
Thank you,
John. Same to you.
Appreciate it.
If you're traveling up I-35, go see John McClain in the Texas Sports Hall of Fame. Yeah. Joe K says thank you. All right. So are we doing NFL picks?
Yeah, why not?
NFL picks only this week?
I mean, what are we going to do? The Army-Navy game? That's the only game going on, right?
Hey, I mean, Army-Navy.
I mean, we can pick that too, but yeah, I'm about it.
Okay. All right, let's get a couple more mentions in here. How about if you're like me and you haven't finished your Christmas shopping? How about something easy? All you have to do is go to longhornfanbox.com and you're going to get an unbelievable box of goodies from these folks.
Hey Longhorn fans, it's me, Anthony Hill.
It's Madison Booker.
It's DeAndre Moore Jr.
And I'm here to announce I'm partnering with you, our most valuable fans.
I'm signing collectibles for the Longhorn Fan Box just for you.
Each box comes filled with signed posters, prints, trading cards, and more from your favorite Texas student athletes. And if you purchase the Longhorn All-American box, you can receive this signed poster from me.
So join the thousands of Longhorn fans who are supporting student athletes and capturing the magic through every season through the only player endorsed and university approved Longhorn Fan Box.
Your fan box come direct from my hands to your doorstep. Click below to support us and get a free gift valued at $99.
We are in this together. United
we fans.
So cool. Such an easy Christmas gift for the Longhorn fan in your household. Or how about a gift card to Salt Traders Coastal Cooking? Getting that seafood on. I mean, the best selection of raw oysters in Austin. So if you love raw oysters and you've never been to Salt Traders Coastal Cooking, man, we got to talk. We've got to talk. We got two great locations right there in the heart of Austin at Zilker. So like Mopac and Rollingwood, you just get off and it's right there. So if you're going north on Mopac as part of your commute, don't sit there in traffic. Get off at Rollingwood and Salt Traders Coastal Cook is right there. And then you're in there for happy hour. You get $5 off the shareables menu. That's the mussels, the crab cake, the grilled oysters, my favorite, the New Orleans barbecue shrimp, the chowder fries. Are you picking up what I'm putting down? Like, that's the shareables menu, and that's a meal, folks. Go get some of that family style, and you're good. But yeah, if you love oysters, get into Salt Traders Coastal Cooking. Give your oyster lover a Salt Traders gift card. That's some easy shopping right there. Salt Traders, of course, Mopac and Rollingwood, up north in Round Rock, off Old Settlers. All right, Zay. Olipop to Bam Blake again. If you missed that interview, make sure you check it out on the podcast. He's the trainer for Jade Barron, Michael Taff, Andrew Makuba, and all kinds of great behind the scenes intel. And so, yeah, just get you some on that. But
Yeah.
Zay, the dream is over for the chip shot today. The dream is over. Texas volleyball, after winning back-to-back national championships, has been eliminated from NCAA tournament play by Creighton, 3-1 in the Penn State Regional. Look, this program has been so dominant that we just expect Jared Elliott to have his team at least in the Final Four every year. That's how high the standard has been. And we talked about some of the players that they lost from last season, like Asia O'Neal, who was a big-time glue player for them. She was the one who kind of calmed everything down. She's a great middle blocker. And it didn't, it didn't come together this year. I'm sure the way that Jared Allen, Minnesota Vikings defensive end, Jared Elliott would have liked, because he's set such a high standard. But it's hard to find the kind of chemistry that last year's team had. And so, kudos to that program. I was a little surprised because they had won 6 in a row after losing 3 in a row. We'd never really seen that, not in the last few years, where Texas volleyball would lose, 3 games in a row. But look, it's, you're not going to win them all every time. They'd won 2, 4, 6. They'd won 8 in a row, including NCAA tournament wins over A&M, Corpus Christi, and USC. But Creighton was the favored team in this matchup because Texas, they were 20-6, 13-3 in the SEC. And Creighton is 31-2. I mean, this is not like they lost, but it's not like they lost to some scrub. Creighton could win the whole thing. So,
they take volleyball serious in Nebraska, because isn't Nebraska really good? Big Ten, they're really good. Yeah, volleyball's for real in that state.
For real. So, kudos to the Texas women's volleyball season. I know it wasn't what they wanted, but listen, they've provided so many incredible moments. They were not expected to win the national championship last year when they won it. And I know people are going to say, are you kidding me? That roster was loaded, but this, people are going to be like, okay. Look, everyone's chasing them. It's hard to wear that target every minute, every time you're on the court. And like I said, Creighton is a team that could win it all, 31-2. So, and they beat Texas 3-1. It wasn't really a close match. It didn't go to 5. So, kudos, Texas women's volleyball, unbelievable run, 2 national championships. Next year. There's always next year.
So what, Madison Skinner, this is it? It's the last year?
I think so.
No more eligibility left?
I think we're out of eligibility.
That's tough. That's tough. Does Brian Skinner have any more daughters? I mean, damn.
We got to check.
Yo, Jared Elliott, he's been on his, you know what? If your father played in the NBA, we're going to give a serious look at you. We need to get back on that. You know what I'm saying? I'm sure there's plenty of former hoopers who now have daughters that are playing volleyball and stuff because they got their pop's height. Asia O'Neal, obviously, Madison Skinner, Brian Skinner, Jermaine O'Neal. So, just back to work. But, kudos to this 2024 volleyball team. No, they tried hard, but you get fatigued sometimes when you win so much. Like, it's hard to three-peat in anything. Like, it'll be a shocker if the Kansas City Chiefs pull it this year just because natural fatigue happens when you win. But, kudos to them, and they'll be back next year. But
when things aren't going well, everyone's always asking you, what's wrong? So you got to have great leadership and Look, they lost some studs. Let's get to the right call.
Let's get it. Let's get it. Shout out to Covert B Cave, Covert Automotive Dealership that been doing it in the greater Austin area for over 100 years. If you're looking for a new or pre-owned vehicle, you know Covert B Cave. They are the team for you. 7 terrific brands to choose from: Buick, Ram, Jeep, GMC, Dodge, Chrysler, and Cadillac. Get there this weekend. It's almost Christmas time. If you want to go out and you go on a road trip for Christmas or New Year's, but you can't because you got beat up old bucket, get rid of that. Covert B Cave. They will find you something that you'll be comfortable in for the next decade plus, like they found for my wife and I. We are very thankful. We love our Buick Encore. Gonna take it on the road this weekend, and we couldn't be happier with that. So if you're trying to be like the Colliers, hey, good for you. And go to covertbcave.com so you can see all the latest specials and inventory before you go in. My man Daniel hooked us up. Marcus hooked us up. Jerome and the rest of the team. Great people over at Covert B Cave. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. And some of y'all at y'all's home, whether it's outside, indoors, it's a little bland. It's a little basic, as the kids say nowadays. Don't be basic. Don't be bland. Update and upgrade your decoration with Leaf Landscape Supply, full service, wholesale and retail plant nursery and landscape supplier here in the ATX. Go visit both of their locations, whether it's down south off 290 in Monterey Oaks or up north in my hood off of Pond Springs. You're looking for large quantities and supplies to fulfill a landscaping job. Looking for trendy house plants. You're looking for specialty plants, rare plants. They are your one-stop shop for everything you need. So check out their website at leaflandscapesupply.com. And remember, when you make a purchase, you're at the cash register, you're about to check out, mention us at TSU, Texas Sports Unfiltered, Zay Collier, On Chip and Zay, whatever. You get 10% off. You can't beat that. You know, percent off of anything is a big deal. 10% off Leaf Landscape Supply. Take advantage now. All right, Chip, before the right call, I got a picture from your lovely wife yesterday of you guys enjoying yourselves at a Christmas party rocking the Amon-Ra St. Brown jerseys. Looking festive. Now, she said that she lost a bet. I don't know what that means. We're going to have to break it down for myself and the people. But, man, look at y'all looking cute and spiffy and just out here looking festive with y'all's Lions, Santa hats, and Amon-Ra St. Brown jerseys. I love the white pants, by the way. You know, white pants on white dude. Usually that doesn't work out, but you rocking it, my brother. I see you.
Appreciate that. Yeah, my wife would want you to note her boots with the fur.
Yeah, shout out to Flo Rida.
Flo Rida. She had the Flo Rida going. But yeah, so it was a theme Christmas party. Mr. and Mrs. Claus, we decided to go as Mr. and Mrs. Amon-Ra St. Brown Claus. Since we are the Browns, you know what I'm saying?
It fits.
Yes, my wife was cool to go along with it.
Well, she said she lost a bet. What bet?
Well, that was just her going along with my wishes, hopes, dreams. It wasn't really a bet.
Okay.
It was just me saying, let's go as Amon-Ra St. Brown Claus. So she found a way to make it work, you know.
Oh yeah, she's definitely making it work. Now, you just know, since she did this for you, you got to do something soon. So it's coming. She's right now thinking about it. Yeah, she's thinking about, okay, I did this for him. When it's time to return the favor, she ain't trying to hear no lip from you. So just know
I appreciate that.
Yeah,
I appreciate that, Zay.
Yeah,
per se.
Little heads
I need all the help I can get.
Yeah, man. Y'all look good. Y'all look good.
Word
All
to
right.
the wise.
All right. Now time for the petty right callness. So new 30 for 30, the sack exchange. Going back to that New York Jets 80s defensive line, all those guys, and how they used to cause havoc back in the 80s era of the NFL. Haven't checked it out yet, but I've seen some things. One thing that sticks out, Mark Gastineau is a nut. This dude is crazy as hell. Like, we got to check him for CTE, OTE, ATE. I'm making stuff up now because he might have it. But this fool has gone viral because he saw Brett Favre at some event and he went and checked Brett Favre and basically cussed his ass out because Favre, go back to Michael Strahan going for the sack record that Mark Gastineau originally held down. He had to go question Favre and say, "You owe me, bruh. What you did to me, I need to get my sack back." That's BS. And Brett Favre, look, he trying to be cordial. I'm not the biggest Brett Favre fan. The dude's out here stealing money from welfare and stuff. He's out here sending Johnson picks, non-consensual. Brett Favre is not a good guy. Hell of a player, not the best guy. But even Brett was taken back. And Brett was like, yo, man, I mean, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to get jacked up by Michael Strahan. So you remember that, Brett Favre, he went down. It was a little weak, but, you know, he got Michael Strahan that last sack. And Mark Gastineau said, hell no, man. This is BS. That's my sack. That's my record. All my sacks came organically. Guys were trying to block. Quarterbacks were trying to make plays. I wasn't given no sack. So it's been 20-something years, and Mark Gastineau, he still ain't having it, Chip. Do you think this is valid, or you think this is a little much for Gastineau?
Well, Gastineau, that was his, let's see, he had that record for, let me see how many years. That was, that was his thing. That was his, that's what he had. That's all he had. So I believe that Gastineau was about this. And look, about that sack for forever. And Favre, look, I rolled out on a bootleg, and I turned around and there was Strahan, and I wasn't going anywhere, so I hit the deck. Now, did Favre give Strahan a wink, wink, nod, nod about, hey, I'm going right over here, to help him out? I don't know. It's awful looking. It's an awful looking sack. And that was the sack that put Strahan over the top, because Gastineau had, 22 and a half sacks, or 22 in one season. And then, Strahan was able to break the record. So I absolutely believe Gastineau's crazy.
Oh, he's nuts.
Like, he married that girl. He married that woman, Bridget Nielsen.
For real?
Who was the girlfriend of the Russian in Rocky IV or whatever. She's that Sylvester Stallone. I think he dated her. Like, she's a
Flavor Flav dated her.
Everybody,
Flavor
yeah.
Flav. Yeah.
How sad is that?
What do you mean? How sad is that?
I mean, what a list of. I mean, she ate them all. They had no chance against her.
Yeah.
She's a man eater.
Yeah, that's a big B. That's what Eddie Murphy says in Beverly Hills Cop 2. That's a big B.
That's a big B. So I kind of love this. I kind of love this confrontation, because Favre is Favre, and Gastineau's crazy, and so I kind of love this. And for you, this is right up your alley. These.
Oh, you know I love it. You know I love it. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, Mark Gastineau did nothing wrong. Go confront him. You're a fraud, Brett. You're a fraud, bro. What are you doing? This is the NFL. Everything's earned. It ain't given. Michael Strahan, come on, man. Mark Gastineau is like, you let that gap-toothed son of a bee get that sack. That's my sack. I don't care when I got it. I was going to take that to the grave. He was proud of it. And for him to do that, yeah, go confront him. Go confront him. I should tell everybody, if you need to confront somebody, who cares if it's 20 years down the line? Let them know. Let them know, because we ain't on this earth too long. Let them know. Get it off your chest. You know, I bet you Gastineau, he had that built up for a long time. That's the type of petty that I need in my life. Absolutely. Absolutely. Every once in a while, I have to let my pop, CC, coach me all high school. Like, yo, CC, if you would have left me in the fourth quarter, we would have beat Austin High that one time back in 07. Sorry. Gotta let you know. Gotta let you know. That was a mistake. I'm sorry. That hurts me to this day. It is what it is. It is what it is. Gastineau, you're okay in my book. But yes, he does have more than CTE. They need to check that out. They need to check it out because he was really turned up, and it makes me want to watch the 30 for 30 even more now because I didn't know about the defensive line for the Jets back in the day. I didn't know they were that iconic to get a 30 for 30 for themselves. Like, obviously it was before my time, but you know, when I thought about
they were
in New York, I thought about Lawrence Taylor, not the Jets.
Yeah, they were good for a while. Like Joe Klecko and Gastineau were putting up 19, 20 sacks a year. And Gastineau got that record in 84. So it had stood for 17 years when the weird Strahan-Favre moment happened in the final game of the regular season in 01. And Strahan ends up with 22 and a half sacks, breaking Gastineau's record by half a sack. And that was the play that did it. Yeah. If I'm Gastineau, I'm like, you got to be a man. You got to try and run. You got to do something.
Yeah.
You can't just fall down.
Yeah. Come on. Like, now you want to be a good person, Brett Favre? Now you want to be a good guy? Give me a break.
I had the single season sack record in the NFL for 17 years till your flopping ass showed up. Favre. Oh, yeah. And whoever that was with Favre when they went up to have their, Favre's like, hey, I've heard so much about you. And Gastineau's like, you
show hands off me.
Yeah. Favre's handler's like, we got to go. Yeah. Okay. You ready to make some picks?
Yeah, let's get it. How many are we making? Are we gonna do 6?
We'll do 3 NFL and Army Navy.
Okay, let's do that.
3 NFL and Army Navy.
What's the line in that anyway? Army Navy.
Army -6.
Okay.
And I'll just tell you right now, I'm taking Bryson Daly, baby. Give me the Army Black Knights -6.
Yeah, I'm definitely taking Army too. That's easy. All
right. NFL, kind of a tricky week this week, in my opinion. But I mean, I got to go with my Lions at home, -2.5. Got to hope that they can beat the Bills by a field goal. I mean, they're at home. So I'm taking the Lions against Josh Allen, who John McClain says is probably the front runner for NFL MVP.
Yeah, I'm on my Mark Gastineau petty stuff right now, so I'm going to take the opposite. I'm taking the Bills, baby, +2.5.
That's good.
Josh
That's worked
Allen.
out for me. That's worked out for me.
Y'all. We'll see this week because your Lions, they feeling themselves, man. Terrion Arnold posting all these videos of him in the cold in Detroit, laughing, enjoying life. I'm like, bruh,
He doesn't need to be posting anything.
That's what I'm saying. He don't even post nothing, dog.
Except better film against opposing offenses.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, y'all feeling yourselves right now. All right.
I think this is danger zone, but Arizona Cardinals, man. They've been scrapping and clawing. They've been really good at home. I'm going to take them at home -6. It's kind of a lot against the Patriots. So give me the Cardinals at home -6 against the Patriots.
All right, going with a little Kyler. Not mad at that. I'm going to go with the Cowboys +3 against Carolina. I don't know why Cowboys are the underdog here, but
because they're the worst team in football.
What? No, Carolina 3-10. I know Bryce Young's playing some inspired football now, but that country Bama Xavier Legette been dropping passes and stuff. I saw him on the St. Brown podcast. He was talking about eating raccoon and stuff. Like, come on, dude. I get it, your country, but you're really going above and beyond with this stuff. Like, it's becoming a bit now. Like, I don't know how, it's a lot. Like, I get it, you're a country boy from South Carolina, but once he said he'd be eating raccoon and he'd be skinning it up and frying it, and I'd be like, dude, this guy. I got the Cowboys +3. Let's go. Cooper Rush. Let's get it.
All right, since CP just entered the green room, who you want to tell him who that was who was eating raccoon?
Oh, he heard me.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right. I'm taking the Broncos -4.5 at home against the Indianapolis Colts. Bo Nix, baby. Don't doubt him.
I definitely not. Bo Nix playing some good football. And this is for this game, I thought this spread was a lot, but I'm going to go with the Steelers +5.5. Like, I've been watching Hard Knocks too. Mike Tomlin, I already love Mike Tomlin, but that's what those shows do for you, whether it's the Netflix special, receiver, quarterback, starting five, or Hard Knocks, preseason, current season, doesn't matter. It always gives you a different perspective on some of these coaches and players. And Mike Tomlin, I absolutely love that dude. So I'm going to take the Steelers +5.5 against the Eagles. See what they can do against them. All right, now we can bring Chris because it's officially
now
3
let's
o'clock.
bring in
Now we bring him on.
CP.
What's up, boys?
What's up? How you
What's up,
doing,
man? I'm good. I just got back home today, man. How's the week been? I've essentially been off the grid for this entire week. So,
well, hopefully you got your batteries recharged. Maybe.
Yeah, dude, it was great, man. I skied a lot.
Where'd you go?
Western North Carolina, Beach Mountain, Sugar Mountain. So actually, this hat is a Beach Mountain Resort. But
Nice.
yeah, so Western North Carolina up by Eastern Tennessee, kind of right up there. It was when I was on the top of the slope on Wednesday, it was a cool 20 degrees with about a 20-mile-an-hour wind.
Ooh, man,
it's 5,500 feet above sea level at the spot I went. So it's people don't realize that. You don't think of North Carolina as like having, but it's the best skiing you'll get on the East Coast, I think, unless you went to like Vermont or Maine or something. But no, it was great, man. I mean, listen, my Airbnb, for whatever reason, the Wi-Fi didn't work until Thursday. They had somebody replace it. I didn't even care though. Like I totally detached. It was awesome, man. It was definitely what I needed after 15 weeks, to be totally honest with you. Just kind of slowing it all down and kind of living off the clock. You know what I mean? Like you can.
That's the best.
Yeah, I feel like during football season we get so kind of. You start going at 1,000 miles an hour and you kind of just never stop, even when there's supposed to be some downtime. It's like it was nice to stop and just, yeah, man, be out in nature and shred it up a little bit. Unfortunately, the latest development is late last night, my phone died and it will not take a charge. I'm actually, after this show, going to go to the Genius Bar to see if they can fixed my phone. So my phone's been out of commission all day, which I feel like is kind of like God saying, like, hey, just take it easy. It's fine. You don't have to get back into it immediately. So, it was great though, man. It was awesome. Like I said, I felt like this was a really good week to do it because, I mean, there's always going to be news happening, but I didn't see much of anything that was like that earth-shattering. I mean, Bill Belichick taking the UNC job, but I mean, that's ACC, so it's like, which it is crazy either way. But just a lot of portal shit it looked like from my angle. So unless I missed something. So
yeah, no, I think you're right on the money. That was good. That was good planning. I don't know when.
It was good timing. It worked out well. So yeah, I appreciate Cole and Dave holding it down for me, holding it down for us during this week. But it was much needed, man. I got a little bit of I'm definitely sore. My neck is sore. My shoulder sore right here. I biffed harder than I've ever biffed in my entire life twice this week. And when I say biff, for those who may not know what that means, I wiped out like hard. Like I'm talking like literally, and I'm a pretty good skier. Like I'm no beginner. I'm on pretty much the hardest runs. But twice, man, like I said, like Wednesday, again, it's like, dude, the conditions were crazy. It's foggy, overcast, slopes are pretty icy, 20, 25 mile an hour winds. So like you don't realize when you're going down, if that wind hits you right. So I'm going down. I'm probably going like 25 miles an hour. The wind hit my lower half. So it's like my lower half slowed down abruptly and my weight stayed forward. And I just ate it. Just ate it. Probably slid like 20 yards. Skis go flying off. And then yesterday, something very similar. They're blowing snow out there. And there's like I'd done this run before. There's a big hump there from where the snow had piled up. I didn't realize how big the drop off was. And again, you can just imagine me going over this and then just nosedive into first run of the day too. Right? Like my neck, the fact I don't have a concussion is stunning. It's stunning. And I may have one. I don't know. But
dude, the fact that you went back out there after eating it, having a yard sale the way you did.
You have to. Chip, you have to. I mean, I did learn this week too, though. The list of things that I get better at from drinking is virtually none, except skiing. Whoa. I'm telling you, dude. No, listen, I'm telling you, I had the flask on me. You have like a little swig on the lift. It just, I don't know, man, it just loosens me up. Like hips get going, legs get going, weight shift gets going. I feel good. I don't know.
Liquid
I can't do anything else. Yeah, you at some point you don't give a damn. You're like, if I fall, I fall. And then you don't fall.
Skiing is one of those things where you do have to kind of have a little bit of a bonsai thing going because you got to, keep your speed up and
you got to say fuck it, really. You got to just send it. You got to send it. Like, yeah, so.
You do.
So, Cole.
Well, good for you.
Cole?
You get out of your way.
Hello.
Let the
It's good to
Colinators.
see you guys, though. I'm ready to yap. I had a full week to recharge, so.
I'm glad you had a 4 week to recharge. I'm just ready to go ahead and let it be known that I'm the most known hater of Houston and all of Houston sports. All that's ever existed. It's been a fun couple of days. Can't wait.
We'll get out of your way and listen.
Appreciate you, boys. Cole, what's up, man? I was going to ask them, actually. They got out before I could ask. Attaboy, there you go. They got out before I could ask. First Saturday with no SEC football for all of us. I wonder what they're going to do. I wonder how they'll spend it,
I'm going to be watching Army Navy. That's what I'm going to be doing.
Well, I know that. I knew that was going to be the answer, especially with you. I knew that was going to be the answer, but yeah, I was thinking about that. I was like, I'm probably going to like clean the house a little bit and, just chill. I don't know. I don't really know what else, to be honest with you. Weird to think about.
Yep.
Weird to think about. So, yeah, it's good to see you though, Cole. It's, yeah, I don't know, man. It's like, I feel like this week I was probably, because I'm trying to think the last time that I was sort of detached from everything, and that was July 4th before we got going on the football ground. But that was a holiday. So it's like that was a good excuse. This was probably the first time I've just deliberately taken time off for myself Hell, I don't even know. I really don't know. I really don't know. I forced myself to not do any like content. I really did. I was like, I'm not doing it. I'm just not doing it. 15 straight weeks, not doing it. So sorry if y'all missed that. Again, Cole and Dave held it down, I know. But yeah, it's good to be back. It's good to be back. So
yeah.
Now I have no phone. So
yeah, now you have no phone. No. Yeah, it's I'm glad that you enjoyed yourself. I have been holding down the fort, pissing off people online, making sure that they all understand I'm smarter than you in every way, shape, and form. Because we all know I'm smarter than you. And yeah, it's been a fun.
But what's the Houston deal? What's the Houston deal?
So Kyle Tucker got traded. The star right fielder. He got traded to the Chicago Cubs.
Okay. Florida, right?
What?
Kyle Tucker, or was that
Preston? That was Preston Tucker. Okay. Preston played, but they're still related, still brothers. So Tucker was not going to re-sign with Houston. Tucker was going to get the major market deal from somebody, whether that be Chicago, whether that be Boston, whether that be New York, whether that be Los Angeles. He was going to go to a major market because they were going to pay the price. They got back in return Isaac Paredes, who is a really good hitter to the left side of the field. And if you know anything about Houston's ballpark, Minute Maid, or now Dakin, I'm not going to call it Dakin. It's still going to be Minute Maid for the rest of my life, just like Heinz Field is Heinz Field. They have a short left field porch, so he's going to hit a lot of dingers. They're going to potentially transition him to first base. They got a young up-and-coming prospect in Cam Smith out of Florida State, top 15 prospect from last year, top 50 prospect in baseball, and they got a really good reliever that can be a middle innings guy. People are losing their minds here saying, we should have re-signed him. We should. And it's like, guys, let me make this abundantly clear. He was never re-signing here. Like, when I get a little bit too excited about about college football, and I'm too positive around teams, and you guys have to bring me back down. I do this for other sports. I get to be the person that is kind of a Debbie Downer. He was never re-signing in Houston, ever. He was not coming back. There was no conversation of him coming back. $400 million outside the window for what Juan Soto got with the $765. That was the new asking price. They weren't going to pay it. He was gone. So you might as well recoup some process in return, get at least one marquee prospect, a guy that can help you reset third base when Alex Bregman leaves in a couple of days, and put yourself in a great situation. You're not going to get him. And people were like, but we should have at least tried. We should have you mean you should have tried when Juan Soto was getting paid $400 million? Okay, well, that deal's done. He's getting $756. He turned down the Yankees to go play for the Mets. The Mets. It's the Yankees. It's the Pinstripes. It's Yankee Stadium. It's where Babe was born. It's where you have legends like Reggie Jackson and Derek Jeter, and you throw in Alex Rodriguez, and you throw in Thurman Munson, and you throw in Mickey Mantle and Luke Gehrig, and he said, no, I want to go to the Mets for $5 more million. You were never keeping him. If the Texas Rangers called tomorrow and said, we will offer you $425 million, and he says, the Astros are offering me $410, he's taking the $425. He was never sticking around. And Astros fans are losing their minds because if I said that Texas, and by the way, please in the comment section, I would love to know the answer to this. Houston is the 4th largest city in America. It is a mid-market city when it comes to sports. Please tell me I'm wrong on that take, because I have somebody saying, no, it's a major market city. They don't have a hockey team. Their basketball team is below average. Their football team is an expansion from 2002. They had the Astros. That's it. They were at one point a 2-market city. That's not a major market. It's not. Dallas is bigger when it comes to sports. It is. And I got people in the comment section arguing with me nonstop about this. The Astros are going to be fine. And then they got pissed at me because if I said Connor Wigman is not the quarterback that you need at the University of Houston. It's not because if I don't think Connor Wigman's good. It's because if I want Connor Wigman playing against better competition in the SEC, I want him going to the Big Ten. I want him playing for Wisconsin. I want him playing for Iowa. I want him playing for Missouri. I don't want him playing at Houston. Well, why don't you want him playing at Houston, Cole? Because we're not going to know how good he is unless he goes plays in the biggest competition. He was the #1 overall quarterback recruit a few years ago. You think that means something when you go and play for the worst Big 12 program in 2024? You think that carries a little bit of weight? Does for me. So apparently I'm just hated in Houston these days, which is good.
Love to hear that, Cole. Somebody's got to be the guy. Somebody's got to be the villain.
Yeah, I'm okay with being the villain.
I guess it's you. Let's see. We got a comment here. Joe K says, Cole, do you think it's going to be an Astros rebuilding year?
No, I don't. Okay, Joe K, let me get your opinion on this one. Let's say that you keep Isaac Paredes at third base. You still have Jeremy Pena at short. You still have Jose Altuve at second. You trade for Yandy Diaz from the Tampa Bay Rays. He's now your first baseman. You also trade for Brandon Lau, the center fielder. So then that allows you to move Chas McCormick over to right field. You can move Lau to left field. You have Jake Myers in center. You go out and you sign somebody, or you make a giant trade with the Framber Valdez deal that's potentially in the works, and you bring in 2 outfielders. That to me is still an 87, 88 win team. 88 wins is not rebuilding. It's just no longer being the favorites to win the pennant. It just means that you're a team that's going to be competitive, playing down the stretch for a playoff berth, maybe getting a playoff win and go into the next round. Josh Lowe, my apologies. Josh Lowe, not Brandon Lowe. Thank you.
Jake also says there's only 3 large markets, New York, LA, and Chicago. That's probably how it's always going to be.
I would throw in, okay, so you said
New York, LA, Chicago.
I would throw in San Francisco, personally. I think that's a big market. I would throw in Dallas. I think for sports, it's a big market.
I think that's fair.
I think
those top 3 he mentioned are definitely top 3, but yeah, I think that's fair.
Again, and that's all I'm not talking about when it comes to the proximity. I mean, San Antonio is the 7th largest city in America, and they have 1 sports team. They have 1. There's no baseball. There's no football. There's no hockey.
You know, Cole, when I was in Austin too, they were kind of insinuating that maybe San Antonio will be entertaining the idea of moving to Austin, like the Spurs.
I could see it happening very soon.
They were saying that the Spurs play like a game or 2 in Austin every season now, and it's like they feel like they're kind of testing the waters to see. I mean, that's just kind of what they were speculating. So,
I could see it. I think if there's a scenario where they could.
Yeah. So this was a big week for baseball news, though. I did notice that Max Fried to the Yankees, obviously the big one, Juan Soto to the Mets. So
that's dumb.
Some crazy money being thrown around.
Mets, listen, the Mets one makes me happy. And the reason the Mets one makes me happy is because of, if you know anything about Mets fans, and Chris, you should know things about Mets fans because you grew up a Braves fan, that lifestyle, you do not pick it. You were born into it. You are born into being a Mets fan. You are born into seeing mediocrity in Queens. You are born watching players not live up to expectations when they sign these contracts that are well past their prime. You are made to suffer in misery. And Juan Soto picked them. Juan Soto said, I want to be here. I want to come here, and I'm about to be here for the rest of my career. And if I suck, in 5 years, I can opt out and go elsewhere. It's not going to cost me a damn thing. I'll be good. I'm happy for Mets fans. I grew up in a Mets household, and actually I grew up in a split household between Mets and Yankees. So it's nice that for the first time, half of my family is very excited that there's a player that they can root for, and they know that they're going to be here for the long haul of their career.
What did he sign? Like a 15-year deal?
15 years, $765 million, if I'm not mistaken. He will his first year he will be 26. His last year he'll be 41. That's how long he is signed for.
Assuming, of course, he plays out that contract, but still.
If I had a child born today, they would be starting high school the year that Juan Soto's last year of his contract was up. That's how long the deal is.
Wow. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, it's to your point, the Braves lifestyle was one that was pretty a different kind of struggle. It's you're living in a different neighborhood, complaining about different things when you're a fan of the Braves versus a fan of the Mets. Put it that way. So,
Jake Bayless, also, why, in your opinion, would the Rays trade those 2 guys? They're cheap, controllable, in which they operate, and do the Astros have to trade? Would the Rays agree to? Would they agree to it? I mean, there was a conversation in the offseason of them getting Isaac Paredes and Yandy Diaz at the deadline. I mean, there was already that conversation going on. And so it's like, yeah, I mean, if the right price is there, I think so. I absolutely think it could. More importantly, if you're the Rays and you know that you can continue to build up your farm system in the way that you see fit, and also you hit the reset kind of on multiple players when it comes to their tenure that you know are not going to be here. Yandy Diaz is in a contract year, if I'm not mistaken. I think Josh Lowe is the only one that is still have a couple years of roster control. I'm pretty sure Yanni's in a contract year. Why would you hold on to that? Especially for a guy that now, when you feel like maybe you have Christopher Morel that's going to move to first base, or are you going to play him at second? So what's going to be your game plan there? Brandon Lau, do you move to the outfield? Could you move him potentially for a bigger price? I mean, like, that's Tampa every offseason. They trade a bunch of players and they're still 80, 90 win team.
Cole, switching gears, I just saw this where we jumped on. Did you see Justice Haynes is in the portal?
Yeah, I did. I mean, it was – this is what happens when you do dumb things, Christopher. This is what happens when you decide to, in the biggest games, when you need to secure your spot in a – what's the right word? In a college football playoff run. Trust the run game. They didn't trust the run game. Like, I would have transferred too if I was Justice Haynes after the Oklahoma match. Like, how many carries did he have in that one? 6? How many carries did he have in the what's it called game? The Vanderbilt game? Like 14? I 100% would be asking for it. Yeah, here we go. Justice Haynes in the loss against Vanderbilt, 6 carries. Justice Haynes in the loss against Oklahoma, 3 carries. Justice Haynes in the loss against Tennessee, 4 carries. So it's like,
he's an RB1 somewhere. He's 100%
an RB1. And if Jam Miller's coming back and you're going to trust him to be your bell cow moving forward, I get it. You got to do what's best for you. It's frustrating because if he is such a talented player, he's a guy that I think adds incredible value to your lineup, even in a limited capacity. But this is somebody that wants to prove that he can be a 1,000-yard Doak Walker finalist and somebody that can be the bell cow for another team. And it just doesn't feel like it's going to be that in Tuscaloosa. Unfortunately, that's the name of the game at times.
Cole, correct me if I'm wrong. I believe, see this week that Jalen Milroe is going to play in the bowl game.
He is.
He's
so him and Jackson Dart are playing.
I'm curious what his future is. If he's league bound or portal bound. Or is he coming back? They want him to.
Okay, I don't think he's coming back. I don't think that he is.
One of the league. He could use another year of college.
We're talking about Jalen Milroe. My bad. I thought we were talking about Quinn Ewers. No, if Jalen came back, it wouldn't be the worst thing. It wouldn't. But it wouldn't be the best thing. Again, it feels like that both of these two got out of a relationship that was long-lasting, and this was for fun, and they realized it had an expiration date. Most people thought the expiration date would be after a playoff loss or a national championship, but there was always an expiration date. I feel like that when you look at a guy like Jalen Milroe, he could benefit from coming back for another year, and he's going to get paid in the market, whether that be at a place like Florida State, whether that be at a place like Oklahoma, whether that be at a place like USC. Maybe he comes to Texas and he goes out to, Texas Tech or something like that. Like, whatever it is, he goes to another school and he balls out. He would benefit from it. I have no doubt about it whatsoever. And he's going to get paid. But what's going to be the payment? Because at the end of the day, Chris, he still is QB3 by most people's standards in the NFL draft. That's going to be a first-round pick. Quarterbacks always get overdrafted. Regardless if I think if they're good or not, he's going to be overdrafted. And so we're talking about, are you going to get $5 million to maybe get slightly better and boost your draft grade from a late first to a mid first and benefit by playing one more year at a different university? Or are you just going to go ahead and get the money, get in the NFL, and hopefully there is a quarterback already waiting in the wings to where you have a year to sit and learn? Like, that's the conversation that he's probably having right now. Because if the only thing that this is going to do, in my opinion, is hurt his draft stock more than help it. It could help it, but I don't think it will. I don't, personally. I think the same thing for Quinn.
Yeah, I think, and this goes without saying, but I think a guy like Milroe especially, you just kind of wish you could know before you jump in, because he needs to be in the right system, the right organization. I think that's a big key for him. To your point, if he can sit and learn for a year or two, then, he might be able to do some things. But, yeah, I don't see Jalen Milroe jumping in and being a leader of an organization. And he has the leadership qualities. I'm just saying from the play on the field, I think it would be a major struggle for him.
Let's just say the New York Jets, perfect example. They trade back into the end of the first round. They keep Aaron Rodgers for another year. They keep Devontae Adams for another year. Let's just say they believe that this roster is good enough to be a 10-win team with the same quarterback. They want to upgrade the offensive line. They want to upgrade their secondary. They want to upgrade the linebacking court, whatever it is. and they trade back up. He's going to sit and learn for a year underneath Aaron Rodgers. He's not going to have to come on in and be the difference maker from day one. He's going to be able to figure out what is the NFL speed while building a relationship with some receivers that are currently on staff. And then in 2026, a year that I think he will be ready, Rodgers' contract is up. He'll be able to go in. And whoever is the guy that drafts him, like, here's the thing. The Jets are a team that right now, they don't know what direction they're going in because of how could they? They don't have a head coach. They don't have a GM. Both of those have to be filled. What if Todd Monken is the guy? Like, Todd Monken worked incredibly well with a quarterback that knew how to run and run properly, and Stetson Bennett when he was at Georgia. And then he's working with a running quarterback right now in Lamar Jackson. If I get paired with him, I think that's a win. Like, you can't control where you get drafted, but at the same time, you can at least have the conversation of, if I'm in the right system, what if he goes to Cleveland, where they already have a number one wide receiver in Jerry Jeudy, where they have a number one tight end in David Njoku, they have a stable offensive line, and Jameis is going to be cheap to bring back next year. And you learn underneath Jameis. And you both have the personality to be on television in the future. So you learn how to be that charismatic person in the locker room on top of that. Like, there's ways to say that if the right fit is there, it makes sense. Because you get to sit and learn and go through everything that a young quarterback is supposed to do. You don't have to rush them on in. And sometimes if you don't rush them, they end up benefiting from it.
Cole, did you see where Hank Brown committed?
He committed to hell for a passer. That's where he went, right? He went to Army, right?
Iowa, yeah. Iowa.
Army. Oh, Iowa. Same thing. I mean, they both don't know how to throw a football. But.
Same thing, yeah.
Good on you, buddy.
Brown to Iowa. Yeah.
Good on you. I mean, Cade McNamara is probably shitting in his boots knowing that that's who's replacing him.
It's funny because I've missed a lot of these, Cole. I'm literally going through Hayes Fawcett's timeline. Alex Orgy's in the portal.
Yeah, he went in today. That was one that happened, I think, like around 11.
What position is he going to play? Is he a quarterback?
I would offer him a spot at wide receiver or running back and just say, here, we're going to make you a weapon. That's how we'll use you. You come to this team and you be a weapon.
Damn, Bauer Sharp's going to LSU?
You didn't see that? Yeah.
I didn't see that till today.
Yeah, that one happened.
Like I said, I'm literally just scrolling through these.
Yeah, we were like all the videos that we have done. I was about ready to hit record on Bauer Sharp, and I'm like, oh, never mind. He just went to the portal. Lucas time, which is interesting that he's going to LSU because if I thought for sure they were going to swing at a bigger tight end, and I'm not saying that Bauer Sharp's bad. I know that he played at Southeastern Louisiana before going to Oklahoma, so it makes sense proximity wise. But I thought that he was going to go to. I thought that LSU was going to swing a little bit bigger, like maybe Jaden Platt from Texas A&M. Definitely Lucas, I thought was going to be on the radar. The Purdue kid that currently is visiting Texas, I thought was going to be on their radar. Like, there were some names I thought they were going to bring in.
I just saw Arkansas as well picked up a commitment from an Oregon O-lineman, 6'8", 365.
Former number one overall offensive tackle recruit, if I'm not mistaken.
Jaquan McRoy.
Yep, that kid.
6'8", 365.
Good on you, Pitt.
Yeah, it's a good pickup for Pittman, man. You got to get more of those guys.
You need some around that building.
Kobe Paysor in the portal. He's a good player. North Carolina. How do you say it? Kobe? Is it Paysor? North Carolina wide receiver.
Yeah, passer. Like it's like passer. Yeah.
Okay. 6'1", 195. Yeah, 70 catches.
He had like 900 yards, right?
7 touchdowns in his time at UNC. He's a pretty good player.
I could see him going to like a smaller SEC school. Like I could see him going to Kentucky. I could see him going to Vandy. I could see him in South Carolina if they really believe in Mazio Bennett and Nick Harbor. Like I still think South Carolina is going to add in somebody.
They have to.
But I could see that. Like I could see him going to an Arkansas. I could see him going to Vandy. I could see him going to Mississippi State. They got to add in some people.
Yeah,
maybe Oklahoma gets him.
Do what?
Maybe Oklahoma gets him. You know what's really interesting, and I don't mean to cut this off. I think Jackson Arnold, wherever he lands, for a lot of these wide receivers at Oklahoma, they're going to follow. I have this gut intuition.
Isn't Nick Anderson already in the portal?
Yep. Nick Anderson, Jaleel Farouk.
Okay, Farouk is too.
Yeah, Jaleel Farouk, Brennan Thompson, and Andrew Anthony are all in the portal. The only one that's returning right now is Deion Burks.
That's crazy. And I mean, he's probably not going to jump in the portal because he was just in it last year.
I don't think he's going to jump in because at this point, I'm number one. Like, I'm guaranteed I'm number one.
Yeah, he's comfortably number one.
See, and Brennan Thompson picked State. So, like.
Brennan Thompson picked Mississippi State.
He picked Mississippi State. Yeah, I forgot about that. He did this morning. So he's going to State. If they land Arnold, I think they can land Anderson. I truly believe they're a package deal.
Well, they still may not be able to stop anybody, but damn it, they're going to score 50 a game.
Sometimes that's all you need. Listen.
Hey, that'll get you to 6 wins.
Hey.
Build some excitement in the program.
Chris, you score 52, they score 51. That's a win.
Yeah, it's a win.
You put up 625 yards of offense, they put up 572. That's a win. If you're perfect on third down and they're 98% on third down, that's a win. Head to heads, you're winning at every single stage.
So, Cole, as you know, I was up in North Carolina, obviously, the last week. The Belichick news was pretty big deal where I was at. They actually had it on they had his press conference, which I believe was yesterday. Yeah, on the TVs in the lodge. So I saw your video. I agree. I think the hire of Belichick's insane. I think it is. Cole, this has to be like a 2-year maximum thing. There's just no way. There's no way they're.
Yeah, it's 3 max, but yes, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, 2 to 3 years. I mean, I don't see any because I think I saw something too. Brad Crawford posted that his buyout goes from like 10 million to 1 million. Like
1 million.
That's I mean, what is that telling you? Like, they can just dip whenever after that. So. I think it's crazy. I think it's absolutely insane. Truly.
I went on my rant yesterday. I mean, I'll.
Oh, you went on it on here?
Oh, I went on it for a good 30 minutes. I'll give you the spark notes. Anybody who says that Bill Belichick is going to run this like an NFL program and have his NFL people taking over, every college department has an NFL regiment. There's a little wing that is just meant for NFL people. They already get it. So you're not changing the game by adding in the NFL regiment. The other thing that's really important is that you have to realize you can talk to certain players in a demeaning way because they're signed to a contract. There's no regulation with NIL yet. There's nothing that says if we sign you to a 2-year deal, you cannot break this deal until after a certain date. You can break it tomorrow. I could sign with Chris Phillips and he offers me an NIL deal for Chinook Ceadery. And hopefully Chinook's watching right now. Hello, guys. Hopefully you are. And it's like for $200,000. And then David's Sunflowers call me and say, we want to offer you a deal, but he's going to break that one. I can do that like that. And I can also say, I'm leaving. I'm leaving you. I'm leaving everybody else. I'm going elsewhere because I'm not signed to a certain contract that's keeping me around here. You have that in the NFL. In the NFL, you can talk down to whoever you want because at the end of the day, unless they're released, they're there. They're playing for a new deal. They're playing to make sure they have a spot on the roster and that they're going to be paid the following Sunday. That's them. They got that locked up. You don't have that in college. You piss off a 17-year-old that still is trying to figure out life by calling him a nitwit and a moron and how you are pathetic and we don't need someone like you on this team. They're entering the portal. And I'll tell you what, if there's a couple of players that are really close with him, and let's say he's a 5-star, they're following right behind because they see the writing on the wall and they don't want to go down with the ship. They want to survive. They want to go to the next location. They want to bask in glory. They don't want to be there. Belichick doesn't care about that. Belichick's hiring his old friends. You know that, right? Like Belichick so far. Michael Lombardi is his GM. Michael Lombardi has been a confidant of Belichick for years. He's hiring Steve Belichick, his son. On 4th down, every single game when we watch NC State play UNC, we're going to be like that's going to be, oh, by the way, that's the next head coach in waiting. He's going to hire Josh McDaniels. He's already hired Freddie Kitchens. You got to bring in some college guys that understand how to properly recruit. And you're talking about recruiting at the resume of 8 Super Bowls, 6 as a head coach is going to carry a lot of weight. You want to know what carries a lot of weight? What you currently are doing. What did you currently do at the end of your tenure? You found a way to mess it up with Mac Jones. You hired 2 incompetent former coaches to be your offensive coordinator when they had no offensive play calling experience. And then you threw in Bill O'Brien after he wasted a year of Bryce Young. So I'm sorry. What are we doing trying to sell ourselves? This is going to be a long-term plan. And again, I look at a place like UNC. It to me is the Texas A&M of the ACC. The resources are there. They have the state-of-the-art complex. They have a great workroom. They have a nutrition system. They're properly funded. There are people willing to throw sums of money into the football background because they believe so highly that ACC can be a sustainable conference with them involved, and they can be the pinnacle of it. And they're not going to do it if they don't have the right guy. This is a guy that you're buying hope into for 2 years and then praying to God that if his son is promoted as the next head coach, he's going to be able to build off of the success. We don't know if he can. But you have guys like John Summerall that we know can be a difference maker. You have guys like Dan Mullen, who just got hired at UNLV, and it was the best hire of the entire offseason, that can get the job done. You have guys like Glenn Schumann, who have been building for this. Kenny Dillingham could be the epitome of an example of not being afraid to hire young. Because of what are we watching? In year 2, after going 3-9, they're in the college football playoff in a winnable conference. You're in a winnable conference. This is nothing like the NFL. It's nothing. Everyone who says that college football and the NFL are becoming the exact same, they have no idea what they're talking about. They're nowhere near close. Chris Phillips and I could go walk up to somebody that we don't know that is an athlete and go, we're agents. We're going to work out your NIL deals. You know what? You can't do that in the NFL. You have to have a certification to be an NFL agent. You have to pass multiple levels of criteria to be able to claim that you work as a representative for a player. You have to work for a firm for years before you can even establish something. And you have to go through the bylaws of the contract through every single state in the United States. It's completely different. It's nowhere near this close. The only thing that is similar, Chris, is the color of the football and the yards on the field. That's the only thing that is even similar to these two programs. And Bill's just going to come on in and fix it? I don't think so. I don't think so.
I'm skeptical like you, Cole. I just, to your point, it's dare I say, it's not really an old man's game anymore. And the whole his resume thing. I mean, yeah, you're going to have a lot of parents that are really excited about this, and a lot of former Patriots that are going to want to send their kids there. But I mean, like the kids themselves, they don't care. Like they don't hardly even remember Bill Belichick. I don't feel like. I mean, when was the last Super Bowl he won?
2020, if I'm not mistaken.
20? Was it the 20 year?
Or I think it was 20. No, it wasn't 20. It was 2008, 2018-19 when they beat Los Angeles.
Was it?
Because I was living. It was going into 2019 because I was living in San Antonio at the time, and I remember going to a bar that night and watching it by myself.
Was 2017 the Falcons game?
No, that was 16.
16, that's right.
16. And then it was 18. But it was played in 17.
Yeah, okay.
And then it was played in 19.
Okay. I was trying to remember because I had one of my best friends. He's a Falcons fan. He was at that Super Bowl.
Yeah. So it was in 2017, February. And then this was in February 2019. But it was the 2016 and the 2018 season.
Right. Again, to your point, Cole, I don't think it's going to be I think it's a big PR win. Like, I think obviously we're all talking about North Carolina. And then what was I saw that there was an increase by $15 million in their NIL or something like that because of this.
I think it was $14 million, if I'm not mistaken. And that was promised in the collective on the contract that he signed. But also, you have to sell the program, and you've lost more players.
Part of Bill to include that. I give him that. Smart.
I'm not saying it isn't. What I'm saying is you're looking at the guys that are currently in the portal. I mean, they've lost 2 fantastic wide receivers in a span of 2 days, and they also lost, what is his name? TJ Smith, the defensive tackle. I mean, that's a dude that's going to come to the SEC and be a stud for Florida, be a stud for Tennessee. He's going to have an incredible rest of his career. Or he's going to stay in the ACC and he's going to go to like a Florida State and become an All-American. Like, that's what's going to happen. And you couldn't keep him. And you couldn't keep him because you didn't hire the right guy. Like, okay, I brought this up yesterday. So when Frank Solich was fired at Nebraska, there was a conversation that was going on in 2004 to bring in a young up-and-coming coach. And they said, nope, we don't trust it. We want somebody with proven experience. Do you know who that young up-and-coming coach was?
Who was it?
It was Urban Meyer. Urban Meyer was at Utah at the time, and they went with Bill Callahan. And after they went with Bill Callahan, he went to Florida. He won 2 national titles. Callahan sucked. They had a couple of good years with Bo Pelini. Then comes Mike Riley. They have 1 good year. Then comes the pride of Lincoln back, who's now at UCF, where he won a national title, quote unquote, because we all give out participation trophies. He sucked. And now you got Matt Rule that finished the year with very underwhelming results, but they're at least going to a bowl game. And if Urban was there, imagine what that team could have been. Imagine what they would have been moving forward. It's just, you could have had that with Glenn Schumann. You could have had that with John Summerall. You could have had that with Jamie Chadwell, who's still under 50. And you fired a dude to hire a guy who's 1 year younger. And the entire emphasis of this entire thing was all about age. It's passed him up. This is a coach that hasn't been in college in 4 decades, 5 decades. And you're trying to sell me on this. You're trying to sell a college recruit on this. Chris, I'm not trying to be facetious here. I'm really not. Whenever you hear people say, oh, when you're going to have people try to re-recruit you and they're going to say, he's not going to be around here that much longer because he's going to go to the NFL or he's going to go leave for a bigger program. You should come to our school. Bitch, he may not be alive tomorrow. He's at that point where we have to have that conversation. He may not be waking up tomorrow morning.
You're not wrong. That's why it's funny. You're not wrong. That is why it's funny.
Oh, he couldn't get out of bed. Why? He slept on his wrong side. Now we got Steve running the show.
I mean, I agree with everything you said about it, man. I remember when I first because I texted you guys this like almost a week ago. And I remember thinking, I was like, I'd be pissed if I was a UNC fan. I'd be pissed. I would. I would not be happy with this. The only good thing to come of this will be the T-shirts that say Chapel Bill on them.
That's so dumb.
Chapel Bill?
No, it's a
a lot of those will be sold.
I believe it.
I guarantee you.
I think the only thing that will come from this is that it will make cutoff sweatshirts look cool. That to me is, I think, will look, because I'm not going to lie. Seeing him in that Carolina blue is going to look awesome. Like, I think just knowing what that royal blue with that Carolina bright blue is just going to pop the way it's going. That to me is a selling point. I can get behind that. I love that.
We can get weekly Cole Bill Belichick impersonations.
Yeah, whatever.
Did you watch his presser?
I mean, I remember when I was growing up here, and my first words were beat Duke. Yeah, that's how we're doing. If it doesn't sound like this, it's you're kind of in a wash anyways. We don't need you around here. We may sign you to a contract. We may not. We got to bring in a quarterback. It's not like you're our first choice. But if you want to come strut your stuff out in Chapel Hill, we'll give you a shot. If you suck, don't come cry to me later. Hit the door on your way out. That's it. That's going to be. Can you imagine him in a recruiting with like a 4-star from Georgia? Yeah, Kirby Smart's been able to go ahead and win a couple national titles. I've produced NFL level talent, and I've gotten 6-round picks to become all pros. You want to learn from the best, you learn from me. I don't care if you do anyways. I'm just going to come and kick your ass whether you're on my sideline or not. Do you want to strap on up with me? That's cool. By the way, don't sass me. I don't want to hear it. Like, that's him. That's going to be him.
He better find he better find his Tom Brady. That's all I know.
Good luck with that.
Yeah, exactly. Even I don't know if it was you. I think it was you that mentioned it. Even Tom Brady mentioned that, like, Tom Brady said Bill Belichick was hard to play for. And Tom Brady is one of the most mentally tough people on planet Earth. Like,
Chris, he hated rookies. He hated rookies. Like, he couldn't stomach them. He had his assistants deal with them because if he said if they were going to ask them too many questions, he was going to lose his freaking mind. These are 17-year-olds. You're 17, freshman in college, trying to figure things out. Do you want to know how many questions I asked week 1? I would have been thrown out of the building.
What's Belichick's response going to be when the first kid asks him like how to get to a certain class?
What the hell am I supposed to do that for? You're supposed to scout it out on your off day and figure your shit together. I don't need to be here right now. I got crap to plan for. That's going to be him. Oh, by the way, here's a fun one. We all made fun of Bill Belichick for his drafting styles, especially down the stretch. He would take a guy in the first round that usually would fall on most draft grades in the fourth round, and he would think that he was outsmarting everyone. And these are guys who were properly developed at the collegiate level. They had 4 years to truly, because he barely drafted underclassmen. He usually drafted seniors or he drafted guys with 2 years of starting experience. He has to evaluate 17-year-olds. Do you know what a player is going to look like in 4 years in a college regiment? You don't know if he's going to be able to put on 40 pounds. You don't know if he's going to be able to put on 20 pounds. You don't know if he's going to keep that speed. You don't know how he's going to transition from offensive line to a tackle or if he's going to play defensive. Like, it's so much different at the college level. And he's bringing all these NFL people in with him. We're going to reinvent college football. I heard somebody yesterday say he's going to save college football. From what? From what exactly is he saving?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I'm again, if I was a UNC fan, I'd be upset by it. I would not be thrilled. I would not be excited. I mean, I don't think they're going to be terrible because he is a legend. He knows the game, but I don't think Bill Belichick's getting UNC football to the top.
Okay.
I trust more of like a Dion, to be honest with you.
You want to know why I trust Dion?
He can actually go out there and recruit or relate to players and go get the best guys.
Here's the deal. Dion can tell you, I played the game. Bill can say, I coached the game. Dion can say, I played the game. I know what it takes to win. I know what it takes to show out on the field. I know what it takes to be able to make it to a 53-man roster. I was the best in college football at Florida State. I was the best in the NFL. So much so that I told teams that were drafting outside the top 10, I'm not coming to your meeting. I won't be there when you pick. That was a legit quote he told the Giants. It's like, I'm not meeting with you. You're not going to have a shot to land me. It's like, the man knows what he's doing there. Bill has no idea what he's doing when it comes to that stuff. And also, there's been a major emphasis for a guy in Dion, which I can appreciate. He cares about school. He cares about the academic side. Last year, I believe if you look at the Pac-12, the final Pac-12 all academic team, I think it was 15 players from Colorado on it. I mean, he puts an emphasis on grades. You have to show up like you care to be there. You have to show up in life like you care to be there. He's teaching these guys young moral lessons that will be sustainable when they get to the NFL. Bill expects you to be there at 17, on time, properly prepared, not going out drinking, not going out having a good time with your buddies, working out 6 times a day. Oh, and by the way, you have to throw in the schoolwork. You didn't have schoolwork when you were in the NFL. Unless you were trying to graduate online.
Belichick's patience will be tested. We'll put it that way.
Oh, I can't wait. Honestly, I made this joke yesterday. I'm going to show up to the front lawn holding a 6-pack, and I'm going to call waiter for them to order me another 6-pack, and I'm going to call waiter again and have them order me another 6-pack because I'm going to be there to watch the entire thing go up in smoke. I am. Because if I love Carolina, I do. I love the Carolinas. I love both South Carolina. I love North Carolina. I have everything about those states. What I really love is that this is a program that has a buy-in. It's not like Duke. Duke has a buy-in, but it's very little. Like, even with Manny Diaz, Landon, Darian Mensah, the Tulane quarterback, you maybe upgrade, but what are you going to be next year? 8-4, 9-3? I think UNC could be a player in the college football playoffs. I think that they can win ACC titles. They can recruit. They can bring in the right personnel. There are people that believe that this is a team that doesn't have a ceiling at 8-4. And I feel like with Bill, it does. You want to know who doesn't have that ceiling? Glenn Schumann. You want to know who doesn't have that ceiling? Will Stein. You want to know who doesn't have that ceiling? John Summerall. But no, because if you want to get politics involved and because you put such an emphasis after firing Mac Brown, you brought in the single worst candidate. Like, the hire of the offseason is a group of 5 hire. And he's been out of coaching for 2 years.
You think Mullen would have taken the UNC job?
I don't know. I don't, because of, would there be such an emphasis on recruiting the same way that there is in the SEC?
I almost kind of feel like that Mullen taking the UNLV job is like, that tells me that Mullen wanted to get back into coaching. I don't know that he wanted to get back into like the pressure cooker side of it. Because, I mean, I know UNLV wants to win, obviously, but like, you know as well as I do, it's not like coaching in the SEC, ACC, whatever.
No.
Like, just don't be an embarrassment, and if you win, it's a bonus at a place.
You want to know what he's going to do? He's going to take them to 10-2, 11-1. They'll go to a college football playoff. They'll go big in the transfer portal. They'll land some top tier prospects because if he will demand money in NIL, they'll go 11-1 the next year, and then he'll take a job at a Power 4 program that's very small, whether that be a UNC, whether that be an NC State, whether that be Vanderbilt. I just think that he doesn't want to have to deal with the constant recruiting part.
Yeah.
And again, in today's day,
he just wants to call ball plays.
And again, in today's college football, with a GM and with everybody else working behind the scenes in the NIL collective, you really don't have to worry about recruiting other than re-recruiting your players to stick around, which is all really going to be based off of money purposes. And Mullen can be the guy that says, hey, here's the deal. We need him back next year. Like, we need him if we want to win. Do you want us to be a 9-win team, a 10-win team, and a shot for the college football playoff, or do you want us to be 8 wins? Because he's the difference. Pay him what he wants. Mullen can evaluate that type of talent. Mullen to me is still a top. Mullen to me right now has automatically become the second best G5 coach in college football simply by coming back.
It's funny, man, how those guys, they'll step away for 3-4 years, but that itch just never leaves him, man. It's like Mullen just could not stand being there, just commentating these games, and he's like, I got to get back. I got to get back.
But what's so interesting is he's so good at it. Like, I don't think enough people realize that Mullen has been fantastic since moving over to the media side. Like, I watched Thursday night.
He's very good.
I watch Thursday Night Football, not for Matt Berry and not for the guy on the sidelines. I watch it for Dan Mullen. Like, I watch him for his speak. I watch the halftime reports on ESPN. Don't go, like, take my dogs out or go get lunch or something like that because I like hearing Mullen speak. He's fantastic on television. And you know what the best part is? He bided his time. Like, he had offers every offseason.
Every offseason, yeah.
And they're like, hey, you want to come? Nope, I don't want to do it. Like, Syracuse was a favorite to land him last year. Like, the betting odds had it as Syracuse. He's like, no, I'm good. I'm all good. I don't need it. It's just like, cool. By the way, I appreciate Jake Bailiff's actually right on this one. Mac can go back to the booth. If he does not get put on the college football playoff committee, I want Mac Brown back in the booth. He was fantastic on television.
Yeah, I'd be down. He also says Jake with the low-hanging fruit. Maybe he doesn't know how to relate to the youth, though. He's got a girlfriend younger than me, talking about Bill Belichick. So that's been the you're not wrong.
His girlfriend younger than me.
Yeah.
His girlfriend younger than you.
Much younger than me, yeah.
I say.
Yeah.
I don't know how much younger than me, but younger.
Yeah. I think she's like 25.
I was out of college. You want to how kind of weird that is? I graduated college before she probably entered college.
Yeah.
And she's dating Bill Belichick, a 72-year-old.
He's like, well, you know, man.
Chris, can we end the show early? Because I need to bleach my eyes now. I can't get this thought out of my head. God, why? What do you see?
What do they talk about?
What do you talk about? Oh, she was born in 2000. Oh.
Hey, Bill Belichick is just living proof that no matter the age, men never get tired of being around or with attractive women.
That's totally fine. I respect that. But my God, I mean, dude, here's got to be the
He's so public with it, like to be.
Okay, he's 72. Here's got to be the cutoff. Like, I get it. You're rich. You can do whatever you want with your life. Ask them what they remember about 9/11. If they say, what happened with 9/11? That's it. That's the cutoff. That has to be the cutoff. It's too young. If they can't remember the last major tragedy in the United States, I'm sorry. Too young. Way too young for anybody. That's too young for me. That's too young for you.
When did Belichick and his wife get divorced?
I have no idea.
That's so
I mean, he was dating another chick before this one, so it's not weird to say.
That's very interesting.
Yeah. This is his second girlfriend, I think, or third. Which again, still, why do you have so many girlfriends?
Hold on, I want the audience's help on this. I want y'all to caption this photo and tell me what you think she's thinking.
You don't want to hear what I'm going to say. It's going to be bad. I can't wait. I can't wait. I just don't. What's the first thing that pops?
Look at him, dude.
What's the first thing that pops in your head?
I feel like if there was like a little thought bubble above her head, she'd be like, "Am I really doing this?" Either that, or she'd be like, "I secured the bag."
Thanks, Dad. That's what she's thinking. Thanks, Dad. I hope the milk was worth it.
They say that they used to say that like your one goal in life I'm sure you'll be a father one of these days, Cole. Your one job in life as a girl dad is to keep her off the pole. I feel like you could also add to that, keep her from dating a man 50 years older than her.
You mean keep her from dating Bill Belichick? I think that's probably a goal.
Essentially. Can you imagine like her dad like grew up probably a football fan, like thought Bill Belichick's like the GOAT or whatever, like all the rest of us, and then he's like, "Wait, you're dating him."
I got one for you. I hope he didn't take the blue pill.
Oh. I like this one. So you're putting me in your will, right? Golly. Old Bill.
Why didn't the poison work?
God. How are you still living?
Are you two still living? I just watched that movie.
Dude, 'tis the season. 'Tis the season, man.
Yeah, that's the only good thing about Christmas is they have good movies.
Yeah, I love that movie. I can essentially quote that movie. My brother and I. So
wait, you mean what's it called? How the Grinch Stole Christmas?
Yes.
My dog is named because of the dog in the movie.
Max?
Max is named after Max.
Oh my gosh.
That's why I named him it. I kid you not. Like when I was a little kid, I remember watching that movie, and I always wanted to name a dog named Cooper, and that's my golden retriever. And I said, after that movie, my next dog is Max. And I named my dog Max.
What's the really small one named?
Paisley.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, Paisley. She's the long-haired dachshund.
Yes.
No. Max is like 52 pounds, and he jumps, and he can probably clear this table that I'm sitting on right now because he's a border collie. So naturally, he's got full of energy, which is great in a one-bedroom apartment. It's always fun with that.
Cole, one thing we didn't mention that I totally forgot about until I heard it today. The Heisman Trophy ceremony is tomorrow night, correct?
Yeah, it is.
Yes, 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 o'clock Central. Dylan Gabriel, Travis Hunter, Ashton Genty, and Cam Ward. One of those gentlemen will be the 90th Heisman Trophy winner. Cole, who's your pick? Who's going to win it? Is it Travis Hunter?
Hold on. Who'd you say?
The four are Dylan Gabriel, Travis Hunter, Ashton Genty, and Cam Ward.
All right, well, you can take two of them out because they're not just there for participation trophies.
Yeah, Cam Ward and Dylan Gabriel are there just for funsies.
I would say they got to go on a free trip to New York City, which again,
I'd take it.
I would too. Again, let's just Chris, did you watch the award show last night?
I did not. I literally this Airbnb I stayed in, I had no cable, no internet, no nothing.
Really? Okay. So wait, when you went out, were you able to see anything like going on out there or no?
I didn't see anything. No.
Okay. So
I saw a few things on Twitter. I saw people arguing about an award Travis Hunter won, even though he wasn't the best receiver in the country.
He wasn't.
Right. Which that's fine. I mean, I didn't have an issue with that. I saw some of the chatter, but not enough to like really.
I mean, Tyler Warren won the John Mackey Award, which I guess is cool because Harold Fannin didn't deserve it or anything. Oh, wait, but he did because he beat him in every single freaking category. but he's a big-time receiver. Okay, well, who has he played against? Well, in the game against Penn State, Warren's Penn State squad, in the game against Texas A&M, 282 yards, 19 catches, an average of 17.2 yards per play, and 2 touchdowns. That's what he did. Oh, and by the way, in those games, they lost by a combined 13 points. He finished with more receiving yards. He finished with more receptions. He finished with more yards after contact. By Pro Football Focus's standard, he had a higher run blocking grade. He had a higher pass blocking grade. He had a higher pass grade, higher run grade. The only difference was that he had a lower overall grade by 1 point. By 1. But yeah, no, not worth it. So what does it matter who I say? Because because they already got the conversation wrong. I mean, they already got it wrong. Voters got it wrong. Because of when you have a unicorn, a stallion of senses, the Loch Ness Monster, things that will never be seen again. And Cam Scatterbo not being invited. A white running back that's able to move the way that Toby Gerhart did, and he's not invited in New York City. I'm supposed to trust you? Genty would be my pick, personally. Travis Hunter's going to win the award. I think Travis Hunter is going to win the award. And watch Genty win it, and people lose their minds. Watch Dylan Gabriel win it. Watch him. Just absolutely. Gonna happen.
I'm trying to find Cole. Oh, by the way, we got football on tonight.
We do.
Montana State and Idaho.
I know.
In the FCS playoffs.
FCS playoffs.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Let's go. I was trying to find if my book, I'm sure they do somewhere. Oh, no. Let's see. I was just going to say, do you think it's even worth it to sprinkle a little bit on Ashton Genty just in case? Because, what is Travis Hunter, minus 6,000 to win the Heisman? It's insane, dude.
Something like that.
He's so ridiculously favored. Is it just a given? It's just a given then.
Is it a given? It's not a given, but it's like you're the favorite for sure. That's no question about it. I would throw a little bit of money down on Genty. Because here, and I was talking about this with BK earlier in the week. I personally believe that this is the one year where it doesn't matter who wins the trophy. Because at the end of the day, the last 2 seasons, Ashton Genty would have been a phenomenal option. But so would a Travis Hunter, so would a Jaden Daniels, so would a Michael Penix, so would a Bo Nix. The level of what has been considered elite the last 2 years, you didn't have a wrong answer. You just had a bunch of guys that would have won the Heisman in other years against other opponents, but unfortunately, they didn't have that matchup. That's the thing. Travis Hunter would win the Heisman probably in 10 out of the last 15 years. But this year, he wouldn't. Or he will. And Travis Hunter would have won it probably 10 out of the last 15 years. But he won't. Because this was just the 1 year where you couldn't. You were going up against an elite player that was doing it just as well as you were.
Travis Hunter minus 2,500 to win the Heisman. Ashton Genty plus 1,000. Point. Dylan Gabriel and Cam Ward are just there for fun because those gentlemen are both at plus 25,000. So, which means it ain't happening. So, it is a 2-man race. I agree with you, Cole. I think Travis Hunter's probably going to win it. And I just think it's another year where it kind of goes to show you got to be one of the best players in the country, but I feel like it's important, Cole, to have media buzz about you. You have to have kind of that momentum, from the outside, I think, more than just on the field. So, but I don't know, man. What Genty did with his numbers.
By the way, before we get on out of here, we have a declaration for the NFL draft. Kyle Kennard is going to opt out of the bowl game and play and go to the
Kyle Kennard. Okay, This is official.
Yep, just posted it. What was it? An hour ago.
Okay, well, that doesn't shock me. I mean, the kid, what does he have left to prove? You know what I mean?
Oh, nothing. I mean, his stock's never going to be higher.
Right.
He's going to be a fringe first rounder, early second round pick, and I would take him in the first. Pass rushers like that, they're hard to come by.
Yeah. Yeah, people commenting saying they wish he was playing in the bowl game. See, people will bring up a lot that Jadeveon Clowney played in the bowl game, but I'm like, y'all have to remember that that was 2013. This is not 2013 anymore. Like today's game, Clowney's opting out. 100%. If especially with Clowney, you're the number 1 pick in the draft, you're opting out.
Yeah, okay, but here's the deal. I will say, I'm not entirely sure that in a new era of NIL, we're going to see as many opt-outs. You'll see some. I think that specifically you'll see a senior opt-out. Because, okay, so let's just say the whole thing when it comes to Jackson Dart, that's weird in itself. But, like, imagine if Jalen Milroe doesn't opt out. And even if he goes pro. But what if he tore his ACL in the game? He has another year of eligibility. He can come back. Better his draft stock and be okay. So I think the situation matters. If you're a redshirt sophomore and you think that maybe you're a fringe first rounder, you don't know if you want to leave just yet, you play in the bowl game and then you make your decision afterwards. Or if you don't, you can come back. Either way, you can make up your mind. Just if you're a senior with nothing to prove and you're a 5th or 6th year senior, by all means, go pro. I can't blame you.
Yeah, no, I can't blame them either. Got to make the decision best for you. Guys, again, appreciate you all tuning in. We're going to go ahead and wrap this thing up. Of course, I'm Chris Phillips. He's Cole Thompson. He's at Mr. Cole Thompson. I'm at CPhilly19. Appreciate y'all rolling with the punches this week. Obviously, Dave and Cole and the rest of the team held it down. Yours truly off the grid for a few days, kind of hitting that refresh button. But we'll be back full force really starting Sunday, I would say. I think we're putting together a little award show of our own, going to hand out some hardware, and then we'll, of course, start breaking down all the college football playoff games, bowl games. I've got some stuff lined up in regards to we got to hand out some SEC Unfiltered Tour superlatives and some postseason grades and back to content bleeding out of the eyeballs, your regularly scheduled programming. I know Cole's got his stuff with the portal going on. Our guy Dave covering college basketball. We got you covered from every single angle. So, and we'll be back right here, of course, on Texas Sports Unfiltered, like we are every single day from 3 to 4 Central. So, Cole, appreciate you, my friend. I know, obviously, we'll talk all weekend. Y'all enjoy Army-Navy, by the way. Navy-Army, whoever you're pulling for. By the way, Cole, who are you going for in that game?
I always root for Navy, but the Army's going to win it.
Well, I'm pulling for Army because my brother's in the Army. So
yeah, see, I have family in the Navy, not the Army. So we always go Navy, but Army's going to win. Army's going to win. I already know that.
Army's going to win. Yeah. So y'all enjoy it. Again, appreciate every single one of you. Have a great weekend. For Cole Thompson, I'm Chris Phillips. Y'all take care. By the way, hit the like and subscribe. Make sure you follow along. And again, we will catch you all on Monday.